heard from some of the other major retailers right now. I mean, as far as like Target, for example, they did mention some caution yesterday on their earnings call, which sent shares initially lower, but it wasn't really as maybe honest and frank as what we saw from Walmart. And so free cash flow is deteriorating. The macro uncertainty was also highlighted as right now the company does remain very cautious on the tariff and inflation and cost situation. All that being said, profit growth did lag some of their revenue momentum, but overall, I mean, you're still seeing e-commerce does remain a huge driver. Global e-commerce sales were up 26% year over year. Advertising rose 40% plus, and membership showed a double-digit growth. Also, we did see that share gains continues across these various income levels, including their higher income consumers, not just those that are seeking value. So a lot of things that have been working for Walmart do still remain intact. Plus, like revenue rising 7%. I almost forgot to mention that. I mean, a company as massive as Walmart, it's impressive, but a tone of caution that's being read less as maybe cautious.
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning.
And I think that's where we're seeing some of this pullback this morning, Nicole.
All right, Jenny Horn, great to see you. Thank you for all those updates. All right, let's continue. We're getting you ready for the trading day. David Dietz, Chief Investment Strategist, Dietz Wealth Management Group. So glad to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time. And how are you feeling about the market, David?
So we're actually getting a little bit more optimistic.
You know, I continue to get lots of questions about, Microsoft was down and now it's up. ARM keeps moving higher. You have to pay attention to the gamma updates. That's what I update you for every day. Positive gamma. You can see over here. Here's May 20th, the bottom left corner, and the 21st. See all this dark blue all the way up to 7,600, all the way down to 6,800. These are measuring the S&P 500 as well as individual stocks. Whenever it's dark blue, when there's no red on the screen over here, when there's no red, that's telling you that dealers are going to buy the dip. So stop fretting about every little pullback in every stock that you might have. I don't mean to be terse, but that's what the updates are for. We're in a positive gamma. I've been talking about this for the last few weeks. Positive gamma above and below. Support. The screen is purple. Right? So when you look at the screen, all you see is purple. That should tell you something. As soon as you open up your podcast in the morning, the live feed, or you're reviewing updates to the spot gamma, to the gamma every morning. All right, so we're starting to see a little bounce. Microsoft popping back up. NVIDIA is down a little bit right now. Positive gamma. All right, so NVIDIA will bounce too. NVIDIA is going to bounce. All right, it's off a little bit pre-market, but certainly not. It looked kind of dire last night, like maybe we would sell a little bit, but you have to keep refreshing your memory. Positive gamma.
I looked at one of the competing media things today, and they talked about only 1 to 2% of people in Iran have internet connectivity. So not even the people in Iran are for the government. So it's ultimately, I think the trade situation is going to be resolved. Energy prices come back down, and I think at that point you're going to see some relief on yields. I think people will take a big sigh of relief and get back into those 480 stocks in the S&P 500 that have done nothing this month.
Okay, that's some big projections. People love it, the whole.
All right. What do we got? 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes.
When it comes to NVIDIA, I want to get back to NVIDIA, what it means for the AI trade. Are you still hot on the AI trade? We have data center revenue soaring. Tell me a little bit about, CPUs, future. Everything was looking pretty good. So tell me more about where NVIDIA, does it give you...
Okay, Bitcoin with a little bounce. Bitcoin.
Yeah, absolutely. So we love the AI trade. It's going to make a huge difference in everything it already is. It reminds me so much of, the internet promise going back to 2000. My problem for NVIDIA, of course, is you see the market reaction. Huang, who I have the utmost admiration for, went to China with Trump. But let's look at the numbers. 3 years ago, Taiwan and China was almost 50% of the business. Now it's about 20% of the business. What's going on? If you can't get the international story going, you're going to have trouble. Second, of course, 3 customers amount for 64% of their business. But even more important is that old-fashioned valuation thing. I love the fact that earnings were up 220%. I love the fact that revenues were up 85%. But 1 year from now, when we're getting next year's Q1 report, are they going to be able to do as well as they did the year before, or will it be a declining revenue and earnings situation?
All right, let's see. New York Fangs are off a little bit. Microsoft's up. Apple might get something going again today. Apple with lots of open interest building. Okay, so you can clearly see where the overhead resistance levels are and where support is, right where we're going to open. Positive gamma, again. The spiders. The spiders inside day, inside of yesterday's price action over there on the right. Okay, pre-market, we're right in this area, 738. Futures will probably find a bid as dealers come in and support price. Buy futures to hedge their positions. Okay, NVIDIA's starting to climb. NVIDIA's climbing into the opening bell. NVIDIA. All right, 5 minutes to go. I'm going to put a pot of coffee on. I'll be right back. That's the opening bell. All right, looking for the dips to get bought. All right. All right, Microsoft looking for a bounce. All right, looking for a bounce. There goes Netflix. Netflix on the move. ARM holding still number one. There goes ARM. Microsoft.
Iran says that uranium stays in Iran. And so, it doesn't feel like the peace talks are finishing today, that's for sure. So some of the energy names leading the way, but we have a lot of movement to discuss. More red than green here. We look at the heat map. It's pretty much more than 75% red on Wall Street at this moment. Things like Adobe, DoorDash, United Airlines, Blackers.
All right, letting the first few minutes get by. All right.
-800.
All right, looking for a bounce.
So that was better than expecting. You're seeing shares rally off the back of this result. Not as strong as we saw during, but a gainer no less right now. That stock up 5.5%.
All right, so a nice little bounce so far in NVIDIA. Okay. Tesla, nice move so far on Tesla.
Consumers are becoming more price sensitive amid the pressure of high gas prices. And kind of budgets road is a major growth engine here. You remember they were here for that acquisition of Road with here as well. It's a strong performer for
Okay, NVIDIA on the move. NVIDIA pushing higher, looking for Apple to bounce as well. Apple had a lot of open interest yesterday. Morgan Stanley up again. Looking for Morgan Stanley to be up again. All right, let's see what the equal weight looks like. Equal weight. All right, so we're pulling back a little bit. Junk bonds. Junk bonds inside day. We're starting off with an inside day. Junk bonds. Advanced decline. Just get this necessary stuff out of the way first. S&P. Breath was up yesterday, down today to start. Looking for that to turn back up. Tesla turning back up. Tesla turning back up. Okay, what's IWM doing? IWM inside day to start. IWM. Okay, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA's on the move.
again, both those numbers are better than expected, but there's been slowing growth here, so that's one of the tricky parts for investors here. And they also
Okay, NVIDIA,
massive restructuring.
a nice little move in NVIDIA, back up.
17% of their
All right,
workforce
227.
to their payroll there. That impacts more than 3,000 employees who are into it. They are expecting a restructuring charges of roughly 300 million to 340 million. They say that will happen mostly in the current quarter.
NVIDIA, nice bounce. All right, just took a little bit of NVIDIA off. I got May 26, 225, 230 calls. Took some off into that little strength there, that little bounce. Microsoft, profit taking on Microsoft. Okay, ARM Holdings, continuation. ARM Holdings not giving me another chance. I wanted to buy some options on ARM. Taking off to the upside. Could have just bought some shares, but it is what it is. NVIDIA looking good. Post earnings, let's go see NVIDIA. Okay, did anybody catch the conference call on NVIDIA? Okay, so 142%. This was 88% yesterday. All right, so these numbers considerably higher. NVIDIA, those numbers considerably higher than what we saw for last quarter. Okay.
EPS coming in at 655. That beat expectations.
Oh, did I not post it? Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Also better than expected. Now, the stock actually initially rose, but then reversed lower in the pre-market because there's continued pressure in the farm industry, and there's still weakness with regard to large agricultural equipment demand here. So when you look at that segment, revenue in that segment fell 14% year over year. So there's still pressure there. And then obviously the way gear performance is very much tied to the farming industry. There was a bright spot. Their diversification story is part of where you find the bright spots, construction and forestry revenue. That surged 29%, so that was strong there. The small agriculture and turf revenue, that climbed 16%.
All right, Tesla on the move. Tesla, there goes NVIDIA. All right, Microsoft should bounce here shortly. All right, Apple's on the move. Apple going. Okay, let's see. NVIDIA looking pretty good. NVIDIA pulling back.
Obviously, there's a lack of clarity in that right now because there's certainly the construction bright spot. It's the Diane King Hall. Great to see you. Thank you to be covering those big names for us. Coming up next, let's talk about the Fed because we have a new Fed chair, Kevin Warren.
Okay. Apple back up this morning. Apple.
We'll be right back with Danielle DiMartino.
Apple looking for some more follow through. Apple. Okay, let's see what kind of open interest we got on Apple. Friday's options were very active yesterday. Let's see what they look like this morning. Okay, the open interest did grow quite a bit, but there's a lot of profit taking too. A lot of profit taking. There was about 65 or 67,000 in open interest yesterday, and about 670,000 options traded. That didn't translate into overnight adds to open interest, so I'm going to take some profits here. Okay, I'm going to take some profits on those Friday calls.
They wanted to take out that easing language, but also they seem to be ready to go either way. I mean, what say you about what you heard from those Fed minutes yesterday?
Well, it seems like they're very much preparing Kevin Warsh to walk into almost mutiny, a really divided Fed, and that was reiterated in those minutes with a clear willingness to ponder hiking rates later this year, which indeed the market has been pricing in for December.
Yeah, I think the hike in December, I mean, the move in December, that would be the first move of any, right? I mean, right now we have a June meeting, July meeting. What needs to change or really provide clarity? The oil higher and inflation tied to it. In theory,
All right, Apple looking for more upside. Microsoft still hasn't bounced yet. Looking for Microsoft to bounce. Microsoft got completely back into, at the pre-market, got completely back into yesterday's price action. Was trading up here near, what's today, Thursday, Tuesday's high, just below that 430 call wall. Now we're back down again. Okay, watching for a bounce in Microsoft. Apple's still up. Nvidia's starting to bounce. ARM Holdings is freaking gone. It looks like ARM is going to do one of those micron plays. The way it looks right now.
making everybody crazy on the committee, I'm sure. At this point now, there was even talk about getting rid of one of the mandates. I don't think they will. But does Kevin Warsh, historically, who was already on this committee and has a great reputation for the most part, does he lean towards one over the other? Is there any way to know his personality or what he might be more likely to or less likely to do? Forget about Trump pressure and all that.
So I do think that Warsh is going to be one of the younger Fed chairs that we've had in some time.
All right, ARM. I'm trying to figure out what we can do with ARM. Maybe a butterfly. Maybe a butterfly is the way to trade it. I'd really like to capitalize on this momentum. No open interest. Let's see what January looks like. January, some open interest at 72, 290, 300. Oh man, this is going.
Well, Nicole, I wish that the continuing claims got more attention. And again, I think Warsh is a younger Fed leader. He's going to be able to parse out the fact that in those continuing claims, only 1 in 4 Americans were unemployed.
All right, I bought some January 300s. Bought some January 300s.
I'm working for Uber because I can't make enough collecting jobless claims. I think he's going to be able to see through
ARM Holdings. Bought some cheap January 300s. They're not cheap, but you know what I mean. They're out of the money.
So he listens to industries, he listens to the market, and I'm hoping that he is open, as we were in the shutdown, to paying attention to alternative data sources to get some more attention on that labor mandate.
Also, sometimes they appear better than they are. I mean, right now, people come on, they talk about the economy looking good, they talk about our earnings fundamentals looking strong enough. They think that for a few months, we can tolerate higher yields and higher gas.
All right, Microsoft looking for a bounce. Nvidia dipped a little bit right there. Okay, Microsoft looks like it might bounce. Very odd price action in Microsoft. ARM Holdings looks good. ARM. Okay, I'm looking for ARM to come back a little bit so I can add to this position. Down.
He needs to pay attention to some of the Fed's own proprietary data. The Philly Fed this morning came out and that printed negative, surprised the markets. New orders absolutely tanked. It looks like this might be a temporary shock from a temporary supply shock, but the demand is not behind it. Employment stayed negative for 2 months in a row in the Philly Fed. That's the oldest regional Federal Reserve manufacturing service. In Germany and in France, their manufacturing sectors fell back into contraction. Again, we have to pay attention not just to the headlines, but to the signs that there is not demand follow through and that this could end up manifesting as a margin squeeze for companies.
I love the word you used here as we spoke. It was also in your notes. That could be walking into a mutinous committee. It was interesting when Stephen Byron came on.
Okay, looking for a bounce. Looking for a bounce. Hedge flows are still pointing lower for now. Okay, you got support right here. We're right at support 7,400. All right. IWM, looking for the bounce. S&P, looking for a bounce.
But I think of all people, I think Powell might be Kevin Warsh's greatest advocate from day one. And he was acting as if he was going to hear.
Gosh, you people are just like so much speculation and not giving us much to chew on. There's not much information out there. There's just a lot of. Okay, here's Rick Santelli.
55.3. That would be the strongest since May of 22. But then again, last month's 54.5 also comp to.
Let's see what 10-year looks like.
22. So we're getting some strong
10-year inside day.
Service sector, well, it's about 50, 50.9, but it's below expectations and sequentially lower than 51 in the rearview mirror. It'll be the least since, February of this year. And that comp that I'm talking about this year was the only read under 50 for 2026 of 49.8. Finally, the composite read, very close to expectations, 51.7. It's 1/10 like the expectations, but exactly equal to our final read last month. So back-to-back 51.7. How does that comp up? In February, we were 51.9. In March, we were 50.3. So these are solid numbers above 50 for the most part, but a little disappointing on the service side. Interest rates, they're following oil. They're really not following data. Right now, hovering at 462 on a 10-year is up 3 basis points. And obviously, crude futures for July continue to make new highs for the session, approaching 102.5. Swap on the street will return after a short break.
CODX, NIBF, AAOX, IONL. NBOB, INFQ, ASTX, FCEL, NIBF, NVIL, RGTIW, AMPG.
All right, so looking for more upside. Hedge flows looking for that to bounce. Microsoft still hasn't bounced. NVIDIA pulling back, so we got a lot of profit taking. Shorts covering as well. Okay, global composite PMI. Global composite PMI. Pretty flat. What do you want? I just fed you. There's more here. There you go. All right, looking for a bounce. Looking for a bounce. We got positive gamma, so I'm expecting prices to drop too much. Watch for one of these support levels to hold. We got a 99 percentile down here. No. 99 percentile there. Okay, 99 percentile right here. All right, so we're touching a 99 percentile right now.
Well, NVIDIA's lower again. Don't tell Jen. But the infrastructure build-out continues. This $2.6 billion partnership between Bloom and Nebius, Jim, has them on the move. Yeah.
And Nebius members are partnered with Jensen. Bloom is so good. That's great, clean energy. Really love those guys. Got to get them on the show.
That said, Staples really lagging here, down more than 2%. We'll get stock trading with Jim in a minute.
All right, so we got a 99 percentile level here. We're probably going to bounce. Probably bounce right here. Okay. Positive gamma. 7,400. Okay, looking for a bounce.
RGTU, IONX, FCEL. NIBF may resume in less than a minute. WOLF. AOX.
IWM going. Okay, cool. IWM bought yesterday. Good point, though. Good point.
NIBF may rise in 10 seconds. RGTX. AOX. IONX. ARQQ. QBTX. IONL. OPTX. WOLF. FCEL.
Okay, starting to bounce.
AXTI. BELO. SLNH. LIHWB multi to the upside. RGTX.
Okay, looking for a bounce here.
BTS.
There goes IWM.
OPTX. OKLL. RGTX.
It's time for Jim and stop trading.
It doesn't put you in space. Doesn't make it so smart that you can lay off thousands of people. It just has nice clothes. Ralph Lauren stock is up $30, 9% on a monster good quarter.
NVIDIA
Just hitting on all
long
cylinders.
Zero
Incredible. It is
DTE.
timeless. And also, as you guys know, it's just a good brand. And I know David's going to say, why are you mentioning a $21 billion company? And the answer is that if I bought that yesterday instead of buying NVIDIA, I would be making 30 points. NVIDIA.
Okay, I'm at 280 now, so I have to take some profits on this IWM. I'm going to roll this out, actually. IWM. Let me roll out.
What's next? Pie oh my?
You are not a serious person.
I know what that's from. Another great show. Better, I think.
No, it's a great show. Your Brody was good enough too.
Jim, we'll see you soon.
Okay, thank you guys.
Okay, IWM looks good. I'm going to roll out a little bit.
We'll get to that. Plus, the Supreme Court is due once again to issue some opinions. We'll see if we get one related to Fed Governor Cook in a moment.
Okay, I'm going to roll out the 280, 280, 285,
SPX calls.
285. All right, IWM looking good.
Size, long dated, deep calls. Zero DTE, call side.
IWM. Okay, Microsoft still looking for a bounce. Broadcom bouncing. Nothing in NVIDIA yet. S&P, nice little bounce. %, 97%. Okay, ARM Holdings looking for more upside.
SanDisk Pulse, long dated.
All right, positive gamma. We're looking for bounces.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
HCWB may resume in less than a minute.
NIBF. RGTZ.
IRD.
Okay, looking for this bounce to continue. ARM Holdings looking for a follow through. ARM Holdings.
BE Pulse. Size.
Looking for any dips to get bought. ARM.
Tesla Pulse.
Meta pulling back. Amazon bouncing a bit.
Good Thursday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen. And Pro Kitchen and David Faber. We are live as always from Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Ahead this hour, can't miss interview with NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang. After last night's results, his thoughts on the hyperscalers competing with Amazon, supply chain concerns, and much more. All ahead. Plus, we'll talk about the major IPO news as Elon Musk's SpaceX officially files with the SEC for the world's largest listing. And the CEO of Stellantis is with us as the Jeep maker lays out his turnaround plan to investors. But we'll start with Walmart, one of the the stocks of the day. The retail giant beating on first quarter revenue and reporting earnings in line with expectations. The stock, though, is falling pretty hard here after the company issued cautious guidance and cited higher fuel prices. Joining us now, first on CNBC, is Walmart CFO, John David Rainey. John David, thank you for taking the time this morning to speak with us.
Good morning, Sarah. It's good to be here.
So, Claire, as I mentioned, revenue looked good and earnings on track. It was operating income. Looks like it got impacted by fuel prices. How big of an issue is that?
Well, let me start with the quarter was good for us. We grew the top line on a reported basis of about 7%. EPS grew 8%. We did see some margin pressure on operating income growth. We guided 4 to 6%. We came in a little bit above the midpoint of that. And we had about 250 basis points of pressure related to fuel. Since we gave the guidance 90 days ago, all the events that have led to the higher fuel prices have occurred. And so we had to navigate that in the quarter. But I think very importantly, Sarah, our guidance for 2Q is 7 to 10% operating income growth. And we reaffirmed our guidance for the year. So that's indicating that we think we have the ability to navigate this environment of higher fuel prices pretty well.
What about the consumer? Does the consumer have the ability to navigate the higher fuel prices? You capture all income spectrums, including the low income, which has felt the most pain. So what are you seeing there?
Increasingly, it depends upon what consumer you're talking about. We see that among our customer base, the high-income customer continues to spend with confidence in many categories, whereas the lower-income consumer is a little more budget conscious, even navigating some financial distress. Since we gave the
Okay, NVIDIA is starting to bounce.
Like we've seen fuel prices increase, and so
looking for a bounce.
The reason that incrementally from 90 days ago, there's a little more pressure on the consumer. This narrative.
Ow! What the hell was that? Got something going on with my mixer. I think I need a new mixer. Doing kind of weird stuff. Okay, IO and Q on the move.
My compulse. Going to say
The average gallons that a consumer is filling up with has fallen below 10 gallons. It's the first time that's happened since 2022. So it does show that there's a little bit of pressure on the consumer right now.
John David, a lot of work's being done on SNAP. People who were enrolled in states like Georgia and Arizona and Florida. I mean, hundreds of thousands of people falling off the rolls of
QQQ.
Is that weighing on results too?
It did weigh on results early in the quarter. As we entered the quarter, we actually saw quite a bit.
Q's looking for a big move here on the Q's.
Now, one might ask, is that a result of people sort of calibrating to this new norm, or is it tax refunds coming through? Maybe some of both. As we exited the quarter, we felt a lot better about kind of the impact of this, and I think we'll be able to navigate this fine as we go through the year.
Yeah, on that same note, I mean, general merchandise, I think the mix there was a tailwind to your gross margins for the first time in a long time, maybe as much as 18 quarters or something like that. But again, to this point of tax refunds, so how durable is that given what you saw from tax refunds, or whether that was really the reason for that change?
Yeah, I think it's both. If you look at the impact of tax refunds, certainly people are spending that on items like fashion, merchandise, things of that. I think that did have some tailwind. I don't want to minimize the impact of that. But at the same time, we're making changes to our business that I think are having a pronounced impact and helping us to sell through more general merchandise. Our assortment is much broader than it's ever been.
Q's.
And in a category like fashion, that has a derivative benefit to other style-inspired categories like beauty and home decor. All of these had some of their largest share gains in 5 years. I think as we go into the second quarter, we've got metered expectations around this. We certainly don't expect the same benefit from tax refunds. So probably the benefit to gross profit won't be as pronounced in the second quarter as it was in the first. But again, we're taking steps on our part and in our initiatives to try to make progress here.
Was going to ask the share question where you're taking.
Okay, looking for more upside on the Q's.
Had a good quarter.
Yeah, we're taking share from all income groups. It's most acute or most pronounced in the higher income cohort. And
Microsoft looking for the bounce. No bounce in Microsoft yet. Morgan Stanley. The banks looking for those to continue to follow through. Morgan Stanley breaking out. Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs.
And in India, we have Flipkart. Flipkart serves, on average, in 30 cities,
Okay, Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs
fuels frequency. And that's what we see in our business.
leads in the SpaceX IPO.
Engagement from our customers, and that translates into greater utility in our membership programs. We noted on the call, our membership income was up 17.5% in the quarter.
Okay, so the e-commerce business is obviously on fire, and that's where you saw, it sounds like, all the growth in revenues, John David, because it looks like in-store comps were actually negative. So is that the cautious consumer? What's going on there with traffic if all the growth is happening online?
You're right. If you were to strictly bifurcate in-store versus e-commerce, in-store was slightly negative. A big impact there, though, that I think is worth pointing out is the enactment of maximum fair pricing legislation in January. That's about 100 basis point headwind to our in-store comps. But I think if you take a step back, the historical way of thinking about comps in-store versus e-commerce, I'd argue, Sarah, is a little bit dated. We think of this as an omni-channel. Our stores have actually never done more volume than what they are right now. We have 5,000 delivery nodes that are located within 10 miles of 90% of America. This enables us to deliver that promise of getting things to our customers and members in less than 30 minutes.
You made the point on the earnings call of reminding people that, you know, the component of your earnings is very different than it was 10 years ago. Membership, advertising, obviously recurring revenues that are very significant. On membership, John David, I'm curious, Walmart Plus, you know, you're competing against the likes of Amazon Prime. They offer a lot of things to the consumer. How do you see that evolving? Do you think it's going to be sticky enough, given the importance it now has to your earnings picture?
It's a great question. And to be very fair,
Yeah, the SpaceX IPO, these are going to keep going. They're breaking out. Andrew, it's early. Look at the weekly.
In the United States. And when you consider the promise of being able to deliver general merchandise, pharmacy, fresh food to someone's house in 30 minutes, I think we have a very compelling value proposition.
Okay, so what is the deal with tariff refunds? Are you getting them? Are you expecting them? Are they going to make a big impact after the Supreme Court ruling to your financials?
Sure. Well, it's a bit of a fluid process, as you know, Sarah. We have received a small.
Yeah, measure move on Goldman Sachs is 200 points.
That is a gain until that's final. And
Okay, IWM still going. Okay, let's see what the Qs look like. Qs inside day. 1 minute. Okay, buying off the low. 1 minute RSI oversold. Rising. The Qs.
So any money that comes in will be invested in price. Because the next question I was going to ask you was about price overall and whether we're going into some sort of bigger, wider inflationary period.
Well, the like-for-like inflation in the first quarter was hovering just a little bit above 1%. But as you move forward into the second quarter and certainly the balance of the year, if fuel prices stay where they are, they can certainly put some pressure on average unit retail. If you think about food as just an example, food requires fertilizer, and a disproportionate amount of the world's fertilizer, phosphate and nitrogen, come through the Strait of Hormuz, and so that's with that closure.
Okay, let's see what the 10-year is doing. 10-year yield. We want this lower. Gapped up this morning. Inside day on the 10-year yield. We want these lower. Okay, starting to fade already. Maybe we fade a little bit more on the 10-year yield. All right, IONQ is on the move. IONQ. IONQ moving here. Okay, breaking higher. IONQ.
State of our business and the consumer health generally, as I recognize it, it's consumers still are reasonably healthy.
Okay, I got 65, 75s on IONQ.
Of 7 to 10% operating income growth. That's on a constant currency basis. If you look at the FX headwind that we have in the second quarter, at the upper end on a reported basis, it's about 11.5% operating income growth. And if you think about the incremental margins in our business for just U.S. e-commerce, as an example, that's 12% incremental margins in the first quarter. To put that in perspective, like if you're another company that's maybe selling digital software, that's not that high. But relative to the overall margins in our business, that's 3 times higher than what we report. So the improvement in e-commerce
IONQ.
margins that are coming from that.
IONQ breaking higher. Weekly. Okay, this looks good. We're about 50% now back into the weekly price action.
Coming back a little bit as well. John David Rainey,
Okay, just need Microsoft to turn back up now. ARM Holdings, continuation, ARM.
NVIDIA. I sat down with CEO Jensen Huang last night, first on CNBC interview after the company reported a beat on the top line, a beat on the bottom line in its latest earnings report. Getting his outlook for data center demand, competition, NVIDIA's new chip, the Vera Rubin.
IONQ, continuation.
We started though on where the AI narrative stands right now from a big picture perspective based on what NVIDIA is seeing.
The biggest thing that's happening is that AI has moved from generative AI to agentic AI. What that means is that an AI can now understand, reason about the question you give it, the tasks you give it, and it could plan and do work. Use tools like a browser or a spreadsheet, or, PowerPoint, using simulators and C compilers. It can write code, generate code, so it could do work. So finally, AI is not just interesting, but it is doing productive work that's valuable. Now, the important thing is, as a result, the AI model builders are now generating tokens, which is basically what an AI is. It produces these tokens. These tokens are now profitable, and so they want more compute so that they can generate.
All right, looking for Microsoft to turn.
SPX
In the
S&P looks good.
deep puts.
Compute is revenues, which is the reason why our demand for our compute is so sky high.
Yeah, it was interesting that you guys for the first time broke down the data center revenue by hyperscalers and then some of the other categories.
Hedge flows, looking for that to turn up. We're running into some resistance now, 0-day.
Percent of the data center revenues. There have been questions about how sustainable the growth is there, given just whether these incredible CapEx numbers can continue from the hyperscalers and also the increasing competition from AMD and others. What do you say to those concerns?
The hyperscalers is where the AI frontier models are, and we're gaining share there. We're gaining share there because we've always supported OpenAI, XAI, and Meta, MSL, and Microsoft's AI, and a whole bunch of other AI startups. But this year, we had the benefit of also winning Anthropic. We're helping them scale capacity so that they could have more reach, generate more revenues, and grow their company. And so with Anthropic, we're scaling very, very quickly. We've got big plans for them. And so we're gaining share in AI inference. We're gaining share in hyperscale. The second category is a category that you really have to have a complete solution, including CPUs and GPUs and networking and switches and data processing and security processing and the whole software stack, which NVIDIA is quite unique in having. And so the second category, whether it's industrial on-prem with manufacturing or enterprise on-premise, AI native clouds, the CoreWeaves, the Nebiuses, Nscales, so many others, and of course the sovereign AI nations where they want to have their own governance, they want to build it themselves. All of these different data centers in the second category, NVIDIA is fairly unique in being able to serve. And that represents half of our business and is also the fastest growing.
I was going to say it's growing a lot faster even than the hyperscaler business. But on that, there are also questions lately, Jensen, about whether these hyperscaler customers, which are so critical, are also becoming competitors. Andy Jassy of Amazon talked on the last call about their chip business, which he said if it was a standalone would be worth $50 billion a year, and sort of hinted that they'd be maybe open to selling chips externally. So is this a threat to your dominance if they start doing it themselves?
What a dumb question.
We have a lot of competition.
What a dumbass question. Is that a threat to your competition?
Competitor emerges. The distance, the path, the journey from announcing a chip to.
Okay, looking for higher highs and higher lows. Futures looking for the looking for 7,400 to hold. IONQ pushing higher.
Many of the projects are delayed and many projects are canceled and some of them are sustained. And so I think a lot of it is quite noisy. We don't let it distract us. We only focus on supporting our hyperscale partners, helping the AI model builders grow. And as I mentioned, while competition and the number of announcements is growing, our overall share is growing and growing quite fast. And so we're doing very well.
You're also very bullish, obviously, about the Vera Rubin launch, and you confirmed shipping in Q3. Can you just tell us a little bit about how that's going to change the business overall and what the pipeline looks like?
The thing that's really great about Vera Rubin is that it's designed in the same systems architecture as Grace Blackwell, so it's easy for our customers to integrate and adopt. The second thing is, whereas Grace Blackwell was designed for inference, Vera Rubin was designed to run the entire pipeline, the entire processing stack of an agent. Everything from the orchestration of the agent, which usually runs on CPUs, to the inference, the thinking part of the agent, which runs on GPUs, or the tool use that runs on GPUs and CPUs. So the combination, that entire pipeline end to end, from short-term memory that runs on CPUs and GPUs, the long-term memory that runs on storage. NVIDIA has an architecture for every aspect of the agentic pipeline. And so whereas Grace Blackwell was for inference, Vera Rubin is for agents. Vera Rubin is, it's in full production, 7 different chips. It's the most complex computing system the world's ever made. We're going to be very successful with it. Whereas Grace Blackwell, we didn't have the benefit of every frontier AI model supporting it at the get-go. In the case of Vera Rubin, every one of the frontier AI model companies, every one of the hyperscalers, literally every single data center customer in the world is already fully geared up to launch with Vera Rubin. So it's going to be an exciting launch.
NVIDIA Pulse.
What is the barrier to getting this going smoothly? Are the memory shortage impacting you at all when it comes
Okay, there's a lot of activity
when it comes to thinking about your
in the markets. Our S&P pulling back a little bit there.
Well, as you know, NVIDIA is a very large company, so our supply chain is literally the largest in the world. And we've been planning this for several years. You know, we started planning with
NVIDIA pulling back a little bit.
More than twice as large with Grace Blackwell.
IWM at the highs.
More than twice as large with Vera Rubin. And so we've been planning our supply chain for quite some time. And I think it's fair to say that everything is challenging.
Looking for hedge flows to turn up. We have positive gamma across the board, S&P 500, and most stocks. Which is telling you the dealers are going to buy dips. Risk on market. It's a risk on market. Right now, the breadth had been a little bit of selling. Okay, so looking for these to turn up. These will change direction intraday. Looking for these to turn up. Looking for the number of stocks above the 20-day to continue moving higher. S&P equal weight index this morning. Okay, this is still rising. All right, so it's not just the FANG stocks.
So do you feel good about the supply chain, but Jensen, do you feel good about the margins, the 75% margin?
Buyer, look at the buyers. Buyers stepped up. Look at the wick on that candle. Equal weight. They bought the dip this morning.
Every single generation is a challenge. Our pricing is based on the value that we deliver. And each generation, the value that we deliver is X factors. Always
Oracle.
Magnitude better than the last time.
Oracle is flat at the moment. Looking for that to follow through. Oracle.
Our pricing and our margins should be able to sustain. And I'm expecting.
All right, what is ARM doing? ARM, higher highs, higher lows. Palantir trying to grind off the low. Bitcoin back to the 50-day range. Near the 50-day Bitcoin. Okay, looking at the top 10 on the NASDAQ 100. ARM, Seagate Technologies, Western Digital, AppLovin, Qualcomm, Honeywell, Micron, Marvell, LRCX, Constellation Energy, and Cadence Design. Tech has a bid.
And also serve the hyperscalers. The supply chain concerns and the higher memory costs, he also sort of said, look, we're the best supply chain, biggest supply chain company. So didn't sound like that was a barrier to the rollout of the
Nike looking for some more follow through.
Protecting that environment. He said, Basically, yes, because the pricing is based on the value that we create, not necessarily on the cost, even though we did call it challenging, just to deal with the kind of scale they're dealing with.
All right, here in Micron and AMD, Micron and AMD, Pulse, the Qs, looking for follow through in the Qs. Okay, back down to the low on the Qs.
Very possibly. I assume you also, I mean, the next market being robotics, we were talking briefly at the end of the last hour, what that's going to mean, because he talks about that as well in the same way he talks about the hyperscaler demand ultimately.
Yes, I mean, it's all
growth opportunity that represents.
Growth opportunity enormous, but also, you know, what he talks about is NVIDIA being unique, and we get into this a little bit about, you know, what he calls the 5-layer cake. Right, the 5 layers of the AI economy, not just the infrastructure.
Okay, Morgan Stanley, just off the highs. Goldman Sachs, pulling back in a little bit. KBE and KRE. KRE.
SpaceX, S1, which we'll talk about, where we now learn that Anthropic is paying
Tesla pullback.
SpaceX $1.25 billion every month just for access to that cluster. Not all cluster of GPUs that Elon Musk.
Zero DTE.
Yeah, you'll hear more from Jensen on space in the next hour on Squawk on the Street. In the meantime, here's our roadmap for the rest of this hour. Still ahead, the CEO of Jeep parent Stellantis joining us with his plans to turn the car company around after what's been a pretty dismal stock performance this year.
Plus, the aforementioned SpaceX did officially file that S1 late yesterday. Of course, it's going to be potentially, most likely, the largest IPO in history. We'll talk about the opportunity and the risk for investors.
And Intuit getting taken apart, down 20% on a 5-year low here. Earnings weighing on the software space. We'll look ahead to the next test for that sector coming after the bell when we're back in a moment.
Okay.
On Iran, it's discussing with Oman how to set up some form of a permanent toll system that will formalize its
Tesla
control of
Pulse,
maritime
long
traffic
dated,
through the Strait
deep
of
calls,
Hormuz.
size, zero DTE, put straight, zero DTE, call sign.
And we also had headlines out earlier from Al Jazeera saying, denying that the Supreme leader insists on the highly enriched uranium staying in country, or that there's a lot of moving parts here, but it does seem to move the market every time we get these headlines.
Oil is moving higher this morning. It is up 2.1%. We're at 107 on the price of Brent crude. Still ahead on the show, analyst Phil Luria of D.A. Davidson and investor Joe Kaiser of Switchyard Partners join us to talk about NVIDIA, the mega IPOs. That's in just a few moments.
WYFI.
CODX. SPUG.
But Taylor, one of the things that really struck with is how focused you are on the customer.
The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data into the best possible way.
Zero DTE, call sign, size.
There's no more of the same, it's better.
CODX.
I was looking to get a new truck, so I raised my credit scores with Experian Boost. Now, Experian Boost is even better because my monthly insurance payments can help me build credit instantly, free.
More ways to build credit. Download the Experian app.
Meet the all-new Fidelity Trader Plus with your preferred tools, customized charts, and streaming data, so you can start a trade idea on one device and execute it on another. Meet our most powerful trading platform yet, Fidelity Trader Plus.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Blue Dart Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts. Deliver delivering benchmarks driven by the market.
Welcome back. SpaceX headed to the public market is planning to trade under the NASDAQ and the symbol SPX. Elon Musk company dropped its S1 yesterday. It shared key financial information about the company publicly for the first time. For more on what is likely to be the largest IPO we've ever seen, let's bring in Sheila Kotlub. She's the aerospace and defense analyst at Jefferies. Will be covering SpaceX once it goes public, adding to a long list of companies you cover. But, Sheila, I guess I'm curious because so many of those companies, you measure them on their multiple earnings, their multiple revenues, their cash flow generation. How are you going to think about SpaceX given it's just a very different animal?
Morgan Stanley.
So we don't cover it yet, so we can't talk about full valuation, but I'm in Southern California right now visiting 10 states and defense sector. So there's a lot of that. It's all about whether it's SpaceX, because we're not going to value SpaceX 255 times 2026 EBITDA. We're going to value it on what the forward picture looks like. They set out a very big TAM out there of 28 trillion, of which space is only a small piece of that, 370 billion. The bigger pieces are connectivity and, of course, the AI infrastructure. So a lot to unpack in that TAM.
Well, what do you then? I'm curious if you can't talk about it because it's not public. How are you viewing their ability to grow those businesses? They obviously have aspirations that include 1 million people living on Mars, asteroid mining, endless launches, by the way, for the orbital data centers that will conceivably be a part of our world or some world in the next 5 years. So, do you think it is obtainable?
It's ambitious, and it all starts with its space franchise, getting Starship launches. I think there's one scheduled for this evening, actually. So
Looking for a bounce.
Successful launches, and we've seen other space companies also do that, whether it's Rocket Lab as a peer.
Looking for Netflix to get back above 90 as well. Still consolidating down here.
10 million subscribers or so.
Microsoft looking for a turn. Okay, looking for hedge flows to turn up. Okay, we're sitting right near support. Background is purple, so we know there's a lot of positive gamma in the market.
I think one of the most important numbers in the filing is the $28.5 trillion total addressable market. Like, how do you wrap your arms around whether that's even quantifiable at this point? It's visionary at the moment, and that's what the mission statement states. It's a big figure out there that no one really knows how to define, but it's about what could happen. And a lot of questions we get from investors are, what are ways we could price SpaceX? It's a vertically integrated asset. Who are other companies that are potentially beneficiaries of space infrastructure being set up? So Firefly, because launch is very hard to do. We've seen it with ULA, that's the Lockheed Boeing joint venture. Firefly.
$1.5 trillion IPO.
Because that's a critical part of the thesis, and it's one of the biggest risks in the 36 pages of risks in the S1.
Yeah, there's the launch complexity, there's the radiation, there's the zero gravity, there's the lack of oxygen, there's the manpower of finding astronauts who can do IT work. Are you making a call as to whether or not data centers in space, just as a notion, is feasible?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunities that space offers for data centers. We hear companies talking about growing organs in space. So there's a lot that space offers, but it hasn't been proven yet. So that's part of the dream. And I think that
NVIDIA looking for a bounce, looking for the markets to bounce here. Keep an eye on the hedge flows.
People are going to put it in as a potential play and see what happens, but not bank on it for not even 2030, the 2030, 2035 event, because there's a lot of risks associated with it. And a lot of proven aerospace and defense companies have had trouble and risks associated with that.
Sheila, appreciate it. Thank you.
Amazon turning back up. Google turning back up.
Still to come this morning, quantum stocks surging as the Commerce Department says they award grants to a number of firms, including some newly listed ones. Inflection CEO is going to join us still ahead. Intuit shares now cut in half over the last year, slumping double digits today. That's going to take you back to the fall of 2020. We'll talk about what's driving declines. First, though, the CEO of one of the world's biggest automakers, Stellantis, on their investor day. Their new 5-year roadmap announced this morning. A huge hour still ahead. Stay with us.
continue to do what's best for the markets, for the economy, for the individual investor, and the individual out there in the economy as a whole. So I'll be watching that, but really I don't think that it's going to be too many fireworks, but we'll see.
We certainly will.
Sanders
Wait and see.
supports
Cooper Howard, thank you so
long-dated
much for your time.
deep
As always, really enjoyed our
arm
chat.
pulse,
Director of Fixed Income
deep
Research and
calls,
Strategy, Schwab Center
PE
for Financial
pulse,
Research. Coming up,
NVIDIA
it's
pulse,
time for the morning trade.
Intel
We'll take a
pulse,
closer look at NVIDIA's big earnings
SPX
report that
pulse,
came out yesterday.
SMH pulse,
Morning trade line will be right back. Stay connected.
All right, S&P is starting to bounce. You need to see hedge flow line turn up, which should turn up. Positive gamma, supportive. Apple's starting to bounce. Apple is starting to bounce. Let's keep an eye on Apple and the Qs. Qs turning back up.
What do you make of NVIDIA earnings? It seems like they're crushing it, but the bar is just so high and they've already gotten so big.
People are so quick to what's the word I'm searching for? They're so critical. They're so critical on NVIDIA. You know, it's just like, have you seen the 11-month consolidation? Have you seen that? Yeah, well, you know, it's going to take a while. It's breaking out of that consolidation. Is it going to go straight up from here? No. Would the bulls like it better? Obviously, if it was pushing higher, sure. But we're making higher highs and higher lows. That looks good on NVIDIA. Higher highs and higher lows. We broke out of that 11-month base, making higher highs. Earnings were good. Earnings were a huge beat. You know, revenue growth, earnings growth.
Size, long dated, deep calls, deep puts, Micron pulse, Apple pulse.
And NVIDIA's forward PE. What's its forward PE? Let's see. NVIDIA's forward PE is at 27.
You put OpenAI and Anthropic on the heels of that, and their growth rates are extraordinary as well. I mean, just highlighting something else that Gil, adding on to what Gil was talking about, like the was lost in all the conversation. They're at $15 billion in revenue for their networking equipment. That puts them on a run rate equal to Qualcomm. I mean, and that's just an also-ran business inside NVIDIA. So Jensen talked about the AI factory at the GTC, and it's coming to life.
By the way, so they're expected to have $370 billion in annual sales. So at 5.4 trillion, they're only trading at 14 and a half times.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sales. And about 20 times forward earnings,
Yes,
right?
you're right.
On a 12-month
Again,
basis.
compared to SpaceX, which would be 80 times sales.
Joe, Jensen continues to dangle, though, this $1 trillion figure for revenue, right? Is that 25 through 27? Are they on track to hit that?
All signs point to yes, Matt. I mean, it is astounding that Jensen can just trot out this crazy number that year over year is 100% bigger than he said the year before, and he's on a runway to hit it. And Matt, I think the other interesting component here about the moat is the lockdown that they have on TMC production. The moat is not silicon. The moat is the packaging, and as a consequence, it's clean rooms is where the packaging occurs. They are consuming almost 2/3 of all the packaged chips coming out of TSMC.
Google
trying to get
Pulse, long dated
chips, if you're trying to get Trainium chips from Amazon, how are they going to make them?
They all get made in the same place, which is the most interesting thing there.
Yeah, exactly. And there's the supply chain risk within that too. Gil, if I can bring you back into the conversation, I know you have some thoughts on the SpaceX IPO too, and I think one of the ones I'm most interested in hearing is the $28.5 trillion supposed TAM, total addressable market. What did you make of that? How do you think we can get to that kind of figure for SpaceX?
Yeah, I mean, the nature of SpaceX is that it's really about the dream, right? The mission statement includes statements about humanity becoming multi-planetary, extending the light of consciousness into the stars. So
Deep
sounds like
cuts.
multi-trillion dollars. I actually had this conversation with Elon Musk 13 years ago. I asked him about taking SpaceX public. Tesla was public at the time. It was only a $5 billion market cap, and it was already giving him headaches. So he said, no, I think I'm going to keep SpaceX private for a while. So here we are 13 years later, and they're both going to be trillion-dollar companies. So believe Elon when he says the opportunity is big.
Joe, can they get there to a $2 trillion valuation? I mean, Tesla is valued at $1.5 trillion, and they don't even make and sell that many cars, right? It's all about the dream for Tesla too, and they seem to be able to support that.
Long dated.
The dream is grounded in reality here, though, because SpaceX is already launching infrastructure into space right now to support this data center and space model. So
BE
it is
Pulse.
actually
Long dated.
Starship
Deep
seems to be
calls.
launching 100 to 150 tons of payload, and they keep blowing up. So they're not launching any commercial payload thus far. And if they did get customers to put stuff into those, they could only take up like 35 to 50 tons.
Sure. The one thing that the last couple decades have proven to us, Matt, is don't bet against Elon. So the tactical technology solutions will be solved.
I think, Gil, for me, one of the head scratchers is their XAI business, because they are burning through cash. And in fact, SpaceX has really big GPU clusters, but they're renting more of that to Anthropic than what they're actually using themselves. How should we think about the AI business behind SpaceX and its potential growth?
Yeah, so up until now, this one tells us that it's been
Q's Pulse. Long dated.
money drained on Tesla. Around, they're going to start charging Anthropic $15 billion a year for that capacity. What happened is Elon's great at building these colossus data centers, but Grok hasn't been popular enough in order to fill them with inference demand. So he has this excess demand that he can sell to Anthropic, pay for the investment, while Grok gets better, and at which point he can give Anthropic a 90-day notice to kick him out and use that capacity for Grok. So big picture.
Okay, looking for these dips to get bought. Still waiting. Want to see these dips get bought. Q's bouncing back to VWAP. Could be a doji. Nothing says we have to be. Now that NVIDIA earnings behind us. Yeah. Up-down volume currently showing a mix, 2-to-1 down on the SPY, 2-to-1 down on the Qs, 4-to-1, almost 5-to-1 down on the diamonds. Dow Industrials, only 30 stocks. 1-to-1 up on the NASDAQ Composite, 2,700 stocks. And the NYSE is basically flat at 1.4 down. IWM is 1.4 up. Up volume, leading on IWM. Looking at IWM to push higher. Be nice to see the 10-year yield. Yields in general, I'd like to see these back off. The 10-year yields back, the 10 years off. Steepening yield curve, that's good for wash, of course. With a 30-year higher than the short end. Looking for shorter term yields to be obviously a lower yield than the 30-year. It was just 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, somebody, I forget who the hell it was, they were talking about the U.S. dollar. It was some congressperson talking about the U.S. dollar a couple of weeks ago, that the U.S. dollar was weakening. We had to do something about it, blah, 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 blah. Really? Did they even take the time to look at the U.S. dollar and go back like 20 years when it was trading, near 70 something? Remember this over here? Remember in 2008, 2009, the U.S. dollar was trading at 70? And they're worried about it over here at nearly 100? Come on, give me a break. You got to take what you hear in the news with a grain of salt, measure it up against history and your common sense, really. So somebody says something that's dire, it sounds like it's going, the world's coming to an end. Do some research. I mean, we have everything at our fingertips now. It used to be you go to the library, you have to go through the card catalog, right? Some of you older people, some of you younger people probably don't know what a card catalog is. But, everything computerized now, but I guess it's card catalog on the computer. Anyway, everything has changed so much. People just don't want to do their own research. They want somebody else to tell them, what to expect. I don't know. Just it gets me riled up sometimes. Don't mind me. I'm just bitching. But somebody was saying something. One of these Congress people was talking about the U.S. dollar. I think it might have been AOC or something. No, it was Elizabeth Warren. It was Elizabeth Warren. She was talking about the U.S. dollar and blah, 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 blah. Our party's the best and their party sucks. The whole thing. Whoever's in power, the other side sucks. It's so stupid. Do your own research. Do yourself a favor. All right, I'm finished. I'll get off my soapbox now. I'm looking for the markets to bounce. Just wasting time here. U.S. dollar. Let's see what crude oil is doing. Crude oil. We want this lower. Obviously, the crude oil. We want that lower. It's still up there. DBC. You want commodities to be lower, not higher. You want commodity prices to be lower, not higher. And the Deutsche Bank commodity tracking ETF is at the highs. Okay, we want junk bonds to be higher. We want junk bonds to be moving higher. That shows risk appetite. Same thing with IWM. We want IWM to be higher. That shows risk appetite, risk on, risk off. IWM. Biotechs, IBB, and XBI, we want those to get a bid. Okay, XBI and IBB. Microsoft's still not bouncing. I don't know if you've been paying attention to Microsoft the last couple of days, but it's been doing some odd things. Been doing some odd things here. So we're keeping an eye on Microsoft. Got a position in this. Not happy with the way it's performing. This morning it looked like it was going to take out 430. Got rejected. If you look at Microsoft pre-market, Microsoft, it was way up there. Pre-market looked really good. Pre-market was up here at 433. That's the second time. It got up. Pre-market got above 430, and they sold it. Okay, here's Microsoft. Right, Microsoft pre-market right there. It was trading 433. 433 right here. 433, and it sold. I don't like the way that's playing. I don't know what they're doing here. It was up here. It was north of 430, the call wall. So maybe it's the dealers. I don't know. Maybe they're trying to shake people out. Just pay attention to Microsoft because we definitely want this to bounce and take out that 430. If it can take out 430, that would be a good sign. I don't like when they play games, though. Not that they care. That's the object of institutions. They want to shake you out. They want to take the liquidity. They take the liquidity by taking out stops below and above. You get your stops taken out. How many times does that happen before you realize what they're up to? Palantir trying to push. I know. I'm in a bitchy mood this morning. I had a good night's sleep, too. Went to my favorite Jersey bagels this morning with my son. So everything's good. Just was running behind schedule this morning. Microsoft. Let's see what else. Apple. Apple was a lot of open interest yesterday. A lot of flow in Apple in the short-dated options that expire tomorrow. That flow did not translate into open interest. At least, let me just check here again. A lot of flow, bullish flow in the options that expire tomorrow. Yesterday, we saw a lot of flow in the Friday options yesterday, and that didn't translate into increasing open interest. All right, so we got 70,000 contracts trading at the money, 302.50 and 305. Got 70,000 contracts. Open interest is 13,000 and 11,000 at 302.50, and 305. If you look at your option chain for Apple, you'll see that 70,000 contracts, 78,000 contracts have traded already this morning against 24,000 in open interest. We had like 67,000 in open interest yesterday, and we had like 600,000 in change in flow. So it's 10 times what we had in open interest, basically. Average, don't be so precise. The point is that didn't translate into open interest. So these are day traders. For whatever reason, they're looking for some kind of move in Apple. What? What do you want? What do you want? You're so aggravating, you are. I gave you, what do you like? Got a tapeworm, cat? The cat's aggravating me. Okay. All right, so we're waiting for the markets to wake up. Let's see what hedge flows are doing. Hedge flows are trying to turn here. Okay, hedge flows are trying to turn. Okay, so let me just zoom in on this. Support and resistance. Okay, we're right at support, 7,400 support. We got a lot of positive gamma. You can notice the background's purple. So we're looking for this to bounce. So I'm looking to take some S&P long, like some 74.20s, something like that. 74.20s, 74.30s. So have it ready. Have it at the ready. So all you'd have to do is push the enter button or buy button. I have some out of the money calls as well, a spread in S&P. Have some Q calls. I'm looking for the Qs to bounce as well. Looking for the Qs to go. Maybe later in the day. Looking for Qs to get back above VWAP.
That was President Trump speaking last month. U.S. gas prices continue to rise since the start of the war as the administration pushes to expand domestic oil and gas production. Joining us now is Jared Aiken, Executive Director of
Google. All right, so Google's trying to do something here. Google.
Thank you so much for joining us, Jared.
Google on the bounce at the 21 day.
An oil and gas lease sale in New Mexico and Texas, generating over $4 billion. What is the timeline for everyday Americans that are waiting for lower gasoline prices for them to convert into leases to actual barrels of oil hitting the market?
Yeah, well, it's exactly what the president just said. I mean, once the Strait of Hormuz opens, you're going to see gas prices go down very quickly. But the sale yesterday, why that's important, is all the things the president and the administration are doing are really going to benefit us in the long term. We're going to be in a better position once the Strait of Hormuz opens up again. That lease sale yesterday, you mentioned it, $4 billion. That's not just a record. That is 4 times the next closest lease sale that has ever happened from the Department of Interior. Just soak that in. It's 4 times better thanks to President Trump because people are investing in oil and gas again in America. Drill, baby, drill under President Trump.
Okay, so one thing to keep in mind, the update. You see how blue this chart is? Okay, if you look at the bottom left corner, you can see May 20th, May 21st. You can see all that dark blue all the way up to 75.50 and all the way down to 6,800, 67.50, all the way down to 67.50. So 67.50 all the way up to 75.50. Dark blue. None of this is red. None of it is red. So that's telling you there's a lot of positive gamma, not only in the S&P 500, but also in 120 stocks that are part of this graph. Okay. As part of this graph. I think he said it was 120 stocks, Brent. This is clearly bullish. Everybody's taking risk right now. So it's risk on until we see either a spike in gold, spike in crude oil, or a spike in yields, or both. Right now, things are positive. Okay, market gamma is positive, so we're looking for dips to get bought. A dip back to the 21 day. looking for that to get bought. For Google, okay. So you might be thinking to yourself, maybe if you're thinking about the last couple of weeks have been telling you, I was reducing my risk, right? I wanted to make sure my options were all out in June or July or August. And it's still the case, but I know, or I assume, that dips are going to get bought because all the positive gamma. So I am taking some trades that are shorter time frame for day trades, short-term swings like Apple yesterday. David mentioned it early. Microsoft, if it bounces here, I might take a trade on that. Looking for ARM holdings to continue. Looking for ARM to push higher, ARM holdings. So if you're buying in the morning, you're looking for the evening to be higher, right? So if you're looking at something like, let's say Netflix, right? You're looking at Netflix oversold in the morning. RSI is oversold in the morning, right? You buy, put a stop underneath. So there's a lot of these kind of trades going on right now. Let's see, Microsoft. Microsoft's probably a prime candidate. Right now, Microsoft is coming off oversold. So 1 minute RSI oversold. Watch Microsoft. Microsoft.
Jared, I was talking to a wealth manager who has a lot of clients in Idaho. A lot of them have made their wealth.
Okay, Microsoft's going right here, right now. Okay, here we go, right here. All right, so if you're going to buy Microsoft, put a stop underneath 416. Stop 416. Under 416. Okay, so there you go. Here's a trade right here. There's your trade. There's your stop. Okay. Okay, there's your stop. Okay, RSI rising. Okay, we'll see where this is in a few minutes, but this looks really good. 1 minute. I gotta clean that out. All right, so watching that. Microsoft turning the corner.
And so they're not focused on private land. Some of these are obviously federal facilities up in Alaska, in New Mexico and Texas. And then, like I said, we're really pushing in Venezuela and hitting record levels of production. That's where really it's going to drive the more molecules that we need for energy dominance. So we no doubt have the most oil of anybody in the world in terms of supply. As you said, you're ramping up production. How much of the Middle East production do you think, though, is damaged? I mean, when the Strait of Hormuz gets reopened, if the Strait of Hormuz is reopened, how quickly do you think all of that production can come back online? Because it's a fungible commodity, right? So even if we have all of it, everybody else in the world is bidding up the price. Well, I think that's where the U.S. is in a position of strength. So what we're getting.
All right, Microsoft's starting to go. Watch Microsoft here.
Meet the demand that's out there, and the answer is yes. And so what you've seen is some of the facilities for natural gas and LNG in the Middle East have been hit, but we're ramping up LNG facilities here in the United States. We are now by far the biggest leader in production and exporting both oil and gas. We've really brought LNG export facilities online under President Trump, and we're getting more long-term deals where the U.S. out of the Gulf of America can supply Europe, can supply Asia, can supply the U.S. on natural gas and LNG. And then obviously we're opening up Alaska to even do more of that over into Asia.
All right, Director, thank you so much for joining us. That's the National Energy Dominance Council Executive Director, Jared Agan. Later today, more Washington insight on Iran and energy. Republican Senator Shelley Moore Capito of West Virginia joins Balance of Power at 1:30 p.m. New York time.
DXYZ.
Hi, my name is Wally, and this is my wife, Becky. We are standing in our new remodeled showroom at Sunspace in Myrtle Beach.
We're a veteran-owned company, and we've been building custom sunroofs for over a decade.
Our dedicated team ensures high-quality, efficient work on every project. No subcontractors involved.
With free custom designs to on-site project reviews and permit assistance, we make the process stress-free and easy for you.
Our goal is to bring your vision to life. Come see us in our showroom and let us build the perfect sunroom for you.
This is it. The trade that will make your day.
0 DTE, call side. Size.
All right, looking for Microsoft to turn back up. Amazon, Google too. Amazon and Google, 1 minute RSI setups, day trades.
Is Asia leading the next growth cycle? Power central banks setting the pace for global markets.
What is the Chinese plan for continuing economic growth?
How will demographics redefine the future?
Facing off against the Trump administration.
At Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, Bloomberg journalists ask the questions shaping capital, policy, and markets. Visit BloombergLive.com/invest Hong Kong.
All right, these day trades work the best when you've got positive gamma because you know what the dealers are going to do. You know exactly what the dealers are going to do. Is that a guarantee? No, it's never a guarantee, but you got to take a shot, right? There goes Google. All right, so let's take a look at Google. Here's Google. Okay, 1 minute RSI oversold this morning. Look at that. Look at Google. About 10, double bottom. Amazon 945. Amazon 945. Okay, the dollar ready to rip. Okay, good. Here goes Google. Microsoft turning the corner. IONQ. 1 minute. IONQ. Let's look at IONQ. Okay, you got a dip right here. Okay. IONQ should go ABCD pattern. ABCD early. Okay, IONQ. Here's your A. Here's B. Here's C. It's going to go. IONQ is going to go. Okay. You know why? Because of the positive gamma. I know you get tired of hearing me say it, but, you know. Positive gamma, you know what the dealers are going to do. As soon as they see it start to move or stabilize, they start buying. That neutralizes their position, and they sell into strength. All right, looks good. All right, okay, here goes Microsoft. Microsoft again. 1, 2, 3. Microsoft. Okay, here goes Microsoft.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep calls, deep puts.
When control of Congress changes, entire sectors like energy can move with it. On interactive brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 23% chance of keeping the House. That probability is too low. By yes for 23 cents. Think it's too high? By no for 74 cents. Each correct prediction is exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At interactive brokers, you can trade that prediction market hundreds of other in-day prices. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and options. The best informed investors choose interactive brokers.
This is it. The trade that will make your day. This is what it's all
BE Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
tracing patterns, tracking flows, auto pay, coffee crushing, working orders. This is the trade you've been waiting for. And with next generation speed, automation, and integration. This is the new fixed income EMS that will make sure you win it. Bloomberg Trade EMS.
Is Asia leading the next growth
Arm
cycle?
Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
What is the
What is the secret to facing off against the Trump administration?
At Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, Bloomberg journalists ask the questions shaping capital, policy, and markets. Visit BloombergLive.com/Invest Hong Kong to learn more. Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, where intelligence meets capital. Bloomberg Tech is live from coast to coast with Caroline Hyde in New York and Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
This is Bloomberg Tech coming up. SpaceX pitches a $28.5 trillion opportunity from AI to Mars ahead of an all-time blockbuster IPO. We break down the S1. Plus, NVIDIA fails to reignite the AI trade as CEO Jensen Huang pushes to diversify the chip maker, saying AI is set to go mainstream. And another major IPO on the horizon, OpenAI preparing for a filing which could come as soon as tomorrow. Let's get straight to our top story. SpaceX has publicly filed for an IPO and in the process disclosed billions of dollars in losses along with a super voting share structure that would give Elon Musk sweeping control over the company. The ticker will be SPX. The filing also underscores just how ambitious SpaceX believes its future could be. Today's big number, $28.5 trillion. The total addressable market the company says it's pursuing, according to the documents. Let's get more on SpaceX's IPO and on Starship at the heart of it. Bloomberg managing editor for Space, Benedict Hamill, Bloomberg deals reporter.
Okay, watching Microsoft.
We learned a lot about the reality of where SpaceX's business is right now. So let's start there. The numbers that jumped out at you as we poured through the document and went through it with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah, I mean, I really mentioned some of them. The one that really was a bonkers number.
Tesla pumps,
the total
long dated
market, the market they're targeting.
Okay, watching ARM for a breakout. These chip stocks, they start going and they just don't stop. Like Micron, I sold Micron at 540. I had the 530, 540. We had rolled those up quite a few times. And I sold at 540. And look where this damn thing is now. You know, it made it all the way to 806, 818. I sold it back over here when it made that last run. So I'm looking at stocks like ARM Holding, and I'm saying, you know, let me take a shot at it. Let me take some January options. Maybe this thing keeps going. You know, it's a cheap shot, right? Take some profits and, you know, buy a few calls here, buy a spread. Yeah, these are at highs, so these are a bit more risky. I'd rather have a dip to buy it, you know, buy it on one of these dips here. But these are looking good. You know, it's a positive gamma regime that we're dealing with. Here goes Meta.
Micron pumps, deep calls, Palantir pumps.
There's been so much said and written over the past 2, 3, 4, 5 months around who's actually going to be leading this deal. I mean, if you look at the S1, Goldman Sachs is in that plumb left position. To the right of them, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, Citigroup, and JP Morgan, the last three sort of in alphabetical order, as it were. But you know, I think if you're Goldman Sachs, you're looking at this and saying this is a great marketing win for us. You know, we are the preeminent franchise for IPOs and technology on the street. And then you're Morgan Stanley, who maybe is saying, well, you know, we've done a lot of work with Elon Musk over the years. What does that mean for us? Well,
Q's pumps, long dated. Micron pumps, deep calls.
Which I will say, you know, it's not something to, you know, really pass over. The stabilization role is crucial to trading that very first day flow. And in some cases, that can do the
Meta's turning.
that flow on day one.
Netflix.
A certain cut of that revenue. So, you know, it comes down at the end of the day to sort of marketing versus economics. I mean, our understanding is that the economic structure in terms of who's getting the fees is roughly equal. But if you're Goldman Sachs, you're able to go out to your investors and say, or your shareholders and say, you know, we are leading the biggest IPO of all time, and that's clearly right. And we got the reporting that David Solomon, Goldman CEO, slid into
NVIDIA
to get
pubs,
that win.
long dated.
The other important thing is who controls this company. What do we learn about Elon Musk's voting power?
Yeah, so he retains absolute control over the company. Overall, just
just north of 40%. Some other interesting investors in there. We're not quite sure what the role of Google is. They're obviously an early investor in this, but this is a company that will mint lots of billionaires and possibly the first trillionaire if Musk gets his way precisely comes out as
Okay.
get into a very different strategy altogether if he gets those bonus shares.
Okay. Microsoft, no follow through yet. Microsoft, okay. IONQ, trying to get something going. IONQ. Okay, IONQ. All right, so ABCD pattern looking for to push a bit higher. Microsoft rolling over a bit.
Thank you very much. The SpaceX prospectus asks investors to believe in three things: AI in space, 1 million people on Mars, and Elon Musk's ability to make it all happen. But that's also what great IPO storytelling is supposed to do. Sell the investors on a future that doesn't yet fully exist. Joining us now is Lauren Webster, Piper Sandler's head of investment banking. Just say off the bat, Piper Sandler's involved in this IPO. But you know this industry, you know how an IPO works, and this will be the biggest IPO of all time. When you read that document, as far-fetched and out of this world as it was, what were you thinking?
I was certainly thinking aspirational.
Amazon.
Well, let's unpack, for starters, the TAM that you spoke about.
Okay, so you have this document, and you have to say something.
Yes.
And what you say is, we see a world where
Google watching here, this bounce, Google. Okay, IONQ watching, IONQ.
So two observations. First, I think every perspective was a very long-dated TAM. And this is not out of the ordinary. It truly is par for the course. The second one is every company going public wants to be able to tell investors the playbook, but you got multiple ways to win and multiple TAMs.
Okay, NVIDIA, still no bid in NVIDIA. Sitting down here at the low. Futures, no follow through yet. Futures, S&P. Okay, we're still waiting. Hedge flows continue to move a bit lower. We could come all the way down to 73.40. Hopefully we don't. Looking for a bid.
Application one needs a lot of unpacking, but I think that's part of the story here is that there are really three core pieces, and each of these are going to be foundational to the future of how enterprises deliver services to their customers.
Deep calls. 0 DTE. Call flag.
NVIDIA, still no bid in NVIDIA. Microsoft, waiting for a bid. Amazon, trying to push a bit higher. Broadcom pulling back a bit. Okay, so we do have down volume leading on the NASDAQ for now. The Qs 3-to-1 down volume. Okay, so the NASDAQ composite just went 1-to-1 down. It's basically flat for now.
Long dated.
Really large TAM numbers because it really does touch every part of the enterprise ecosystem and then rolling down into consumer daily life.
We maybe should have started there, but why does the preliminary prospectus matter?
Microsoft, no follow through yet. NVIDIA, no follow through. Netflix trying to push. Amazon, a little bounce. Google, a bit better. Meta might do something here. Watch Meta. Okay, Meta's coming off the low, so it's still got a lot of work to do. Meta coming off the low.
And have really bent the cost curve associated with the future space economy. Two is really telling the story around autonomy and connectivity to that autonomy at the edge with Starlink.
Bitcoin still hasn't given us much. Bitcoin.
Power connectivity required for
IWM sitting in the top 25, 30% of yesterday's price action. All right, we're sitting right up here in the top 25%. Looking for a push higher. Now, it would be nice if the 10-year yield, it'd be nice if the 10-year would pull back a bit more, start to sell. If it gets below yesterday's low, that'd be a good signal for IWM. Okay, the 10-year yield. IWM hanging in there for now. At VWAP. IONQ trying to turn up. There goes Meta, pushing a bit higher. Microsoft, no follow through yet. Okay, Netflix pushing a bit more. Netflix needs to get above 90. So we had an outside day right here last week. Actually, that was Monday. Monday, outside day. So we're looking for a higher low and a higher high. Looking for it to take out this high right there, basically.
I think it is important. It is not binary. What it does is we're already seeing tremendous investor enthusiasm around the SpaceX IPO. I think that enthusiasm holds, even if Starship doesn't go.
There's a big piece on today about why Beijing has not approved a single one of these H200s.
Because they're trying to empower their national champions.
They don't trust U.S. tech to some degree. And there's broader concerns about hyperscaler.
Okay, Apple trying to go right now. Watch Apple. Apple's trying to go. Okay, we got this little triangle pattern for now. Okay, got this little triangle pattern. Okay, we're starting to break to the upside. Watch Apple. Here's Apple trying to go.
The leaders of AI just need to do a better job explaining to the public why we should be building all of this, why it's a very positive thing for our economy and people's livelihoods. And when we get, certain ones like a Dario Amodei talking about 20% unemployment, that's scary stuff, right? No wonder there's political pushback.
Not to mention what it's done to electricity and pricing,
higher prices,
inflation in the grid. Yeah. For more on the broader market, let's bring in UBS Alignment Partners Managing Director Ali McCartney, who's here at Post 9, can help us take stock of what the market's done, even in the face of pretty amazing earnings growth so far.
Well, look, I couldn't have set it up better than Jensen's comments.
Watch Apple. Apple trying to break higher.
A place where we had, to use the cosmic references that we have been using in the stock market of late for myriad reasons. Earnings was astronomical. NVIDIA, for all intents and purposes, closed out the first quarter earnings season yesterday. The number is 29% earnings growth in the first quarter. These things that we talk
Apple continues to push. Watch Apple.
To people and to algorithms and to relationships in the short term. But right now what we're dealing with is, again, there are certainly reasons for everything we talked about, and the fact that, let's be honest, the market seems to have largely looked through the Gulf situation. But there are absolutely short and medium-term consequences, potentially longer-term consequences to not only all commodity markets, supply chain, inflation, the AI trade, and being able to buy the energy to run the machines. But the question is, are we talking about a story predominantly of inflation? which means we, like Europe and the Bank of England, end up needing to hike? Or are we
Okay, here goes Apple.
to growth, where we potentially need to bring interest rates down? And so I think what you've seen is like this daily parsing in different markets between all of those narratives.
Is NVIDIA key to the AI trade? I mean, it was for so long. It's down 2%, a company that's growing revenues more than 80%, beat and raised forecast, now has a cash return story, you know, when it comes to the authorization of the new buyback, which is something the market is pushing for. $1 trillion, talking about $1 trillion market opportunities with revenue.
So I think it is, and I will be buying
it tell you that it's down
today.
Okay.
So that what it is telling me right now, and again, it is key in that it is the behemoth in the room. PR and marketing perspective, the name that we talk about and think about. You know, I have client portfolios that owned this at $30,000-$40,000 when it was a baby and no one talked about it, and they now own it at $1, $2, $3, $4 million. So simply the narrative of the growth is very important. And what he just talked about, whether Jensen was referring specifically to NVIDIA, or whether you can take it as a much larger semiconductor conversation, AI conversation in terms of infrastructure, in terms of chips, in terms of energy, in terms of agentic AI. So I do think it is important. Why do I think it's down? I think, again, we knew what was coming. We were 98% into an earnings season that was bonkers. We have a semiconductor index that was up between 60 and 70%. So what are you seeing today? You saw then confirm the narrative that the AI trade and the secular tailwinds are real, but you didn't see them come in with anything that sort of overwhelmed or underwhelmed regarding those other narratives we're focused on in the market.
I mean, this was $166 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So
not a nice time in
feeling that it's a disappointment in any way.
No, I don't think it was a disappointment in any way. Again, I think that we are at this very interesting point where, you know, we have the old adage, sell in when May and go away. We've had this very, very specific, very narrow rally as we are sitting 3-4 months into the Strait of Hormuz, for all intents and purposes, being closed. We have major IPOs on the horizon. We have a midterm election, which historically in midterm election years, you see above average performance in markets, both before and after. 35 out of the last 39 midterm elections during, you know, since the Civil War have seen the non-incumbent party take seats. The likelihood is that we get more gridlock in December than we have today. Markets also seem to like that. So I think we will, see volatility in the markets because of all these competing narratives and uncertainty. But I also think that we will probably have an administration that is very focused on the stock market and things like affordability, directionality, so that there will be both political and structural support.
7,500 year-end.
Well, so we have a 7,500 in terms of our base case. Since the beginning of the year, we've been saying that the bull case is about 8,200, and that bull case.
Okay, IO and Q also pushing higher. IO and Q.
Spending, adoption, and profitability of AI beyond the hyperscalers. So when I look at the markets right now, I look at that bull case of 8,200. We even have our investment bank technical analysts that put a number of closer to 8,400 by the end of next year. It is hard for me to imagine from a relative or absolute basis right now globally that we do not have, you know, continuation in this bull market.
Allie, it's good to have you as always. Allie McCarthy. We're getting some news on Spotify again. Let's get back to Julia Borston. Hey, Julia.
Hi, that's right. I'm here at the Investor Day where Spotify and Universal Music Group just announced a new, what they call a landmark licensing agreement for fan-made covers and remixes. They're announcing a new responsible AI tool as a paid add-on for Spotify Premium users that will allow users to create covers and remixes of songs from participating artists and songwriters. Spotify shares continuing to move higher on this news, now up nearly 11%. This after the company also issued their
Intel
rules and
Pulse.
guidance for
0
2030.
DTE.
All of
Call
this pushing
sign.
the stock up nearly
Size.
11%. Back over to you.
SPX
Hey, thank you,
calls.
Juliette. Looking forward to your interview as well next hour. Still to come, early SpaceX investor Peter Diamandis, how he's thinking about the largest IPO of all time.
And speaking of debuts, some new details emerging about the race to go public for OpenAI and Anthropic.
IONQ trying to push a bit higher. IONQ. Hedge flows still trying to turn the corner. We got positive gamma overhead starting to build. Okay, positive gamma overhead starting to build. You got a 98 percentile at 74.25. We're sitting right on top of 7,400. Trying to push a bit higher now.
Nvidia Pulse.
Okay, so pretty sticky price action.
SPX calls.
Pretty sticky. Okay, Netflix still trying to get above 89. Right at 88.98 right now. Okay, S&P, Amazon trying to push above that 21-day on the right, that orange line in the middle of the Bollinger Bands. Okay, here goes Apple. Apple's trying to go now. Apple's trying to go.
Tesla Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Nvidia Pulse.
Okay, Apple looking for more upside. Looking for the breakout. Okay, looking for this breakout, Apple. Apple looking for the breakout.
ASTX. FCEL. BLDP.
SpaceX officially kicking off the race to the public markets with its S1 filing last night, as new details also emerge about Anthropic and OpenAI's IPO plans for themselves. Kate Rooney has more in today's Tech Check segment. Kate.
Sarah, so the race is very much on. I am now hearing that OpenAI is preparing to file for an IPO confidentially. That would be as soon as Friday, and is looking to go public as soon as September. This is according to a source familiar with that deal process. And OpenAI
There goes Netflix. Or Netflix charging back towards 90, hopefully.
regularly evaluating a range of strategic options. This company was last valued at more than $850 billion, at least in private markets. It would follow the record-breaking SpaceX listing with its own AI business, which is XAI. I'm also told by sources that rival Anthropic has been getting IPO ready behind the scenes, but that is a bit more fluid when you look at timing. OpenAI is very much planting the flag here with Wall Street to get out first and get ahead of its biggest competitor.
All right, Apple no follow through yet, no breakout. Dealers have an incentive to keep it down here.
Benchmarks by losses, especially in this case, and then tell their story to the street. Some new eye-popping numbers, guys.
S&P. All right, looking for that S&P to pop. Can we finally get something going here? Got a doji for now. We might have to wait until the evening session, afternoon, for institutions to come in. NVIDIA, expecting that dip to get bought too. NVIDIA. Patience. What's ARM Holdings doing? ARM Holdings. Okay, big gap up, big squeeze, and breaking out. Okay, let's see. What is Oracle doing? Oracle, all right. IWM.
Let's stick with this IPO pipeline. SpaceX making that crucial step toward a long-awaited public market debut, disclosing those key financials in the S1, losing $4.9 billion last year on nearly $19 billion in revenue. Filing kicks off the countdown to what should be the biggest
Let's
IPO in
see.
history. Let's bring in Peter Diamandis, early investor in SpaceX and XAI, founder, of course, of the X Prize Foundation. Peter, welcome back.
Microsoft. Still waiting for Microsoft to do something.
Yep. Street's learning a lot. What do you think the takeaway should be from the filing?
Well, the takeaway is you can project the company's value based on the business today, Starlink,
NVIDIA Pulse,
and all, but the real value of SpaceX is
Netflix. Netflix. All right, we had a big day on Monday. Can today be the next day? The next big day? Can we get another big day today? 60 minute. We're above the 60 minute. All right, 60 minute 20 MA.
Nobody who's been able to implement that. People used to laugh at the idea of SpaceX building reusable vehicles. They're not laughing anymore. They've crushed the marketplace.
Yeah, remember when astronauts were given Elon such a hard time? I mean, the people that Elon looked up to were like criticizing him and making fun of him. You know, a vehicle that could, a booster that could fly back down to Earth. They thought he was nuts, right? I'm not exactly sure who it was, but there was, some pretty famous astronauts. And look at where we are now. And I love when you get these politicians that say, I'm not going to say who it is because it's going to sound biased, but I love these politicians that say Elon's not smart. He's not a smart person. Yeah, I wish I was dumb like him. I wish I was dumb like Elon. Oh, he's an immigrant. He came here from South Africa. No shit. So what? He came in legally. Just so aggravating. You might be saying, Vinny, what side of the bed did you wake up on? Yeah, I know. All right. Looking for Apple to continue.
It unlocks everything. It's the equivalent of the first galleons coming from Europe to America or the railroads, right? When you own that infrastructure, you own all the businesses along that path and that you're building on the other end. So, when I think about SpaceX, it's not a rocket company. It's the first vertically integrated AI, energy, connectivity, space infrastructure company. The question is, are you going to bet against Elon in building that out? And there's no one close.
It's all, it's hard to wrap your arms around, though, if you're an investor, Peter. How do you think about valuing any of that or when it might actually produce profitability?
Yeah, so I think we have.
Or is that stupid to even ask?
Yeah, we have a profitable engine today with Starlink, right? It's doing extraordinary work. And again, when Starlink was first proposed, before Elon had the spectrum, people said there's no way he can't do it. He constantly over delivers on what people say is impossible. That's the very first thing. The best predictor of the future is the guy's track record of what he's done. Now, he's not always on time, but directionally, he's always been correct. So I think people are going to value based upon the higher end of what's possible today and then go beyond that because, end of the day, could this be the first $10 trillion company or higher? I think so. I don't think there's anyone who's got an integrated capability close to it.
You mentioned the analog to explorers who came across oceans and started utilizing resources. Do we? I mean, are we going to wind up in legal disputes about who owns low orbit or who owns the moon? Can we just go up there and start taking stuff?
So that's a great question.
Sounds
And there is
long
policy
dated.
in place. There is structure in place with the ITU for getting access to orbital slots. The U.S. government is going to have to set policy. You know, years ago, I had been building a asteroid mining company to get access to the nickel, iron, platinum group metals and the oxygen and hydrogen out there. And we ended up creating policy in the U.S. and Luxembourg for ownership. The same things are going to be happening, and the U.S. is in a position to take leadership there. So again, I'm going to say it, everything we hold of value on Earth is in near infinite quantities in space. And this is the first explorers coming to the New World and the first settlers, building the railroads on the West Coast. And we're opening up and unlocking layers and
Watch Netflix. ARM is at the high. Apple trying to break that high.
I mean, it's hard to compete with that kind of narrative. Peter, there are some wild risk factors though that are listed in this filing. Everything from extraterrestrial liability, just how much capital it's going to be to colonize Martians, I guess. Loss of human life is one of the risk factors. I mean, how do you think about what the risks are for investors?
So, listen, I'm not counting in going to Mars in any of this value. I think most of the value in the near term is unlocked in low Earth orbit and in the Earth-Moon system. Don't forget that Jared Isaacman, our new NASA administrator, is fundamentally set on going to the moon and staying there, building infrastructure, building settlements, building science bases. The moon will be part of the U.S. or the Earth economic system. We're talking about economics 3.0. I don't think people realize how
Apple watching this breakout potentially.
Loss of life, yes. Space is still dangerous. I guarantee you, Falcon 9 is the most extraordinary vehicle ever built, far safer. But, Elon's vision, he's built Starship.
Okay, Microsoft looks like it wants to go here. Microsoft.
Refuel and fly again, heading towards aviation economics, right? The thought of launching a rocket every hour seems crazy until you realize we're currently launching airplanes, every couple of seconds, and that's where we're heading. Again, think about where we are today.
Zero DT.
With AI data centers, AGI coming, and compared to just 2 years ago. 2 years ago, what's possible today? They would think you're crazy. We're in the middle of the singularity. We're in the middle of hypersonic exponential growth, and it's not slowing down. AI is unlocking more and more of it.
Finally, Peter, what happens to land-based data center infrastructure once this really takes off? Is it going to be seen as old-fashioned?
No, I think we're going to end up unlocking all of it. There will be land-based. I'm sorry for people who are voting against the data centers in their backyard. I think you're making a mistake. We can talk about that. I think energy can be solved locally. We're going to move data centers into the ocean, into space, onto farmland. We are, this is the innermost loop. Energy, chips, data centers, intelligence. It's accelerating, and there's a near infinite desire for that. The most precious force we as humans know is intelligence. It's what differentiates us from everything. We're gonna, this intelligence is going to allow us to solve physics, math, biology. It'll give us extended health spans. It'll give us new materials we've never existed before. I'm not talking 10 years out. I'm talking the next 2 to 5 years. Incredible wealth is going to be unlocked. And again, we are linear thinkers. The way that we think, it hasn't changed for hundreds of thousands of years. But
-2%, and then everyone goes, but it doesn't even matter what the number is.
Zero DT.
You're in the markets. Why do we behave like that?
lonely at the top. I mean, when you're the largest company in the world, I don't think there's anything you can do to surprise investors to the upside. So you become a company that needs to defend itself. NVIDIA hit it out of the park in many ways, in almost all the ways that we expected them to, not only in the top line and earnings, but also, networking business growing as well as diversifying its customer base. Everything we've asked for, they've given us. But I think there are other things like, is the growth actually slowing? Is the growth what we've been expecting for the last 2 or 3 years? And that's the question that I don't think NVIDIA was able to answer. And the dividend increase, to me, was a big signal that what the investors have been worrying about might be coming true.
Okay, I apologize to my team in the control room. I'm going to do the opposite of what I just said.
Okay.
Let's linger then. Let's linger on the shareholder returns. What were you getting at there? Give me a little bit more.
Yeah, so, the buybacks, it's not that big because if you're, multi-trillion-dollar company, 80 billion isn't that huge.
I see.
It was really the dividend side of it. When a company starts to return dividend, that's a multi-year commitment, right? So that means, well, maybe we're not going to be finding other areas to invest in. We're just going to be returning some cash to the investors. And that's a signal for growth companies that says, okay, maybe we're not going to be growing as fast as anticipated. So that was a small signal. We'll see what happens. I still think NVIDIA is going to continue to grow because of this massive ecosystem they're at the center of. But it was definitely a signal, maybe a small one, but a certain one.
We're showing this image on the screen, right? And we went into this earnings prior to them saying 2 things. Everyone expects a beat and raise situation, but also it doesn't really matter historically what NVIDIA says. That data, I appreciate there's a lot there, is how the S&P 500 trades in the days and months that follow an NVIDIA earnings, even when they beat big. And there's no guarantee that the market is going to sort of respond with euphoria. Does that matter anymore, this kind of story that at the index level, given NVIDIA's size and scale, that was kind of what we were all bracing for?
Yeah, I mean, it matters because of its size, right? The largest company behaving this way is going to have an impact on the index. Now, this reminds me of how Apple used to behave about 10 plus years ago. There was nothing that Apple could do to satisfy investors. The market would actually punish them for it. So I think this is just what happens when you are at the top and you have investors have high expectations of you, and if you happen to have a high concentration in the index, you can take everyone down with you.
It's really, really tempting always to look at how stock trades in the moment and try and find the story. But what I would also say is that, if you think about last Friday, Monday, Tuesday, when the President of the United States returned from China, NVIDIA and the sector, the stocks, were close to correction territory. We're down again now post-earnings NVIDIA. What lesson would you learn from that?
There are 2 things. I think the reaction today really is about NVIDIA itself. It's not even about the AI industry. It's about NVIDIA. Friday was a huge disappointment. And since then, we've learned that China actually banned the gaming chips while Jensen Huang was there. So when we're looking at China and NVIDIA, it's not a reliable market as much as it's a market that we would like to be in. So it is, I think, right for Jensen Huang to sort of pay attention to other areas in which they can expand. Think about sovereign AIs outside of China, really. And I think China would be sort of a bonus, an upside optionality if it happens, but that if is a very big if.
Hannah Ruffin, founder and CEO of Trinidad Advisory. Thank you very much. Now, coming up, we're going to be joined by Sarah Guo from Conviction.
All right, Apple finally breaking out. Apple's about to break out.
These are companies of all sizes themselves. Can't wait. This is Bloomberg Tech.
Long dated, deep calls. NVIDIA Pulse.
The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data in the best possible way.
NVIDIA breaking out. Apple breaking out.
Step 1 of your execution management system, Bloomberg Trading Events.
Is Asia leading the next growth cycle? How are central banks setting the pace for global markets?
What is the Chinese PPG on continuing economic growth?
How will demographics redefine the future?
What is the secret to facing off against the Trump administration?
At Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, Bloomberg journalists ask the questions shaping capital, policy, and markets. Visit BloombergLive.com/invest Hong Kong to learn more. Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, where intelligence meets capital. Bloomberg Tech, live in San Francisco with Emily Chang and Tom Giles. Join leading CEOs, tech visionaries, and industry icons for an unparalleled event.
Size.
What is the fate of search?
We are definitely investing for the long run. We want to help these players develop.
There we go. There goes Microsoft looking for the follow through, looking for NVIDIA to catch a bid now. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday. We finally getting a little breakout on Apple over there. You can see on the right. The daily making new highs. Okay, making new highs. Looking good.
We see the era of billionaire athletes. And that's the future of others. We see crypto's $1 trillion swings. The end of jobs. Or the end of human struggle.
Okay, Apple, nice move. I'm going to have to roll these pretty quick here. Let me do that, Apple. Let me roll out Apple. Apple looks good. Apple. All right, looks good. Apple. All right, I'll give it a few more minutes. Apple 305 is my max profit area. $305, $310. I'm going to go $305, $310.
SPX long dated AMD.
All right, I just rolled out 305, 310. Apple to July. Apple.
Long dated deep calls.
And I think that's true, right? I think the best place I think to start with you is think about all your portfolio companies. And we say, okay, what's the biggest constraint on you right now? What are you most focused on? Oftentimes it is compute. And they're sometimes super proud that they are working on NVIDIA gear. But are they accessing that compute through the cloud provider, or are they able to get the cluster themselves, direct control?
It depends on what they're trying to do, right? We have companies that are, building at the infrastructure layer, building at the model layer, building at the application layer. Right. One of the first things we did when we started the fund was go buy compute for our companies, just because we could take the timing risk as a venture fund and compete exactly what you just described, which is they're all going to need it, right? And
Micron Pulse, long dated. SanDisk Pulse, deep calls.
H100s at the time, a bunch of nodes, cloud. And the point was the market has gone through different shortages, and now people are predicting a lot of ongoing constrained supply, and we were worried about access for startups in that period of time, which is why we did it. But our companies, to your actual question, if almost all of them want to do experimentation, and they all start with frontier performance, which is NVIDIA chips today, right? Because that allows you to do new things. And then as these companies mature, they tend to post-train smaller models, think about cost, think about how to be able to even the same task allows you to change the user experience. But everybody wants to start with current generation chips.
The state of play that Jensen describes is demand vastly outpacing NVIDIA, but also in aggregate the industry's ability to supply.
on the other side of the table, would you say that that state of play is true for the founders that you're trying to help grow?
It's probably been a 2 quarters of increasing stress in the ecosystem about access to supply at different scales. And so I, have spent a good amount of time with the leaders of companies that, serve NVIDIA chips in cloud.
To the upside.
To buy $100 million at a time of compute. And I've never been
Okay, looking good. There goes ARM. ARM going.
I may resume in less than a minute.
And it just speaks to the shortage.
New high of the day. ARM Holdings, new high of the day. Okay, I'll add to this one on the next, whenever it dips tomorrow, next week. That's a nice graphic. That's a nice graphic. Oh, shoot. I hope they put that graphic back up. That was a nice graphic. All right, Microsoft, still no follow through on Microsoft. Okay, S&P starting to climb now. S&P, put that graphic back up. Put that graphic back up.
Massive exponential growth that shows up in things like Claude Code revenue is really because you have long horizon agents that people are using in this one use case already. But the world is not just code, right? And so if there's not zero, but small scale, a few billion to 40 billion of revenue in a very small number of months, because we figured out how to use the models more productively on long horizon agent tasks, we're going to do that for lots of different functions in the knowledge economy.
While we're here, if you don't mind, like SpaceX S1, wow.
Yes, wow, it's inspiring.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, Tesla Pulse, Amazon Pulse.
Come on, Microsoft, you can get off the lows here. NVIDIA is starting to catch a little bit of a bid now. There goes ARM Holdings.
It's a funny number and a lot of funny diagram when you visualize the TAM, because it's like Starlink and then enterprise AI. And much of what we invest in is enterprise AI. My friend Andre Karpathy described this well, which is the simplest way to think about the use of AI is automation, right? Because automation is tasks we already do. Right. And if we give these models the tools and the harness.
ARM Holdings looking really strong. Apple breaking out to new highs. Apple. All right, looks good, Apple.
Does Elon believe the opportunity, or is this him trying to justify why SpaceX took XAI?
I think it's interesting.
Meta, looking for that to break out as well. Meta.
Right. And he could have easily just said, something broader, or focus on other parts of the SpaceX TAM overall. But he is making the commitment that we are going to go make our offerings relevant in enterprise AI. And so I think he's very committed.
Yes or no, you think he will pull it off?
So there's a question about whether we value his infrastructure models or applications. I see this in the Anthropic deal and the Cursor deal as well. They have the infrastructure.
Okay, there goes Amazon. Amazon's on the move. There goes Amazon. Amazon.
To Sarah's point, yes, one said that Anthropic would pay SpaceX $1.25 billion per month.
Turning.
For conviction across every part of it. Thank you very much. All right, a lot more to come still in advance of the program. We've been breaking down 2 blockbuster IPOs from the docket 2, SpaceX and OpenAI. Maybe. So this is Bloomberg.
You may resume in less than a minute.
Still got resistance overhead.
Tesla Pulse, long dated.
ARMG. GCTS.
In terms of the new best product, essentially it's helping us analyze the data in the best possible way. Better of the same. It's not more of the same. It's better were the same.
Needs to get above 74.50.
ARMG sales were surging, but the accounts payable team was falling behind. May rise in 10 seconds. Threatened to block.
Right there, the company called in Deloitte, who brought the teams and tech together to reshape the process.
Top vendors were back on track. The backball eliminated. Even after some clients near perfect.
Or they didn't just get out of a jam, they took control of the
New York Fangs would definitely help.
SPOT.
With your preferred tools, customized charts,
Q's Pulse, long dated. ARM Pulse, 0 DTE, call size. Size.
Fidelity Trader Plus.
Global pay plus annuities and Bright House Financial. You can turn a portion of your portfolio into guaranteed lifetime income for whatever the occasion calls for. Bright House Financial, built for what's ahead.
This is it. The trade that will make your day. This is what it's all been for. Daily commutes, the endless market monitoring, tracing patterns, tracking flows.
I want to be outside.
Working orders. This is the trade you've been waiting for. And with next generation speed, automation, and integration.
Apple. Okay, looking good, Apple. Let's go LATSGO, S&P 500. Let's get something going here. Hedge flows are trying to turn up. Got resistance overhead. This could be a doji day. Could be a doji day. Okay, we're pushing a bit higher right now. 74.50, 74.55 would be nice.
Let's get back to SpaceX. In addition to the company's blockbuster IPO filing, investors are also closely watching tonight's highly anticipated Starship launch. The mission marks SpaceX's 12th major Starship test flight, a critical milestone as the company pushes to advance its
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep cores. NVIDIA Pulse.
Bloomberg Sana Pashankar joins us now. You're probably sick of me, right, Sana? Because how many times did I post in the blog?
All right, Amazon's still pushing here. Amazon. Amazon's still going here. Nice reversal on Amazon.
Right. So today, Starship is slated to take off from the launch pad at Starbase, Texas, at around 6:30 p.m. ET, 5:30 p.m. Texas time. It's going to take off, ignite its Raptor engines, and lift off into space. It is debuting an upgraded version of the vehicle. It's called version 3.
Arm holding, still pushing. Arm.
Engines. It's supposed to have improved power and capability. It's going to lift off into space, lap around the globe, and then eventually splash down into the Indian Ocean. And as you were mentioning, this is a really crucial test for this vehicle that is just so important for all of Elon Musk's ambitions for SpaceX and the valuation of the company for the coming IPO.
So let's talk a little bit about those ambitions, right? The idea is that Starship is capable of carrying a much greater payload to orbit. So think Starlink, think space-based data center, and humans getting to Mars. Explain it to us.
Yeah, totally. So, Starship
Totally, man. Nike, looking for that follow through. And Nike, you got buyers stepping up at the low of the day on Nike. There's been a lot of hubbub about Nike lately. Okay, looking for dip buyers. Okay, we got the buyers. RSI oversold first thing in the morning. Okay, even if you're day trading it, that was a move from 43. Okay, it was a 50 cent, 70 cent move. It looked a lot bigger. Okay, so we're looking for that to follow through. But RSI oversold. It works. Amazon oversold RSI. Okay, at the open this morning, RSI oversold on Amazon 261. That's a $4 move. $4 move. That's $200 on a 50 delta. $200 on a 50 delta. 4-point move is $200 on a 50 delta. All right, so you buy a couple of those, 2 or 3 of those, make your $500 a day. $10,000 a month. Okay, there goes ARM Holdings. ARM Holdings is running. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, so what's going on with ARM Holding?
What do we know about an OpenAI path to an IPO?
That's right. So an OpenAI filing would be a confidential filing, could come as soon as Friday or in the coming weeks.
Micron
That
Pulse.
obviously put it in close competition with Anthropic, which is also expected to potentially file this fall, as well as SpaceX, which is already out there with the S1 listing.
Yeah, I'm going to let us put SpaceX to one side for a second. So let's say it's a race to OpenAI and Anthropic for September, October. What do we know about that timeline? But also the numbers involved, right? Do we have a sense of valuation or what either company wants to raise?
That's right. So if the valuations are already, nearing $1 trillion, right? OpenAI was last valued over $150 billion just earlier this spring. Anthropic, and similarly also
$300 price target on Bernstein. Okay, yeah, it looks like we're going to get there pretty quick.
thinking about an IPO months out, you can only, you would hope that for these companies, at least they're thinking they want to go further north of that, getting us closer to potentially that $1 trillion mark.
There's an idea that when Elon Musk
ARM's forward PE is now 338 times. Okay. Okay.
It's a good question because on the one hand, these companies like OpenAI and Anthropic can command these massive private financing rounds that we've never seen before, unprecedented levels of cash.
ARM Holdings
Access to public markets
pushing a bit higher.
with much more ease for facing. It also allows everyday people to get in on the AI boom. Or bots, which is a risk, right? If it does change. But that also, then potentially is allowing a larger group of sort of retail investors to participate in the company. But really large pools of capital being more easy to access without all the funding rounds, song and dance.
Long dated deep calls.
IONQ. Amazon's still pushing higher, looking good. Microsoft with a buy signal right here. I'm watching that flickering off and on. Microsoft watching that buy signal.
Long dated deep calls. 0 DTE call sign.
Ryan Miller fixes his hair. Doesn't know why he picks such an ugly shirt, but knows he can do more with his money. Ryan opens his Fidelity app, sees his opportunity, and takes it. Ryan sets his investments to automatic. That was easier than I thought.
It's a good shirt. It's like flowers, but also a cow.
Not sure that helps. Start investing with no account minimums. Talk about easier investing.
This is it. The trade that will make your number.
Such long dated deep calls. Sanders Pulse.
Make sure you expect more from your execution management system. Bloomberg trading events.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated.
Or the end of human struggle. SCTG. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise.
ARM Holdings looking really good.
How will demographics redefine the future?
What is the secret to facing confidence in
At Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, Bloomberg journalists ask the questions shaping capital, policy, and markets. Visit BloombergLive.com/invest Hong Kong and learn more. Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, where intelligence meets
ARM
capital.
Pulse. Long dated.
Okay, Q's. Watching the Qs.
And I'm Jason Kelly, a journalist at Bloomberg. Over the next couple months, we'll hear from all stars like Jay Williams, I want to be an owner one day, Billie Jean King, learn the business, Paul Rabel, don't chase trends, get ahead of them, and so many more.
You may rest in 10 seconds. HCA may resume in less than a minute.
Flows, funds, and forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg
Qs.
the players behind major transactions on Bloomberg deals. The stories informing
Qs. I'm looking for follow through.
and rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. A different topic every weekday now for a full hour only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up to the minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Beijing, and this.
Netflix pushing a bit higher. ARM Holdings looks good.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets. I'm Scarlett. A warning from Walmart. Rising fuel costs squeezing its bottom line and could drive consumer prices higher. The warning is pushing its shares lower and also weighing on broader markets. Consumer staples are the biggest laggers in the S&P 500 today, which is down 0.3%. And we're seeing crude oil prices increase as well. NYMEX crude, which is the U.S. benchmark, now at $100 a barrel, up almost 2.5%. The market waiting for some kind of sign of progress in U.S. and Iran peace talks. The reports that Iran plans to keep its uranium, certainly a big sticking point in
Mortgage rates back up to 6.51%.
the two-year yield moving higher, up almost 5 basis points. So treasuries are resuming their decline, but they are more pronounced at the short end of the
Zero
yield.
DTE. Call sign.
Almost 2 basis
Size.
points at 4.60%, but nonetheless holding near the highest level since early 2025. Now, with this move in yields, JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon is warning about an increase in rates.
The notion that somehow people said they'll never go up is the wrong notion. And so companies like us prepare for higher rates, lower rates, and figure those things can happen. So
The thing is, they're at the highest level in decades. I mean, that is where the surprise could be. I mean,
they could be much higher than they are today.
and of course, this comes as inflation fears are pushing up global bond yields to their highest levels.
Zero
in about 2
DTE. Call
decades.
sign.
With some fresh
Size.
data out this morning showing U.S. manufacturing expanded by the most in 4 years as customers rush to get ahead of price increases and price pressures. Also, jobless claims little changed last week, suggesting layoffs are fairly muted despite job cut announcements from companies day after day. For more on the state of the economy, Diane Swang, chief economist at KPMG, joins us now. So the picture that this paints of the U.S. economy is one in which perhaps the labor market is not really in question, but inflation remains a
Oracle
key
Pulse.
sticking point
Long
here,
dated.
and certainly
Deep
above
calls.
what the Fed
Zero
wants to see, which is
DTE.
that 2%
Call
target.
sign.
What does this
Size.
mean for incoming Fed Chair Kevin Warsh?
It's a very hard situation for any Fed chair, especially a new Fed chair coming in. It's likely to be tested
Oracle
by
Pulse.
financial markets.
Long
We're now
dated.
starting to see financial
Deep
markets
calls.
pivot from pricing in additional cuts to now pricing in hikes, which we actually think will occur by the end of the year by the Federal Reserve. The resilience of the U.S. economy on paper is continuing to propel the economy forward. The idea that inflation is not also a labor market problem because it goes into input costs is wrong. And inflation is the most regressive tax for the U.S. economy. It hits those who can afford it least the hardest. And what we saw was prior to the
Sanders
crisis,
Pulse.
the data that was
Long
coming in,
dated.
one of the reasons
Deep
why we've
puts.
seen sort of a shift
SPX
in the
calls.
Federal Reserve
Zero
in terms
DTE.
of
Call
Hawks
sign.
versus
Size.
doves is because we've seen sticky inflation in the service sector, and that's not going away and being added on to the additional shock
Apple
from the
Pulse.
Strait of
Long
Hormuz, which is
dated.
more than just an energy shock. This is rolling supply chains the world over and pushing up input costs with long legs that are going to affect inflation and going to
Okay, Qs. We're looking for Qs to get up here a bit.
even if the Strait were to open tomorrow.
All right, S&P looking for that to follow through as well.
That's something that is now starting to catch the attention of the majority within the FOMC and in the Fed's
Long
leadership
dated.
in those meetings.
Deep calls.
Absolutely. I think about the minutes from the FOMC, which we got out yesterday. Ira Jersey, our chief interest rate strategist, says it was the most hawkish since the rate hike campaign, in the wake of the pandemic.
Microsoft's still not following through. Microsoft. Apple at the highs of the day. Apple looking good. Apple rolled Apple out to 305, 310. Gave myself more time.
We're certainly not going to make an easy argument right out of the gate. They will welcome him. He has been on the board. He knows the Fed staff. He's not going to be foreign to this process, and he knows it's a deliberative process. He's also very savvy, and he does listen to people, so he will listen to those around the table. I have no doubt about that. That said, he alone does not make the decision, which is important to remember at this time. I think at the very least, we're going to see the Fed remove the bias to ease out of the statement, no matter what the Fed chairman feels about that. And I think you're going to see many on the Fed actually voice their concerns.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep calls, Intel Pulse.
Have some time with some on the Fed still willing to wait and see how this all plays out. But I think it is a clock that's ticking for the new Fed chairman coming in today. And that's important because, it's just a very hard time always to have a change in leadership. Certainly the cards that this Fed chairman has been dealt are not an easy hand. We're 5 years into an inflation cycle that has had many, sort of pauses, but not really gotten back to price stability. And price stability, very simply, is we don't think about it as inflation and this economist construct.
Long dated,
Bottom line is
deep
level of
calls,
prices are
NVIDIA
too many,
Pulse.
and it's too much fun for everyone from firms supplementing price increases, future price increases, to actually consumers hoarding as well and having to make difficult trade-offs in their baskets every day. That's when we have price stability. Those decisions are not front of mind.
Right, absolutely. I just want to bring up a headline that we did get, and this goes hand in hand with the higher rates as well. U.S. mortgage rates rising to 6.51%. That is the highest level since August. Diane, that obviously is going to have an impact on existing home sales, as well as down the road, the contracts that people sign. What does that mean in terms of a driver, a source of resilience for this economy?
Zero DTE call sign.
For 2 years, it's been in a sort of funk and really very suppressed. And the economy has still managed to power forward. That powering forward is not felt by all consumers because we're seeing economic strength being driven by things, by a fewer number of households, by inequality, with a smaller number of households carrying the overall income gains, and wealth effects really carrying those income gains, most notably the wealth effects tied to stocks, and the AI boom really continuing and broadening a bit into the broader manufacturing sector, helping to buoy that as well. But again, it's unusual to see an economy where the housing market tends to be the one that leads us into recovery and leads us into recession. That has not been the case for over 2 years now, even though one could argue we've had, I would think, in 2025, once the final data is out, it will likely show a
AMD Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
The current environment is, and how hard it is for the Federal Reserve to weigh its dual mandate. But at the end of the day, there is no attaining or sustaining full employment if you do not get inflation wrestled down and price stability first. That's why so many central banks only have one mandate and not a dual mandate, because ultimately it comes down to prices.
All right, good stuff. Diane, always appreciate your helping us focus on what matters the most. Diane Swamp is chief economist at KPMG. While Diane was speaking, news, Aura, the smart ring maker, has filed confidentially for an IPO in the U.S. Again, Aura, the maker of those popular smart rings that people put on, and they can gauge how much they slept, their breath rate, their heart rate, all of that. Ed Ludlow of Bloomberg Tech joins us now with a little bit more. So, is this something that people were anticipating? I mean, there's a lot of IPOs right now.
Apple's still pushing new all-time highs. Amazon at the highs. Netflix.
They filed confidentially this week, according to a Bloomberg source. You have the top banks, Goldman, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, Allen & Co, Jefferies, all on this. And I think, the indication from the report is that the plan is to try and go public this year. You know, they last valued about $11 billion in the private
Spider
round in October.
long dated.
Okay, let's get something going here.
As a comparison to benchmark against around $11 billion, 2 or 10 billion in the private markets.
Okay, what's IWM? IWM looking better? Okay, cool. IWM. The Qs.
I'm an ordering wearer. I got a 90 sleep score last night, hence why I look so fresh.
90 out of 100.
Pretty good.
Not bad. Okay. I'm glad you showed us your Aura Ring because I've seen them on. I think Tim Stanovic wears one as well. Is this a company that relies
Spider
on
Pulse
hardware
long
sales
dated.
or software sales?
Nvidia Pulse deep core. 0 DTE call sign. Size.
Yeah, for the full availability of data, I mean, you know, very much it's a hardware company, but you know, the utility of it is its synchronicity with
Micron Pulse
right on my iPhone,
long dated.
and
Deep
the
calls.
data in aggregate, not just being about sleep health. I mean, principally the origin of the hardware and the
Okay, IONQ just kind of like grinding along. IONQ. Nike. Okay. Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley. I had a nice little pop this morning. Got a feeling a lot of this has to do with the market makers on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. They take some profits off as on their own accounts as these move higher, and then buy the dip.
0 DTE call sign.
Cup and handle breakout. This will probably be much higher in the coming weeks. Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley has about a $40 measured move, about a $40 measured move right here. So that gives us about 230 on the upside for the next base, plus or minus 230 points on Morgan Stanley. I don't think it's going to be a problem getting there with the SpaceX IPO. It's a $2 trillion IPO, $1 billion in fees alone.
So they've got a long way to go where they're selling AI as a software solution. It's like selling it as a platform. You know, very, very interesting. The voting control, Elon Musk has 85.1%. And, you know, what's so absolute core in that S1 document, which we went through for many hours in great detail, is that, you know, Elon Musk is very much central to the future of this company. And he seems to very much believe that actually it is AI that is going to be its future, not the business of rockets. Even Starlink was only 2 trillion. Only 2 trillion. Can you believe that?
Even though the name is SpaceX, this is very much an AI-driven company then.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of the actual timeline for when we anticipate this company to price and then to go public, what are we thinking?
Mid to late June, July. You know, it's kind of been pretty consistent. You know, we were right on the reporting about when the S1 would flip public. So, you know, we'll continue on that timeline. Learned a lot about the banks, right? Goldman Sachs lead left, Morgan Stanley is lead, but how they split that up and the actual functioning of the IPO is super interesting. But let's just remind the audience, biggest IPO of all time potentially, both in terms of dollars raised, 75 billion, valuation therefore 2 trillion. So the mechanics of it are really important.
Long dated.
As is the launch of Starship potentially this evening, because throughout the boilerplate is the idea that they have to crack Starship, their next generation rocket, to block any of that long-term TAM that they were talking about.
Well, it's a space part of SpaceX there then. Ed, thank you so much. BTech co-host Ed Ludlow joining us from San Francisco. We had heard a little bit earlier from Jamie Dimon, the JP Morgan CEO, also spoke about AI and how that will affect the banking industry.
I think we'll be hiring more AI people and probably less.
CRWB Pulse long dated deep calls.
Interview someone, it'll lay out what I've said in 14 different places, or give you questions. Your job will be the same. You'll just be much smarter at how you execute that job. So, I guess the question but we will retrain and redeploy people.
But Taylor, one of the things that really struck with is how focused you are on the customer.
possible. The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client. Is helping us analyze the data in the best possible way.
What about what's next?
Better of the same. It's not more of the same. It's better of the same.
My name is Raleigh. This is my wife Becky. We are standing in our new remodeled showroom at Sunspace in Myrtle Beach.
We're a veteran-owned company, and we've been building custom sunrooms for over a decade.
Our dedicated team ensures high-quality efficient work on every project. No subcontractors involved.
With 3 custom designs to on-site project
Zero
managers and
DT
permit assistance,
call
we
sign.
make the process
Stop.
stress-free and easy-free.
Our goal is to bring your vision to life. Come see us at our showroom and let us build the perfect sunroom for you.
AKAN.
Doors bring us together. A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors.
She's so ready to take over.
With a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth for generations. Doors were meant to be opened.
Some see heroes.
SPX long dated.
All right, let me look at Goldman Sachs too. Goldman looking good. It is dipping right now. Looking to buy the dip.
You don't start in the third floor or the lobby. You actually have to start in the basement.
PHG.
Next week on Leaders with Me.
Okay, more. Microsoft still hasn't bounced that much. Apple's looking okay. Apple.
Why he doesn't like the word blunt.
President, you are using blunt. I'm not sure.
SPX
And his
long
advice to
dated.
other British brands.
Are they actually set up?
HLD may rest in 10 seconds. Into the podcast version of GGU may resume in less than a minute. Listen and watch on Bloomberg Television.
No follow through.
NVIDIA Pulse.
Okay, Amazon pulling back a bit. The Q's trying to get up through 7-Eleven, up through this high of the day. Okay. Doji for now.
It's just expected to do that. This is kind of the muted reaction we get when it doesn't do more of that.
Which is hard.
Forecast was ahead of expectations. This is just NVIDIA. This is what people expect from them. I also think there's an element here. I think as I was checking coming in, the stocks down around sort of 2%, which is about as close to nothing about the reaction you can get on NVIDIA. I think what's happening here is there's almost what's emerging sort of there's 2 eras of AI already. One was the time when NVIDIA was the undisputed king, right? If you were training an AI model, it was NVIDIA you needed to work with because they have the best chips, and they still do for that in particular. What's changing is that as these models are being let out there into the world and being used in businesses and everywhere else, inference has become the next question, and NVIDIA has competition. Recently, Google has made big headway with their chips, Amazon as well, and other competitors. So I think the question investors have is, the success that NVIDIA's had so far has been priced in. What's going to happen to this next?
Okay, we're still off 23 handles more or less on the S&P. NASDAQ 105. Dow's about 85 or so. 86.
Long dated.
Positive gamma. We're looking for a higher by the evening session. Okay. Hedge flows, trying to gradually turn back up. Hedge flows. Okay.
Micron Pulse long dated. Deep puts. AMD long dated. Deep puts.
Yeah, Scarlett, the main question here isn't about whether NVIDIA is going to grow this year or next year. It's what's going to happen in the longer term. And so by breaking out the difference in sales between their hyperscalers, those top 5 customers,
and the rest that are also building, capabilities to deploy AI. They're trying to get people to understand that their customer base is, not going to be as concentrated in the future as it was in the past, and that there are more areas of investment in AI infrastructure than just those hyperscalers. Right now, they're 50-50 between the hyperscalers and other AI enablers, then they sort of emphasize not only do we have
Intel
these
Pulse,
other builders
long
of AI
dated,
enabling,
deep core.
structures like enterprises, sovereigns, as you put it, governments. But then the next wave they view is, hey, physical AI and robotics, and so they're trying to sort of create the narrative that there's longevity to NVIDIA. And that's really important.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's kind of about training investors to frame how we think about it down the road, not just for this quarter that just went past. I want to then broaden out our conversation to all the IPOs that we're expecting in the coming days and weeks. SpaceX, of course, filing yesterday. We're anticipating OpenAI any day. Is there a sense that people are making room in their portfolios, maybe selling out of some of the big holdings they have, like NVIDIA, to make room for the SpaceX's, the OpenAI's, and eventually the Anthropics as well?
Yeah, that's certainly been a topic of conversation, and so you have to ask, how much money are these companies likely to raise as a group of three? We're now at Aura, but not really in AI, but yeah, we've got a lot of IPOs coming, and the market cap of those three combined could be as much as 4 or 5% of the S&P 500. That's not trivial, but the amount of money they're going to raise is a lot smaller than that. And so when you compare the money raised to the market cap,
Zero DTE. Call time.
it's a really small percentage. So that suggests that there isn't a lot of damage that cash raise for participating in those IPOs. That cash raise is small relative to the market cap of these companies, so it shouldn't be much of a headwind. And if it is, it's a very temporary headwind. Just because these guys are going public doesn't fundamentally change the valuation of companies currently in the market. But it is giving investors an opportunity to get more exposure in a different way. Than owning the chip guys or the semi-equipment guys, or the hyperscalers, and that's a good opportunity potentially for investors.
Yeah, absolutely. It did very much feel like a crowded trade, and so it gets a little bit diluted, but no less crowded with these three big names. Outside of the tech space, Jordan, how do you think about the rest of the economy, the old economy, the consumer, for instance? Walmart came out with results that show
NVIDIA
very much how
Pulse,
it is
long
at the center
dated,
of the K-shaped
zero
economy, right?
DTE, call sign,
Size.
size.
Because of high gas prices, higher income consumers trading down to a name like Walmart as well.
Futures pulling back in a bit. Futures.
To kind of benefit from that.
Yeah, Scarlett, I mean, the edible economy, if you like, what are people actually consuming? And
Q's pulling back in. Q's.
TJ Maxx and Walmart all coming out with pretty good numbers, but always with the qualification that there are households that are struggling. We like all three of these companies. We have them in different types of strategies for our clients and looking for very
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep calls, SPX Pulse, zero DTE, call sign, size.
budgetary constraints.
All right, so the markets are just kind of hovering right now, if you will. Microsoft turning back down, no follow through on Microsoft. The banks, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, those got a little overbought. Those are pulling back in. Let's see what Morgan Stanley looks like. Morgan Stanley. Okay. Let's see what's working. What's working here? Okay, Ralph Lauren retail. Ralph Lauren gapping up. LITE, light. That looks good. Light. Let's look at AAOI. AAOI, looking for a bounce here as well. AAOI. LITE. GLW. All right, these optical connectors, fiber, those looking okay. IONQ. Nice little pop to the upside. IONQ. Okay, Netflix looking for a follow through.
The cost of the machine is very low, and each test is essentially no additional cost. Technology like this achieves our biggest goal. I'm not going to say a lot. When control of Congress changes,
Zero
entire
DTE.
sectors of
Call
energy
sign.
on interactive brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 23% chance of keeping the House in 2015. Think that probability is too low? By yes for 23 cents. Think it's too high? By no for 73 cents. Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At interactive brokers, you can trade that prediction market in hundreds of other candidate races.
Qs looking for a bounce. Just a doji day on the Qs looks like for now. Qs, doji day, inside day. We're just hovering. No one's winning at the moment. Positive gamma, so we're looking for dips to get bought. Bitcoin, not much going on with Bitcoin. IWM at the highs, sliding a little bit. IWM. All right, looking for a bid into the evening session. Right now, I'm just watching. Looking for dips to get bought. Okay, Mike Morgan Stanley. All right, I'm going to take a couple of minute break. I'll be right back.
It's time now for a metal spotlight. Gold prices are down as traders wait a standoff between the U.S. and Iran on the Strait of Hormuz. Jack Ryan joins us now from London. So, Jack, what is the main driver here for gold? Because it's really been trading in a pretty
Malcolm owns it. Stock's having its best day since October. Obviously, the other names too were jumping even more. Rigetti, for example, IonQ, which has been a Brin name, and maybe some others on the desk here as well. But what about IBM?
I mean, it's good news, but quantum computing is less than 1% of total revenue. Right now for IBM, it's going to grow much bigger over time. I think of quantum as really getting embraced by 2029, 2030. This is a total addressable market. According to IBM, at $1.3 trillion by 2035. They have 75 quantum computers in production today. That's more than all of their competition. So they are definitely at the forefront of this thing. And it is really quite powerful. I think that this is AI on steroids, quite frankly. But I think we've got a long way to go before we see real revenue meaningfully attributed to the financials. So like it, still like IBM for a lot of reasons. It's down 18% year to date, even after this move. And I think the valuation is pretty interesting. And again, there's a lot of ways that they can win. I think we can.
Show me Walmart, guys, if you could, please, because the stock is pacing for its worst day since November of 23. So on the back of earnings, some commentary, a little cautious about the consumer. I use it to get to Target, which was down yesterday, even though the earnings were pretty good. The stock had moved a bit, obviously, and it was reiterated today at Wolf, at Pure Perform.
Walmart.
Because even though they acknowledge that the year is off to a fast start,
Probably in the next week or so, we'll have a good idea of what to expect from Walmart. We might buy a position down here.
Well, it's all the same story. Momentum in traffic, momentum in business, just momentum back.
I just need them to get in the store because they do have the products and they've been right-sizing the products and they've been improving the products and the mix of the products. And so once you get them in, then people are buying and they're spending. And actually, the ticket numbers were actually pretty encouraging as well. Last time Target beat, by the way, same-store sales to Walmart was in the first quarter of 2022.
SPX.
I mean, it's been a long time. It's been a world of hurt for Target. But I do think that the new management is doing really good things and execution is starting. And I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. And I think they're being conservative in terms of overall numbers and guide.
Okay, so you sold Gap.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You also sold Shark Ninja.
Right.
No more frozen March.
No.
What's up with
No,
that?
well, that Shark Ninja is really more housing, and I already have a lot of housing, and so I think that's going to take time, especially with mortgage rates at 6.5%.
People buying houses to buy letters.
Yeah, of course they are. Appliances, of course.
Nobody
It's a big
moves
deal.
with their old
that. But the Sharpness is a great company. I just think once we get the activity going, I will probably be back. And that Gap, I've made some money. I'm just trying to clean up my retail exposure, and I really didn't have a lot of cash on hand to buy more Target, and I have much more conviction long term in Target.
All right. So Malcolm, we had merger Monday, right? Dominion and Nextera. You sold Dominion because the deal.
Yeah, I completely understand why Nextera wants to own Dominion, right? They've done more data, they brought more data centers online than any other energy company across the United States.
Zero
It's still a very
DTE
fragmented market, so you consolidate here to get bigger and get that expertise in-house. But when you just look at the mechanics of the deal here, there's a lid put on the shares at about $72 based on the way Nextera traded, which means that after the shares spiked from 62 before the announcement to about 69 after the announcement, if they stay range bound between 68 and 69, like it looks like they're going to do for a while, for 12 to maybe 18 months while this deal comes to fruition, I've gotten maybe a 5% move I can bank on between now and then. I'd rather just take those dollars and apply them somewhere else where there's a much better growth opportunity. Because realistically, if you're hanging into this name here, you really are more attracted to the dividend than anything else. Nothing wrong with that, but as a growth investor, I'd much rather go find a better opportunity now that I know where the ceiling is.
Okay, Bill's got so many moves, we have to save them for another block. We come back, or Seema Modi has a CNBC News update for us. Hi there.
Hey, Scott, here's what we're watching at this hour. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche is meeting with Republican senators this morning to discuss the so-called anti-weaponization fund. Senator Majority Leader John Thune telling reporters today that Republicans want to hear an explanation of how the $1.8 billion fund will work. Republican Senator Tom Tillis called the fund tyranny in an interview today. Chinese President Xi Jinping may visit North Korea as early as next week. That's according to a South Korean news agency, citing government officials. The visit would be Xi's first trip to North Korea in 7 years. It's a significant development following visits to Beijing from President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin in the past week. And the tobacco company Reynolds American donating $5 million to a super PAC called MAGA Inc. about a week before President Trump's FDA lifted restrictions on some flavored vaping products. That's according to the New York Times. The paper reported that 2 days after the donation was given, a top Reynolds executive met with Trump over lunch to talk about the FDA's regulation of the industry. Scott, I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Stephen, thanks. Seema Modi up next. Josh Brown, best stocks in the market. Big update to a big bank on the list. We're back to you.
Higher than people thought. So yeah, I'm not surprised. I think when people say you should be surprised, that bond rates can go up.
Micron
The
pulse,
notion that somehow
long
people
dated.
say that they'll never go up is the wrong notion. And so companies are going to go for higher rates, lower rates, and figure those things can happen. So,
The thing is, they're at the highest level in decades. I mean, that is where the surprise could be. I mean,
they could be much higher than they are today.
oh yeah, how much
You
higher?
say decades, but we're never going to greatest bull market. Other than brief COVID, since the great financial crisis, we had a huge bull market, huge lower rates for the most part for a long period of time. But the world changes. Like we may have gone from a savings glut to not enough savings. The AI investments, it's about in America alone, 450 million last year, 750 this year, $1 trillion next year. Global deficits are all-time highs, and they are huge. So the governments, including ours, has to borrow huge sums of money more next year than this year. So people who own bonds, they tend to look at these things and both inflation and demands for capital can push up rates.
The thing is, it's not just an inflation story right now. It's also, I guess, credibility story, right? I mean, we have an environment where everybody's trying to
Zero
counteract
DTE.
countries around the world have so
Call
much
sign.
debt
Sign.
at a higher level. I mean, at some point, it's going to hit.
Yeah, it is going to hit. Like U.S. government debt is $30 trillion. The average rate is 3.5%. So even today they can't possibly refinance it lower than that rate. They have another $2 trillion to do this year. So yeah, but the thing is, we don't know when. We don't know when the world gets too scared about that. When inflation makes it where people don't want a long-term duration.
Watch Tesla coming off the low.
There have been examples in history where there's so much demand for capital, rates are going up, but it's for a good reason.
SPX
People are making
pulse,
productive
long dated.
investments in
Deep clicks, Tesla
government
pulse.
spending is often not.
Tesla.
Government spending is much more consumption related, which doesn't help future productivity. So all that spending too drives
Nvidia
profits.
pulse,
So people
long
should be
dated.
that surprised the core profits are doing quite well too, which helps obviously the stock market.
SPX
FCTG.
Okay, for more on this, joining us now is Bloomberg's Catherine Doherty. She is one of our finance team reporters. Catherine, when you hear Jamie Dimon talk about the various routes that markets can take, the different paths forward, one thing he's always consistent about is that JP Morgan can do just fine in any kind of environment. They can make money when rates go up and when rates go down.
Yes, and make lots of money. They're setting records each quarter, at least for the past year or so. The message that he was really putting on
SPX, long dated, deep puts, 0 DTE, concept. Size.
Best stocks in the market according to Josh Brown. The spotlight today is an update. We said it was on a big bank. Which one?
That's right, Scott. We're here to talk about Morgan Stanley today. Added back to the list this April. I think what's happening here is maybe underappreciated away from the analysts who cover this company. They have basically as twin engines here. Number one, obviously in a bull market, companies that are involved in investment banking make a lot more money than they normally do. You've got IPOs, you've got all kinds of capital formation, money raising, private equity, private credit. It's a bonanza, but we understand that. The wealth management part of this business, though, is what's really on fire. Effectively, they have built this internal referral machine that is unlike anything else that exists at any of the other wirehouses or Wall Street wealth management businesses. They pulled in $1.6 trillion in net new assets. They doubled their fee-based flows. They now have 20 million client relationships. They finished last year with $7.4 trillion in wealth assets. And what's really exciting is about $100 billion.
Let's see if this gets a pump.
Have come into financial advisors at Morgan Stanley from some of these
Morgan Stanley
referral engines. E-Trade, obviously, but also Morgan Stanley at Work, which is like servicing people's stock options, etc. So they acquire these businesses, they turn them into referral engines for the advisors, and as a result, I think they have the best wealth business in the world. So Morgan Stanley, very simple chart setup. The 50-day is at 178. That would be the pivot point. You can see historically it has respected that 50-day. I think it will again. I think the stock's an easy move up to 200.
Okay. Did you know that it is the best performing of the big banks?
Yep.
Malcolm, you own it. Year to date, it's slightly ahead of Goldman. It's 11.2% to just north of 10.5.
GIGG, you may rise in 10
What do you think
seconds.
about Morgan Stanley right here?
I've been looking for an opportunity to buy more shares of the big three, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, and Goldman Sachs for all of the reasons that Josh just pointed out. Software is crumbling. The annually recurring revenue stream inside of that business model used to be the thing we could hang our hats on. The next best looking option is the assets under management model that Josh just laid out, which is simple and recurring and repeatable and obvious revenue. And so I think it's a great place to be allocating capital right now, because as the market has been on fire, M&A transactions are just going to increase. We got a number of blockbuster IPOs coming this year, but I haven't had an opportunity to buy into any weakness.
Well, today's your lucky day.
There's no weakness. What about the Linkster? You own it, right?
They're firing on all cylinders. I mean, they really are under this fairly new CEO. Investment banking last quarter grew 36%. It was the best of the group. You had trading up 26%, the best of the group. Josh pointed out wealth management. They had NNA of 6% that most of the people in this business would love, and that is growing about 16%. And most importantly, it's the profitability, 27.1% ROTCE. I mean, they are just crushing it in every way.
You use a lot of acronyms.
I know. What's profitability? It's important.
You know, Morgan Stanley actually over the last 15 years has outperformed Citigroup, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, and JP Morgan. Pull it back further than 15 years, JP Morgan wins. But this is, I mean, I get it. Like, where's the weakness? Where's the opportunity? You'll get one.
It's the stock plan services business that you alluded to that Gordon said he didn't even realize existed inside of the company when they bought it.
Yeah.
That is what has really set this thing on fire the last decade.
That's right.
Quick break. As I said, 1, 2, 3, 4. Bill's got 6 moves that I still have to tell you about. Stephanie Lane's got another one too. We'll do that coming up. Plus, we have that Spotify exclusive. As that stock is on the move, the first investor day in some 4 years, amid questions about AI disruption. It's all ahead.
balanced, allocation and how that is going to influence what we do in our public markets part of our portfolio as well. Your earlier guests have talked about Anthropic, SpaceX, OpenAI. I mean, that's $4 trillion of public market cap that's going to come into the markets. And so how do you position your equity portfolio? Everyone talks about the over concentration in the public equity markets, but there's concentration in the private markets too. When you put all of that together, I think you're going to have to think about how to really diversify your equity portfolio without necessarily being susceptible to businesses and small businesses that may be negatively impacted by higher interest rates.
Once we get those big IPOs out of the way, those 3 or 4 that are really, really large, SpaceX, OpenAI, Anthropic, is that going to clear the way for smaller companies to come out and go public as well? Or is the pattern here that you wait until the last minute to go public because there's so much funding available privately?
What we have seen is that companies want to stay private as long as possible. And so you saw that to a certain extent with these 3 companies as well, right? And I think that trend will just continue. There is so much institutional investor capital. And then when you put on top of that wealth management that is pushing investments into the private markets, that there is enough capital for these private companies to stay private for longer and to grow without the pressure of what will occur in the public market space.
Were you encouraged or discouraged after taking a look at SpaceX's IPO filing, given that it did report a loss for the period that ended, mainly because it absorbed XAI? The AI part of the business just requires so much spending.
I think, and it's not just SpaceX. I would put Anthropic and OpenAI in the same categories. What is the economics of AI? Does it actually work in the long run? Sometimes you have to think about historical precedent for some of these different things that we're seeing. And, many have likened this era of this AI revolution we're seeing to what happened in the late 1800s in terms of the railroads and the boom and bust cycle. So are we going to have winners and losers? I think with SpaceX, it's going to be very interesting also to see what are the linkages across different types of investments. Some private credit funds, for example, are going to end up holding shares of SpaceX. Other parts of the market are actually going to really be exposed to SpaceX as well. So again, that over concentration in the market, whether it's public or private, I think is something that investors are ignoring across their total portfolio.
And what happens if they ignore it? How do you see that shaking out?
I mean, the risks are just going to continue to multiply. And time again, over the years, we have seen why diversification in a portfolio helps you. And I think that it is extremely hard to see how you can have a diversified portfolio when, one of the latest stats was that almost 93% of U.S. GDP over the last 4 quarters was driven by tech and AI. If that is the case, then everything in your portfolio needs to really be thought about in terms of what are the 2nd, 3rd degree orders of impact related to AI and tech. And a lot of that is going to be a signal of what happens to the share prices of SpaceX, of OpenAI, Anthropic when they actually come to market.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much for joining us today. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Alethea Joy-Walla is co-CIO over at Rock Creek, warning about the risks of concentration, especially in private markets as well. And a follow-up here on a story that we've been covering recently, that proposal by New York City to levy a new tax on all cash real estate transactions over $1 million. That is likely to be dropped from the New York State budget. This is according to a story that is crossing over the Bloomberg terminal in the last few minutes. New York State lawmakers have been working on this new levy as one option to help fill the city's budget deficit. The tax would have been levied at 1% of the purchase price and be paid by the buyer, but it looks like it is not going to go forward, at least according to our reporting. All right, coming up next, we're going to dig in further to that Walmart warning that rising fuel costs are squeezing its bottom line. We're going to discuss with Laura Champagne. She is a consumer sector head at Tabor Asset Management. This is Bloomberg.
Mateo, one of the things that really struck me is how focused you are on your customer.
IREX.
The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data in the best possible way.
What about what's next?
Better of the same. It's not more of the same. It's better of the same.
MBTS equity indices built on opinions. That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies. that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
This is it. The trade that will make your day. This is what it's all there for. The daily commutes, the endless market monitoring, tracing patterns, tracking flows, auto quoting, coffee crushing, working orders. This is the trade you've been waiting for. And with next generation speed, automation, and integration. This is the new fixed income EMS that will make sure you win it. Bloomberg Trade EMS. Expect more from your execution management system.
Is Asia leading the next growth cycle? How are central banks setting the pace for global markets?
What is the Chinese plan for continuing economic growth?
How will demographics redefine the future?
What is the secret
IREX.
to facing off against the Trump?
EOSE. At Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, Bloomberg journalists ask the questions shaping capital, policy, and markets. Visit BloombergLive.com/Invest Hong Kong to learn more. Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, where intelligence meets capital. Some see heroes, others
Zero
leaders.
DTE.
We see the era of billionaire athletes.
NVIDIA
That is the future of money to others. We see crypto's $1 trillion swings. The end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
The people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers, and the politics that shape global tech markets. I'm Annabelle Rulers in Hong Kong. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo. Watch Bloomberg Tech Asia. New episodes targeted only on Bloomberg Television. A time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street. We draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
HCWB.
Bringing you up to the minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it's happening. I'm Anne Ripperner in Caracas, Venezuela, and this is Bloomberg.
We're just about halfway through the trading day in New York. I'm Nora Melinda. Let's take a look at your midday movers. First up, U.S. stocks are retreating as Brent crude tops $106 a barrel. Investors are still waiting for clear signs of progress on a Middle East peace deal. Tehran says the latest U.S. proposal has narrowed some differences, though questions around uranium enrichment continue to cloud the outlook. Meanwhile, that cautious mood is spilling into tech, where NVIDIA's strong earnings weren't enough to revive the AI trade. Revenue jumped 85% to over $81 billion, alongside a dividend hike and an $80 billion buyback. Wall Street is focused on the company's plan to rely less on the data center giants that fueled its explosive growth. Elsewhere, quantum stocks are rallying after the Trump administration unveiled a $2 billion quantum computing support package. IBM is set to receive $1 billion for a quantum chip foundry, lifting shares of D-Wave and Rigetti as well. And finally, in retail, Walmart is heading for its worst day since 2023. That's after warning that higher fuel costs are pressuring profits and could push prices higher for shoppers. Those are your midday movers. I'm Nora Melinda. It's time now for our stock of the hour, and we're going to stick with Walmart. Joining us right now is Laura Champagne. She is Director of Research and Consumer Sector Head at Tabor Asset Management. And Laura was talking about oil prices being, something that Walmart warned about, and that might be one reason why the stock is lower. Talk about the interplay of rising oil prices and Walmart's business, because yes, it's pressure for its consumers, but it also raises expenses for logistics. Yet, if I remember correctly, Walmart does sell gasoline through BJ's, so it benefits and it also hurts, right?
Sure. So Walmart was talking this morning on its call about the Sam's actually customer who buys gas from them as well, spending so much more in their stores than they would otherwise.
Oh,
that makes sense.
Sorry.
No worries, we've got that one tomorrow. So I think that gas prices have been somewhat muted on consumer so far in part because of those tax refunds. So one of the things Walmart and Target yesterday had said is that now that most of those are spent, or at least the portion that consumers aren't trying to save or spent, we'll see if there is more of an impact on consumer spending. Most of the sales numbers for Q1 have been just fine, but of course there's caution as we don't know, what happens next with gas prices.
Walmart is a consumer staple because people go there to get their groceries, and other competitors have started to notice and are really trying to compete with Walmart on that front. You mentioned to me that Kroger's new CEO is looking at Walmart and saying, I want a piece of that.
Absolutely, and what they're saying, unfortunately, is even scarier because they're saying we need to lower prices to get a piece of that. So you've got inflation coming from freight impacting Walmart's margins. At the same time, competitors who might get more aggressive. Now, what we've heard is that Kroger wants vendors to fund that. They want consumer staples companies to pay for those lower prices. We'll see how successful the CEO can be. He was successful when he ran Walmart's U.S. business. I think Kroger's a little bit of a different game. So we'll see how much pressure this puts on Walmart. Walmart's stock is rich, though. I think that's a lot of what just is putting pressure on Walmart.
Walmart can respond to that, though, right? It's got a lot of heft with the suppliers. Like, it, if nothing else, can tell suppliers and vendors, hey, work with us.
Right. And during the quarter, we actually heard that Kroger's price discrepancy versus Walmart had increased from high single digits to low double digits. So they've got a lot of ground to make up if they want to compete with Walmart. There'll always be items they can compete on, but I think part of what has people spooked about Kroger's comments is that the CEO acknowledged that consumers have different baskets, so it's thousands of items they have to cut prices on.
Right.
Makes it tough for Walmart to square up with what they usually do, or item by item rollbacks.
So I compare that with a TJX, where you walk in knowing that you're going to get a good deal, because the whole premise of the story is this is off price compared to where you might get it somewhere else. TJX just seems to be doing just fine. It does well in great environments, and it does well in tricky environments as well. Is there anything here that kind of gets you concerned or makes you think things are not working well?
TJX also has performed really well in this home goods comp they just put up. I think it was a 9, is awesome in a home space that's under so much pressure. It's all share gain. I think Ross and Burlington, which you're about to report, are going to have good numbers too. So we feel good about off price in general. The customer's been value oriented for a long time, and department stores, although they've shrunk a lot, are still giving up share in general to off price. It's just kind of a cheap and easy way for a consumer to get that kind of discretionary spending fix, and the brands are good. Now that TJX, Ross, Burlington, and almost all their categories are a top 10 retailer, it's hard for vendors not to get the product.
What can these off-price retailers do that they're not taking advantage of right now?
It's interesting because they've actually been bringing in some higher priced products. So in our recent checks at Marmax, we've seen a lot of Birkenstock. We've seen some Kate Spade. So I think they're bringing better products. They're bringing in some K-beauty in their beauty. So less of a drugstore feel and more of a boutique feel.
Right, and always a treasure hunt no matter what, because you don't know what you're going to get. Laura, thank you so much as always. Laura Champagne is Director of Research and Consumer Sector Head at Tabor Asset Management. All right, we're going to stick with the consumer because Take-Two is gearing up to report earnings after the closing bell. The video game publisher will be reporting. We will have an outlook just ahead. This is Bloomberg.
When's the right time to get on the right financial track? With Northwestern Mutual, the right time is right now. Build a life you'll love with a people-first plan from a Northwestern Mutual financial advisor. They can show you better opportunities ahead and help you leave blind spots behind. See how we plan differently at nm.com. Northwestern Mutual, a better way to money.
Matteo, one of the things I'm always struck with is how focused you are on the customer.
The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data in the best possible way.
What about what's next?
Better of the same. It's not more of the same. It's better of the same.
Zero DTE. Start.
Companies everywhere bought into AI. Problem is, nothing works there. That was not me. Only the ServiceNow AI platform breaks down the walls. It integrates anything.
any workflow.
Any data source?
And with the AI Control Tower, we can finally manage all our AI. ServiceNow AI platform lets you connect and control everything to put AI to work for your people. We'll see you there. On the chat.
Easiest if everybody just moves down one? No. Okay.
Yeah, prices on these companies, I think it's very, very difficult to say. If it's a bubble, I think it's a pretty good one.
Don't miss the Pulse live every weekday.
Welcome to Bloomberg this weekend.
Breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Bloomberg this weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up. Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Shariani in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg. All right, after the closing bell, Take-Two reports fourth quarter earnings. So joining us now is Jason Schreier. And Jason, this is all about the November launch of Grand Theft Auto 6, which is potentially the most lucrative game release in history. So are we getting any details on this?
Yeah, investors will be looking out mostly, first and foremost, for confirmation that the game is still coming on November 19th. It has been delayed twice so far, and now that we're about 6 months away from that date, people are going to be watching to see if they say, yep, it's not going to slip again.
Okay, the delays that have been announced so far, what's the upside to that? Have they made the game better during that time?
Yeah, games take a while. They're kind of this unique blend of art and technology that are very hard to predict schedule-wise, and I think a lot of people at Rockstar needed the extra time to make the game as good as possible. As far as details of the game, I believe we will not be seeing those. They certainly won't be discussed in an earnings call. I think Rockstar has a marketing campaign planned for a little bit closer to the release of the game itself.
I mean, Take-Two is so synonymous with Grand Theft Auto. Once you take away that franchise, what else is the company relying on? Or, does it have another secret sauce?
Yeah, well, so the big watchword, putting aside the future products they have, the thing to look out for with today's earnings is recurring consumer spending, and that is in two main products. They have a bunch of different kind of categories in mobile. The two main products that I'm looking at, one is NBA 2K, their basketball games. They get a lot of revenue out of that, out of people buying the game and then continuing to spend money on the game even after they bought it. And the other is, of course, Grand Theft Auto 5, the previous game, which has an online component that continues to generate almost $500,000 a year in revenue from consumer spending. That game has sold a lot in 225 million units so far, which makes it one of the best games of all time.
Wow, great context. Once GTA 6 is launched, will people still be buying GTA 5? Is that a thing?
All right, there goes Amazon. Amazon, a little dip and rip there. Amazon, a little dip here and pop back up.
Playing the online component with their friends for months and years after it comes out, and they keep spending money in it.
All right, good stuff. Thank you so much, Jason Schreier, giving us a setup here as Take-Two gets ready to report earnings after the closing bell. I'm Scarlett Fu, and that does it for Bloomberg.
Okay, Amazon, nice little move here. Looking forward to get above the 21-day moving average. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's glorious outside. You should step outside for a few minutes. During this time of day, the markets don't do much of anything anyway. So my suggestion is between 12 and 1, take lunch. 90% of the time, you're not going to move. You're not going to miss anything. And, take the opportunity to, get a breath of fresh air, take a walk around the block. Go hit some golf balls, go to lunch, whatever, come back around 1:30, 2 o'clock. Generally, we'll see B and C pivots and a move, in most cases, especially with positive gamma, a move into, the upper half of the day's range by the end of the day. So it is Thursday, May the 21st, 1 o'clock. We'll have Brett here shortly coming on. He has a seminar, and he's about to start. Okay, I'm just going to mute this guy. Mute them.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
All right, Amazon looking good here. Amazon breaking higher.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Tesla Pulse, long dated.
Okay, looking good. Qs, looking for the Qs to run up a little bit more here. Qs. Okay, looking for the Qs to pop. Netflix rising.
SPX Pulse, long dated, deep puts.
Let's see what their final trades are today.
Intuit sinks 20%.
I already missed it.
Results. And those big job cuts, Workday, Adobe, and ServiceNow are selling off as well.
Okay, I missed the final trades. That's okay. Looking for BNC pivots this time of day. Okay, Amazon's pushing. Amazon's at the 21-day, pushing hard. There goes Amazon. Okay. Microsoft not giving us any kind of pulse at the moment, unfortunately. Yeah, it looked like it might have done something earlier, but it kind of just fell out of bed. Microsoft. That's the second time this week where we popped above 400, 430, 433. We popped above that level and they sold it immediately. So somebody's looking for liquidity. Does it result in lower or higher? It's hard to say because we don't know exactly what they have planned, but that's the second time that happened. Okay, Netflix on the move here. Netflix as well. Netflix moving. Looks good. Okay. Netflix gets above 90. We should see some short covering on the dealers, etc. Netflix. There goes Meta.
SanDisk Pulse, 0 DTE.
There, so
Size.
we are now over here. Robin and Pedro, what's up? Hello to you as well.
All right, everyone got a lot of new people here. So, Vinny, Dude, Jay, Sammy, what's up? Thanks, y'all, for joining us. Welcome to those of you who are just joining the stock gamer community. And of course, thank you to these SGOGs. I gotta make one of those hats. Trade Like the House is virtual. It will be recorded as well. So if you miss it, we'll have the recordings. Pablo, thank you for the kind words. How do you as well? Wayne, Trade Like the House will be recorded, so you'll have all those materials if you sign up for that course. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, we sent a bunch of emails about it recently.
Okay, it goes Netflix. Netflix. All right, let's see. Netflix call.
Here momentarily. Mountain House, California. All right. Yeah, thank you. It'll be pretty exciting.
Call walls 100.
It did not trump up enough in the course, and I
Netflix, a lot of calls being bought on Netflix right here.
Because I like the trade decisioning and the things like that, and I like the Kelly betting. I think is really valuable. But Matt, our illustrious CEO, is a ranked poker player in the state of Minnesota. World Series of Poker kind of guy, that kind of thing. So he's a serious poker player, like very serious. He can't beat me. I'm not a good poker player. He just can't beat me. But he's pretty good. Wayne, as an illustrious member of Spot Gamma, if you missed that 75 off deal, just email us info@spotgamma.com and we'll make sure you're hooked up with that. If you have any questions as I chat here, please use. Okay, you got it. Good. Yeah, Michelle, I don't really play poker either. I don't have a great attention span for those kinds of things. But the probability, the setup, the hands, just the thought process, I think is really super helpful. And so, knowing when to press and not press, for example, those things are all I think, very valuable. So if you go through, as a Spot Game subscriber, you obviously get a great deal on that stuff, along with the free education we get here. That's a very, there's a ton of work going into that. I mean, it's really pretty amazing how much work the team's putting into that webinar series, and so it should be great. Kevin knows there's no martingale strategy. Well, listen, it helps to know why that was a terrible strategy. Speaking about Captain Condor. Anyways, if you have any questions here and you're new, go to info@spotgamma.com. If I didn't answer your questions, also there's a great support AI bot in the Discord chat as well, which can give you links to resources and things like that. But you can also put your question in the Q&A here. I'll do my best to answer that. I think you did best. Let's check that out, John. Live events is something we want to do. We're working our way up to that. So hang on to that. On that point, I'm going to be at the Money Show in July in Las Vegas. I don't have any good coupon codes or anything like that, I don't think. I don't have to pay to be there. I'm not getting paid to present, but I don't have to pay to be there, which is nice. Anyways. So let's start off. What's happening today? And let's go through. Ron John's asking some questions, so we'll get to business. All right, my fancy pen tool invoked here. What do we see as the setup for today? The big strike on the board is this guy, the 7,400, and then there's another one here. But truth be told, it's not. I mean, it's 99 percentiles. You can see here. So again, if you're new to Spot Gamma, you go, what does 99 percentile mean? If you hover over this, you see 99 percentile. That's generally a good signal that strike matters to the market. And so what does that mean? That means if you just kind of say, okay, well, what does that set up for me? Then mean this is the support area. And it's support because the market's been coming from the upside and testing. If we had a 99 percentile strike up here, or if it was down here, then I would think that, okay, look, the market could very well, do one of these, right? What's the word I'm looking for? Leak out to the upside or leak out to the downside.
Rackspace
position is right there. Now, the interesting thing I would say about this is, so what does this mean?
Netflix.
My base case here is that nothing happens for the rest of the day. Kind of like short the 7,400 put spread. Probably not the collar, the condor or the fly. Why is that? Because there's nothing here to the upside, and there's this negative gamma, and so I worry that a little headline on oil or something like that, and we could just sort of leak out. So I don't want to be short that upside. But I have this floor here, 7,400, so I'm happy to lean on that, which means that I'm okay being short options down here, for example, as my base case. So what does that mean? 7,410, 7,400 put fly, 7,400, 7,490 put spread, or those are kind of rough, low risk ideas, the kind of thing that I'm thinking about.
RXT, Rackspace looks good.
Here, I have not looked at the prices this morning, so I'm not entirely sure what that is. If you get a situation where
Netflix
starts to go up, right, then that is a sign that we're going to fill in here, and then I think you start looking at this area, 7,450.
Is Brent too loud? Is that audio too loud
as those upside targets.
compared to
So
my
that's
voice?
the
Is
thing
that too loud?
If you go to Charm, you can see
Let me
that
know.
here, right? There's 74.30 would be, my first stop. That's where the Charm.
Okay, I'll put that down. Lowered his volume a little bit.
A really positive headline would be 74.60. I mean, that's obviously, but just some positive news, positive dynamic. Tomorrow we expect to see through a 74.30 is that little on watch. Hero is going to be my main signal to say that we're going to engage with this, right? So if the purple line starts to do one of these, that's the sign that I think the market's going to come from. So that's the way that I'm.
SDGR. Okay.
Let's talk about
Qs. Watch the Qs.
In the note yesterday, we presented number one. This calls were expensive, more expensive than they've been 99% of the time for the rest of the year. What does that mean? You had to have just on an Nvidia already is putting out amazing numbers, and it's when you go to Twitter, they're like,
Those Amazons running.
the company made like $80 billion. I mean, it's just like, geez. But we all expect
Tesla turning.
So it's kind of hard for them to beat the expectations, not beat the numbers, the forecast, but beat people's expectations. And so you end up in the situation where calls are so expensive, it's almost impossible to make money on those calls. Right? So those calls come for sale. AMD did it, right? So I'm not always
Meta popping.
but in these situations, you're like, well, why do you like the call fly here? Because what happens?
Meta's popping as well. There goes the Qs.
The earnings come out.
Here we go.
Stock doesn't really do anything. Why does the stock do anything? It's all positive gain around. That's how the dealers are positioned. So they're there to sell the rip and buy the hit. And just blanket this thing. And you see where the big support is right here. 215 to 220 is that big, positive, dark blue area. Stock has nowhere to go to the downside. And it's just a sort of kind of stuff. Now, let's take, I haven't looked at the skew, but I'm assuming that the NVIDIA skew is down quite a bit. So let's check it and see. We're going to look at 1 month options here. System.
Okay, Qs are on the move. Qs are on the move.
Like just day over day. So, 6.5. And so, what do you see here before versus after earnings? So, if I turn the stats off, this was the earnings last night, right? The green, or excuse me, the yellow line, and then this is where the earnings are now. What happened? The implied vol dropped like a rock, right? We lost.
All right, there goes the futures. S&P jumping as well.
That's pretty. That hurts. You were long the 245 calls yesterday. You just lost 10 vol points with the stock doing nothing. That's just horrible, right? So the idea in the founder's note yesterday was saying, look, I thought we would have a positive return. So you have a +1. And then a call fly would be -2, and then either you did it, broken wing, where you did a +1.
Okay, Qs, nice little rally on the Qs.
Zero DTE.
And so why is that maybe profitable, or why would that likely be profitable, or hopefully profitable? Because yes, you lost on one option this amount of ball, but you lost this amount of ball on 2 options. So in a perfect world, you see the skew flatten out, so this green line will look more like that. Doesn't seem like that's manifested yet, but the 1x2 in this situation, with the stock not doing much, and on your tenor stuff, you're probably up to slightly flat, I would kind of guess, on this one situation. So
Calls being bought on the Qs, or on Netflix there. Hedge flows turning up.
I kind of expect, again, the SpaceX
Hedge flows turning up.
These stocks to the upside, which is the other reason I wanted to be in the 1x2, because I do think that these stocks are going to rally. It's a quiet reaction so far, but if you're in the 1x2, you're fine, right? No big deal. Whereas if you're in the calls or the call spreads, you're like, this stinks. If you bought puts, you also lost your face. So that's just not good. So that is why that volatility matters. Now, also from a positioning perspective,
Got a little bit of resistance right here at 74.25. Okay, S&P 74.25. We just got rejected right there.
Soft deltas out of the money. Those soft deltas got even softer. Less soft. They went to 0. So
ARM Holdings, new high today. ARM Holdings.
Okay. people
Deep
were
puts.
long some of these out
Shenanigans.
calls. That's why there's negative
Amazon
again on some of
pulse.
the extreme
Silver
upside,
pulse.
right? In here, this red, right? All those died. Dealers were short those calls. They're bad deals. Okay. Stocks doing nothing. We updated these maps this morning for in Discord. You can see them. There she is. This is today's current live map. You can see. If we get over
I don't want to.
225,
I don't.
possibilities of this thing. And so this is,
Thank you.
I'm still leaning, like I still think the long, here's Tesla. Tesla's a lot of negative gamble. It's got to get over 425, maybe over 430.
Okay, Nvidia's starting to turn. Watch Nvidia might catch a bid here.
Size. Long dated. Deep calls. 0 DTE. Call sign.
Okay, S&P turning up.
We just talked about this, right? So what are the
Qs are on the move.
This strike starting to grow, 90, not quite 98 percentile, 74.30-ish. And this is, you get real news, 74.60.
High to the
So
plus 800.
right now, you don't know what the news is. Can you do a 1x2 right now, buying one 74.40, 74.60, something like that? Probably, right? 1x2 by 1. That's the value of understanding what the potential is.
Okay, here goes the S&P.
And that game is really changing. Interesting. Looks like this strike has picked up some of that. This map, which was a lot of red here, has changed a little bit. Let's see. So
0 DTE. Call
clearly
sign.
opportunity for a move here, I think, into the 74. Until 50, 60. I mean, that's another 15 hands low side floating history. Oh, what's up with Meta? Did I run Meta? No. Let's check Meta in the tool. And I know a lot of you like, where can I get those gamma maps? We're trying to add them to the system, but here's what we're going to do. Probably
Okay, there we go. Okay, Q's on the move too. All right, so I'm going to exit some Q's into strength here. Thank you, G-Pop, for that.
$200 million of positive gamma. So
All right, that looks good. The Qs, need to exit some Qs into strength here.
If it starts to move up,
Q's
there's
pulse.
plenty of room for it to
Long
go,
dated.
even as much as
Tesla
10%.
pulse.
So I actually have this
SPX
tucked away in my
Deep puts.
longer term account,
Nvidia
which is like
pulse. Deep calls.
comfortable because
0
of this positive
DTE.
gamma.
Call strength. 0
There's some chance
DTE.
that this thing
Call sign.
rallies 5 to 10%
Size.
based on this. And so, okay. I ran, oil goes 150. I don't care about this positive gamma anymore. I'm just out.
Okay, big move there on S&P.
Monthly expirations. If you lift this up here, you can see the percent expiring.
Nvidia turning the corner. So if you like Nvidia, got a nice little turn here for Nvidia. Okay, ABCD patterns. Okay, looking for Nvidia to turn up. Okay, oversold, turning prices moving higher. Okay, sold into strength.
SanDisk CW put flies. What's funny about these names to me is they have positive gamma. People have been selling
0
into the super
DTE.
rich
Call
wall.
sign. Size.
So that suggests that we should get a fair amount of mean reversion in these things. Now that being said, the FOMO continues. And wow, look at that. 16.
Okay, Qs. Nice little pop on the Qs.
I got a TV though. So you see me looking over here. I'm looking at the old CNBC trying to see what we got. Look at that. Getting smoked. All right. So that is the engagement for the equity market. But a couple of minutes ago, I would have told you that when you have, and I mentioned this in the founders note, when you have this kind of stuff going on, this market ain't ready to sell yet. So the benefit of the doubt is with the bulls, right?
Okay, nice little pop there. Good trade there, G-Pop. Thanks for the update. Looks good.
Bitcoin Ponzi pump. Nvidia pump. 0 DTE.
But this market wants to go up, and I say that because of the speculation into all these stocks. And so, you look at QBTS. Look at this guy, right? NBIS. Things up, I don't know what that is, 20%, 17%. You look at, Sandus, 9%. That's not a market that's about to sell off 10%. But you get a nuke or something, God forbid, hopefully it doesn't happen, then okay, none of that matters, obviously, but oil's just kind of 100 to 110, I don't know. Why would you want to short them? When is this going to matter? When this goes...
All right, what was that? What was that? What just went off? What did I just... Okay, good.
0 DTE.
All right, looking good.
High tick alert plus 800.
High tick alert.
Index, but you could also think of it as
Nike.
when the index
Nike.
constituents start to move no longer in the same direction. Right? What does that mean? That means you have certain stocks.
Okay, let me look at Nike. I want to sell some Nike into strength. I want to start reducing my exposure again. Nike.
Look at the negative returns in here. So, if you were thinking about what does it mean when core 1M goes negative?
Nike. All right, nice pop on Nike. Come on. Okay, Nike. I'm going to leave Nike alone. That looks good. I got the June 45 calls. Okay, looks good. All right, there go the Qs. Qs are moving. IWM. All right, nice move on IWM.
I say that because the signal work was a little different, but this was validated core 1M. So what does this mean?
IWM.
What tends to happen? NASDAQ just goes up. This is all from 2024. Market just tends to go up. Okay. What happens when you get core 1M sub 8 is basically what this is saying. Look at those returns 20 days out of time. It's pretty ugly. So what does that mean? That means that when we get core 1M under 8, that's the bad signal. Now what happened was with OPEX and some sort of not great news, I would say it's more OPEX than anything else, around the
Nvidia
Iran situation, right? Correlation moved up a little bit.
0
We were here on Thursday with the China meetings, right? And then, OPEX, unwind some call positions. Don't worry, we're due for consolidation. We got the consolidation. And now, if you're getting VIX 16, all these single stocks going bananas, then this index you would think
futures on the move. Looks good.
Which I just think really has to happen. It doesn't have to happen. I've said this a bunch of times here. I can't imagine the market doesn't make all-time highs in the SpaceX IPO. I just feel like it's the system needs it to happen. And so, in my mind, over the next 2-3 weeks, we just finally have one final move here where core 1M gets driven down because all these single stocks just continue to go yard. So what does that have to do with SanDisk? SanDisk has positive gamma, which suggests a lot of mean reversion. So I don't want to short this stock.
Spider pulse. Long dated. 0 DTE. Call strip.
All right, looking good. Everything is up.
0 DTE.
The ball's quite expensive, but we should get this mean reversion. And what's interesting about that, the fly conditions are
SoFi.
it jumps down. When it jumps down, those call flies can actually make
Nike, Morgan Stanley, ARM Holdings. What's ARM doing? ARM's at the high.
in a way, trying to be short volatility, but not short direction. So I think layering on
Google.
call flies are kind of interesting trades here.
Google popping up. Okay, Apple looking good.
But I'll just be, in full disclosure here. I mean, there's not much positioning at all above this in 1600s. I got my hand slapped pretty good with the A&D recommendation, obviously.
Bitcoin, nice follow through bounce. Bitcoin, nice.
So these things are doing some swirly things. And so I like the flies here rather than saying I'm going to short like a straddle. just because I think the flies have a lot less risk. What happened? Fake news? To be determined. Talk about Pulse here in a second. Datadog.
All right, looking good. All right, so Bitcoin looking for some follow through here off this 50-day moving average. Buy the dip, sell the rip. Okay, positive gamma, even with Bitcoin, positive gamma. You get the 50-day for your stop underneath 76,000. 921-day, everything's moving upward. Bitcoin looks good. Adobe. Amazon looking good.
Make an argument for 230 or something like that. Maybe positions here are pretty strong up until really 280. Problem with this in the positioning is that this stock, I believe, was a lot higher, right? It's come down. So take that back. So the bulk of this move, you would think would be. I mean, that chart looks great, but I get what I'm reading here is a 2% move probably makes relative sense.
Gold
20% move.
Zero DTE. Call side.
Okay,
Size.
220, that's the next level. Okay.
Palantir.
SRG. There's so much positive gamma in the market. It's just all these stocks. It's just so crazy. So here you see
All right, futures, nice little pop on the futures, S&P. Just listening to this Brent over there at Spot Gamma. Got a seminar for members. Okay, S&P looks good. The Qs continue to show strength. Qs, IWM looking good. IWM.
Yeah, so is this melting due to gamma or positions being closed? That's the key distinction. So if you look at net OI,
Zero DTE.
there's
Call
that position
Size.
is yeah, it is closing up. You see that? Peak was well, the puts have 1500. They've been closed. The calls have not been closed. What that looks like.
Okay, Apple needs some more upside. Apple continues to stretch its legs. Apple, I did roll out Apple to July, 305, 310 call spreads. Nice little move there over the last couple of weeks. Apple's still going for the last couple of weeks, just keeps going. I rolled up I had the 295, 300, and then I had the 302, 305, 302.50, 305. This morning I rolled the 305 to 305, 310 as the trend continues. Looks good. All right, so.
Good question. So what would I do in USO? I would do one by
Nike.
I would do
Nvidia.
Okay, what's Nike doing? Nike looks really good. Nike coming off the low. Looks like it's going to at least head up to 46 or so. Nike. I got the 45 call looking for Nike to push higher. For June. Let me just look at Nike and see what it looks like. Nike at the highs. 60-minute Nike. Looks like it's going to stretch its legs. I'm looking for at least 45 on Nike. Nike looking for at least 45.
So that's how own one put, short two, farther out. As far as your second statement about the equity vol being cheap, I don't think it's that cheap. If we look at the compass, you see spiders is right here, 25% ID rank, risk reversal 62. That's expensive calls. So I would be long call flies in spiders for upside maybe. or short puts or put spreads potentially.
Mm-hmm.
But I think call flies are the way to go because that call speed will be weighted. I don't want to be short puts also in this situation until like if there's a deal and it's signed and we're like good, and you can kind of count on it, then like I would probably immediately sell short puts.
All right, so looking for more upside. Nice job. Nice in the room.
That's how we do that. I don't get involved with trading CL features. I don't know anything about that market. I know enough to know that I don't know. Like, if it wants to, like, when stuff settles, it rolls like all that. So, yeah, Meta. I just long stock. I don't. I mean, here's the other thing about Meta, right? People are in calls. They're not particularly cheap, I would say.
Okay.
So I literally just
I'm taking the opportunity to reduce my risk. I got a lot of things working here. I got too many positions, really. I've got like 24 open positions out in June, and July and August and further out in time. I need to reduce some of my exposure. I get too involved with the room. I start taking other people's trades, and I just need to reduce my exposure. What's TE doing? TE is at the highs. I like the trade. I like it. I'm just going to take some off. Okay, so I'm going to take some T1 off. Okay, T1. I'm going to exit. I'm going to exit some. I don't want this to move much against me. So I went ahead and took that off at $9. It's probably going to turn back up. I could have waited, but I'm just reducing my exposure at the moment. While the getting's good. The getting is getting good. Google, Nokia's fine. Tesla's fine. Tesla's moving higher. Tesla. Actually, you know what? I should buy some T1. I should buy some T1 shares, right? RXT, that's a good one there, Mondo. RXT working.
Yes, drops in a massive positive game like Gex bar on Trace. You get real-time confirmation of institutional defense with hero tape. Excellent. I love that framework. Question is, how do you quickly identify that your positive delta supports this buying decision? You just look at the delta for that specific SPX strike and you know, what's my preferred go-to method? Yeah, so this is the way that I like to do it. So let's talk about the down, like the market downside of it, right? I know at 9:30 we talk about the founders note. This is the big strike for the day.
All right, RXT, rack space, looking for that to get back to the highs. Daily, 760. 760.
I think it actually grew. Thought it was a little bit bigger at one point, but as you can see here, you know, these two strikes are 4,000 or 5,000 contracts to get. It's not like a 10,000 opposition, right? So if it's 10,000 opposition, I'm like set in stone. I'm going to bet on this one. 99th percentile strike is the minimum strike that I need to see for me to be like, okay, I'm going to count on this being a support or resistance strike, right, by themselves. So what happens is you get in here and you're kind of waffling around it. That makes it a little trickier. What adds to it is the round number, just because people like round numbers, and I think like the technical folks and stuff would be like, support. So that gives me a little more belief in wanting to buy that as support, right?
Zero DTE, call side, size.
Now, a few minutes ago, what we said was, as we play through the day, I was talking about the options that I would want to trade. In the futures market, it goes the same, right? If I'm sitting here looking at this, why would I want to short the market?
Size.
Right? This is the 99th percentile.
ARM Holdings.
And like the rate of change of Hero went from positive 1 billion to negative roughly 1.5 billion, but that took place over 3 hours. That's just not very big. If you get $1-3 billion of the flow in like 15 minutes, you get $1 billion in 15 minutes. That's a lot.
IONQ.
$3 billion in 30 minutes. That's a lot. Right. So imagine that you're also get this. Right. Then I would say this bar is going to get blasted because yes, it's $2 billion in gamma, but I just got like $3 billion in Hero, in the last 5 minutes. So like that strike's giving it up, right? That would be one, maybe not the best setup, but that would be one idea. Like, okay, that makes sense. But if Hero doesn't do anything and we're at the support strike, why would I short? I don't have a good reason to short. And as we were just talking about, it's like the soft spot in the market was up here because of the fact that this is all negative gamma, and they're quite frankly at the moment. At
Oracle.
talking,
All right, Oracle having a good time here. Oracle. Let me see. I rolled those up, right? Oracle. Yeah, I rolled Oracle up to. No, I have the 200 210s. All right, 200 210s. Okay. I need to. You know what? I'm going to take some profits off. I'm going to take some profits off, and I'm going to rebuy. Or should I just let this go? Should let this go, right? I'll let it go. Oracle looks good. Nice 2-day bounce.
Does that mean that we're going to rally for no reason? No, but as we literally just talked about, if there's a headline of some kind, then you got to worry about the market rallying here. And so I don't want to be short options to that upside, right? I think that's verbatim what we just said. So in this case, as a futures trader, you go, okay, the opportunity for trade today is either going to be this strike goes away, Hero adds like 2-3 billion, and then we blow through it, so I don't want to be short, or we start to rally into the soft spot. What's my sign that we're going to
Oracle looking for a 200-day test.
If Hero starts to move up. Now, we started to get the positive positive delta move. Hero's delta. You see this is jumping, right? Like, okay, market's starting to pick up this news. That's awesome. What is my target? Do I have a trade? And what we said was, look, the trade is, you got 74.40-ish. If you look at Charm here, where these big colors meet, 74.65. So there's a couple of these upside targets now that the options market is showing us that are excellent to take some off of futures. So how do you do that? If you have a couple of futures, you peel some out at 74.30, 74.40, maybe leave a runner on, see if we get to 60, depending on what the news is. But the big overarching thing that I'm watching is, what is Hero doing now, right? Hero had this big pop and drop, and so do I want to stay in this position? If Hero does this, yes. If Hero keeps doing this, then this is a divergence. I don't like that, and I probably want to cut my long. So that's the way that I'm seeing this set up right now.
Okay, Qs continue. Qs are continuing here.
All else equal.
All right.
Assuming Hero kind of recovers, you got to think we're visiting 50 and possibly as much as 60 by the end of the day. So I'm okay to leave my futures on, looking for that, unless Hero goes sharply lower, at which point we have a divergence, and I don't want to be long anymore. So.
Okay, Microsoft's trying to turn now. Microsoft. All we need is Microsoft to turn for me, and I'd be very happy. Amazon's still going.
Trace adjustment recently. So you're seeing GEX 3 billion. Compare that with the deltas. 2-3 billion.
Amazon.
3 billion of selling pressure or buying pressure, because Hero says 3 billion.
Oh.
And the gamma on the map is negative. So you combine those two, that market should have to move up, right? Because you're buying 3 billion at the negative gamma market of 5 billion. So, you can do that math, right? Yeah, that strike is gone now. And look at this right now. It's just negative gamma upside.
Amazon. All right, nice move on Amazon.
So
270, 275. Got some more upside on Amazon. ARM Holdings still going. ARM Holdings, I'm looking for 300 on ARM Holdings. ARM looking for 300.
So if Hero's going to go up, I definitely don't want to short it. Maybe like, hey, I made some money, cool, I'm going to wrap it up for today. But and this is again where options are helpful, because you can go to 0 to like off fly or something, and like, okay, my risk reward is pretty simple.
ARM Holdings.
Yeah, the implied move takes us flag on. So Hero right now doesn't seem like it's leading. So
Call side.
We're pausing at where these two levels meet, the last kind of area of positive gamma. And like, if this goes down, then the idea that there's some sneaky move here is big back higher. So really haven't fully this is like this weird turning point, right? It's confusing. You don't have to have every answer to everything all the minutes.
Okay, ARM Holdings.
We're gonna break out and Hero's going up, fine, I'll ride that. If this mean reverts, then I probably want a short bet on mean reversion. So I really am trying to see which way this goes. What's up? What's the cost for alpha members to trade like the house gig? I honestly am not sure. There's so many different pricing schemes. I know obviously if you are in the stock game ecosystem, you're already getting your deal. So email info@stockgame.com. You should have emails about it already. Let's see what we know. Let's talk about Pulse. So if you go into the old Discord channel, if you're not a member of Discord, you go to social, which is down here. Click Discord when you get in. But in the channel, now today I've had some problems with the provider of this system today, the server system. The cloud infrastructure has been a little janky. So what is Pulse? You can look at Pulse. There's Pulse and Pulse Index. These are voice channels.
Okay, Microsoft. I'm going to add some Microsoft here. I didn't do it yesterday and I regretted it. Going to go June.
And the goal is that you have something
At the money June monthly.
that tells you when the pulse of the options market.
$25, 300s.
You can sit here and watch trades.
Oh, that's ARM. That's ARM. I almost bought the wrong thing. I've done that before. Microsoft. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to buy some at the money 420s. Buy vertical 420, 425, 420, 422.50 is fine. $1.20.
I'm looking at the options. Hero S&P 500 is the heroes of the indexes. SPY, SPX, ESG futures. Those three. S&P equities is Tesla, Apple.
Okay, just bought some more Microsoft right here.
To watching the index, but I always check the
Microsoft.
stocks, right, to see what they're doing as well. Ideally, you want those all in agreement. In other words, if index heroes up, great. But it's even better.
High tick alert. High tick alert.
74. Wow. 74, 75 calls for today are going for $3. That seems like wow. That's expensive. It's very expensive. That's like one of those somebody knows something kind of things. Huh?
Okay, high tick alert. High tick alert.
Micron pulse, long dated,
I mean,
deep calls, deep puts,
position
shenanigans,
not that big there.
size, 0 DTE,
See, there's a short call position up there, 8,000. So, I mean, this negative gamma is suggesting that we should be able to kind of like run all the way up here. So, you know, I need Hero to keep kind of trending. It's
Just
not
added
big.
to Microsoft.
$4 or $5 billion. So, like, Hero's very quiet right now. Don't see any news yet. Trump is reselling. Yeah, so the goal with Pulse is you can either look at Pulse Index, which is just the index stuff, obviously, or you can go for the whole market. And what we found is that you'll hear all of a sudden like buyers of like Tesla, Apple, Micron, Sandisk, like you'll hear all of a sudden like go crazy, like spasm, like your heart rate picked up. And then you know something's happening in the market. And the fact that it's audible means you can go on and play Call of Duty or whatever you guys like to do, and you hear it. Trade. But also the 0DT stuff, how do you know?
All right, Microsoft going here. Microsoft.
If you hear 0DT, you can go on. Now people are also like, can you tell me the strike? I gotta make more advanced voices.
U.S.-Iran agreement reached via Pakistan mediation expected to be announced in the next few hours.
Any member, stock analyst, you gotta scroll down a little bit. And then if you go to the Pulse channel, you can see what the actual card was for the trade. So 74.60 0DT is just traded. All this is telling you is that something traded. I'm trying to work on the bought versus sold logic and making sure that's good. Ultimately, it's meant to be something's going on. Now I need to go check Trace Hero, etc.
All right, play the explosion, and I would take profits off in the strength.
Short dated. So if you're Tesla shenanigans, like someone traded tomorrow's options. I don't play Call of Duty. I was just thinking. Actually, I shouldn't make fun of people because honestly, like I would like to
Nvidia
just sit around and
price.
play video
Long
games
dated.
all day and have like
Zero
McDonald's.
DTE. Call side.
Nice.
Okay, there goes Amazon. Amazon's still going here.
No questions and requests. You can go in here and leave a piece of feedback. I will read it. Same thing with the support bot. It's been quiet the last few days, but come in here and ask support bot a question.
Here we go, Mondo. The next level is 7480. Next level 7480.
Wish that if IV rate is high, call speed is already extreme. You probably cannot just buy calls even the flow patrol system is bullshit. So this is a common thing about flow patrol where people
Hi,
read
Tickle plus 800. Long dated.
So what flow patrol is telling you is what big funds are doing. So a lot of people like to cut rate to the unusual positions table, right? And this is just telling you like what big hedge funds are doing specifically, or big time retail traders, right? That's specifically what this is filtering for. And so, you know, XLY is a really nice call spread, put spread here. Some 23,000, 20,000 each. We're reading as a roll because they bought these and sold these. So some of you rolled those down. Same thing in XLI. You can see there's another roll there, right? So this is idea generation. Union Pacific, somebody bought a bunch of calls, 280 calls for 529. That's super interesting. So, you know, that's what this is. Once you see this, then you got to go and figure out if the
Nvidia
option's
pulse.
cheap or rich. Or I don't want to express this idea. Do I want to
Zero
express it at all, right? So it's idea generation from a base level of some other big player got into the position. Right? And that's the thing. There was a delay in Pulse this morning, Michelle, because the servers that run this thing were broken. We use a cloud provider, and that cloud provider is going to have a lot of problems. I can't do anything about that as much as I would love to.
7430 looks like that's the area.
Fact checking, you know, like, hey, this is delayed or something. But
IWM still going.
it's kind of a beta system that I launched that I, you know, mildly aggravated.
Sorry, I'm chewing on a strawberry.
Well, they can't do anything about it for now. It's not a good practice.
I got too many open positions. I'm just taking some things off that
Yeah, so if calls
I added because other people were trading it, and I went along with.
if I want to play the upside,
So I'm going to eliminate some of these positions.
sometimes, like in the case of Meta,
Okay. Oracle looks good.
you know, like the options are
Amazon.
cheap. They're cheap. I just buy
Hi,
those.
Tickle
Like, I
plus
can
800.
complicate this whole thing.
Oh, look at that 60-minute candle.
Run 5 or 10%,
Holy smokes.
and we're at this huge support level, then I'm just going to buy the stock and let it go. If I didn't think there was support, then maybe I'd buy the call spread so I'd fix risk. But I see huge support there, so I'm like, I'm just going to put this in there. I'm not worried about carrying costs, and I know I'm, you know, again, hard deltas. I'm just long stock, so like, okay. Am I mainly looking for large strikes to lean on, negative gamma in direction?
Can we get to 7,500?
If you're in a big options name, Mag 7, Sandus, those types of things, there's usually big strikes, call walls, put walls, things like that are great levels. If you start looking at some more, you know, like, is there anything significant in fuel cell? Probably not.
Tesla pulse.
XLY,
Long dated.
that's an index. You know, it's an ETF, but it's an index of stocks. So, like, does the call wall and XLI matter as much? Probably not quite as much, right? So I'm gonna discount the levels in a name like that a little more. Zeta, well, I have no idea what Zeta is. So I'm gonna discount the level a little bit more in a name like that. Names with big options positions, big weekly positions and stuff, then I think call wall, put wall, those types of things. More structured position around those. Where does Hero fit in the single stock workflow? A great question. So let's look at Hero and single stocks. The most bullish. Wow, look at that. you have trend all day like that, because that is telling you that some big player, like a really big player, is just buying options, and that means that suggests to me that the flow is kind of going to continue. Nvidia Tesla is weird because the weekly options now, I think they can have a little bit of noise, dispersion related type noise, associated with some of those moves. Yeah, Walmart pretty ugly there. We don't have Bloom Energy here. Or OBIS, but I'll get some signals. This Bloom, same thing. Big into 225, then it seems like it kind of flails off. So the trend of the flow matters, I think. Like a persistent all-day buyer of longer dated options is like the best signal to see.
Spider Pulse, Nvidia Pulse,
like this, Pulse. Right? Like this is a very bullish look all day long. People are, they're coming into calls in this name. And you think about what being the government involved with Intel has done for Intel. Well, IBM pulls an Intel, or even just rallies them, quite a bit, right, to get back to its all-time highs. I don't know, but this is very, very bullish.
Holy shit! Look at this market.
And then we just look at Equity Hub on this real quick. We're at 250, so we're coming up on this negative gamma strike. It seems like 275 is when the positioning starts to die out. So
Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
I think that was
Intel
pretty,
Pulse,
pretty good.
0 DTE, call sign, size.
Yeah, ES come to G's. Where my mind goes with the ES futures on that move is that it's a hedge to something, right? So like, if I buy VIX futures, do I sell ES futures? If I was, adjusting some type of a dispersion trade because this headline is coming down, I want to cover that, something like that. This is very weird, and it's specifically short dated puts. See that? Like, this is super bullish. Long dated call flow. I mean, so I'm looking at the spread between these two. So that's bullish. But someone's buying 0 DTE puts, is what that is. So maybe they're just buying stock and then buying 0 DTE puts as like a hedge in case there's no real headline. I mean, I don't really know. But you can see here now, S&P is ripping, right? So, like, if the deltas were to engage, then you're like, holy crap,
Silver
this is just
Pulse,
going to go crazy.
Triple semi
And it
pulse,
seems like now it's starting to
Micron
get
Pulse,
engaged. See that?
long dated, deep calls, 0 DTE, call strength.
I just heard Paul's 0 DT call strip, so that'll be kind of interesting there. I mean, say what you want. I feel like this really helped navigate this. And this, all right, 74.85 now is where the map keeps changing to 7,500. That delta, you can see that Hero's now going the right direction, right? And now you're getting that market surge. So, why shouldn't this be 3-4 billion a Hero if there's actually an agreement at a minimum? I don't know. When it shows up on CNBC, I feel like it's the moment. It's like, okay, it's a real thing. I look back and forth between Hero and single stock and equities. Yeah.
Size, long dated.
Sorry, Lois, trying to figure out the discrepancy between the different models for VIX and equity up between the synthetic and total. Yeah. So when you're looking at the two models, synthetic OI models is modeling the buy side positioning. So what is that? That means like what dealer exposure is there for buy side? So market makers are long these calls or long this strike in gamma terms and short all these other options. So VIX should go to 14.15 if there's a deal, like in a heartbeat is what I read from this. Now, what is total OI? Total OI just says take all of the open interest and show me what the gamma is of all open interest. And so it too shows you that positioning dies under 15. So that's why I think VIX go to 15s if we have a deal in a heartbeat. And that's where the positioning kind of dies out. But the big difference in discrepancy is all
Microsoft, nice reversal on Microsoft.
They both, I think, have value in different areas, which is why they're still on the platform. But they're telling you the SUI or synthetic model is telling you it's like more of a truthful statement, I guess, or a targeted statement. Put wall and like the VIX is a tough one to, or call wall in the VIX may be a tough one to.
All right, Microsoft going green.
The same way as you would in a stock, and the reason is because the VIX is just based off of the price of S&P options, and you can't like buy and sell the VIX like you would a stock. So for the VIX to hit, 25, you can manipulate it maybe around options prices, buying and selling strips of options, but you can trade the VIX future, obviously, but you can't be like, hey, I'm going to short the VIX because it's at 18, like, or if Tesla's 225, you can sell it, right? My ideal bullish stock setup front to finish. Well, I mean, that IBM looks, other than the fact that IBM is up 10%, the hero is ripping, right? So flow control is an idea generator. If a big fund bought $5 million worth of calls to some weird name for like January, it's like, oh, okay, I'll buy that too. Huge flow, right? Biggest in the last 30 days easily. You just check Equity Hub. There's positions on up to 275. So you got a good fundamental story, government getting involved. You got huge flows coming in, confirms call buyers. You got the options positioning, which could maybe help fuel this thing to 275. That looks great. I don't love buying a stock that's up 10% in a day. So let's say this is only 1%, then it would be like awesome. But the whole market seems like it's ready to rip right now. So
SMH
why fight IBM?
0 DTE.
But that's it, right?
Size.
Are the flows going my way? Are there positions ahead to show that the flows can continue? That's the whole schlemium. Now, once you know that, okay, I think IBM's going to go up. How do I want to express that trade? Call flies, calls, buy the stock, what? Right? So then I got to look at the options. Like IBM option prices are probably expensive now, right? So how am I positioned? What do I want to do? I wouldn't buy calls in IBM because they're probably really expensive. Do I sell a put? Do I sell put spread as a trade?
Apple's still going here. Apple.
Like a call fly.
Nice breakout on Apple.
Nothing wrong with that. You get your lock-up capital, you get mortgage reward, which is not great. So I don't want to do it like necessarily on IBM, I guess, because you can easily get back 5% tomorrow. Whereas like in Meta, there's a huge base. The stock is pretty stable. It may take a little time for that to work.
Okay,
so,
AAOI.
So I guess that would be the difference. But yeah.
Nice pop on AAOI. The whole group.
Draft of an agreement.
Size. Long dated.
So
Deep calls.
that explains the hesitancy here, I suppose. Hero signal. All right. I think I've gotten to all the questions. If I didn't, I apologize, but I'll be in the Discord so you can ask those. Join the Discord, by the way. Hit this button down here. Right there. You can get into the Discord, and then you can ask the support bot. I'm monitoring the support bot, so I should give you an answer. It'll take me a little bit, but I'll make sure to give you the answer. The pulse is in there. Also, hit support and then email info@spotgamma.com if you have any questions about the platform, or if you want to know about the Trade Like the House series coming up. That is going to be in early June. We're going to have that course. What else? I am going to be at the Money Show in Vegas if any of you are near there. That's in July. We have some new stuff coming out in about a month. We have a hero chart upgrade, so you can do your EMAs very simply. We're going to use that trading view, and then we have another sort of platform upgrade just in terms of charting capabilities and the like. Looks like this thing is rolling over a little bit now, so we'll keep going on that. That's it for now. There's a lot of other cool things in the works. They're going to take a little bit longer, but big time tools. So one quick one. So, spawn dive into more VIX. On the shenanigans. All right, I can tell my voice is starting to go, so we're going to wrap this one up now again. Any questions, info@spotgame.com. Thank you all for joining us, and I will be seeing you all on, I guess, next Thursday, because Monday's a holiday. So happy Memorial Day for all of you in the States. Enjoy that holiday off. Have a great weekend. Go Stocks.
All right, that was it. Brent over at Spot Gamma. Okay. Okay.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls. 0 DTE, call side.
All right, a little pullback there, looking for our prices to follow through. Nice ramp higher, S&P. Hedge flow still rising.
0 DTE, call side. Size.
All right, a few things pulling back in a little bit.
Q's Pulse, long dated. SanDisk Pulse.
All right. All right, so we're waiting for that news to come out. If it comes out in the next couple hours, we could see the market's a bit higher right now, a bit extended. So, people are taking profits off the table. Okay, Qs. That was a nice little pop on the Qs. Apple pulling back in a little bit. Apple. Okay, looking for that to continue. Apple over the next week or so.
Q's Pulse.
Breaking out.
Deep calls. 0
If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Thursday, May the 21st. It's 2:05 p.m. We're looking for institutions, if they're going to scoop up any shares or they're going to take some profits off the table. We'll see what they do and then the rest of this session. Hour and 53 minutes to go. Okay, so we've got Memorial Day on Monday. Monday coming up, so we have a long weekend.
Tesla Pulse, long dated. Spider Pulse.
Tesla. We got Tesla long dated calls coming through.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated. SATS, 0 DTE, call side.
GIGG halted down.
All right, looking for the bounce. All right, so we're off on Monday. Next Monday for Memorial Day on the 25th. So we'll be off. Make a note of it. Okay, looking for Microsoft to bounce. A lot of these stocks will follow through most likely. All right. Okay. Okay, Qs, a little flag on the Qs, IWM flagging as well.
NBTS.
Okay, Apple turning back up. S&P bouncing. Hedge flows.
Sanders Pulse, deep puts.
Okay, IWM. We need the 10-year to continue its fade. Okay, the 10-year yield needs to fade. Okay, so that's off. That's off from the high. Okay, this is what we wanted. 10-year fading will help the equity markets, in particular small caps and the tech stocks. Okay.
OPTX.
Apple trying to bounce. Okay, we got an hour and a bit to go.
Long dated.
Hour and 48 minutes to go.
0 DTE, call side.
NBTS. GIGGU may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, it's Katie Kaminsky, Chief Research Strategist and Portfolio Manager at Alpha Simplex Group. Appreciate your time this afternoon. That's a view of the bond market, on the equity market, and some companies that could be going public soon. We welcome in Nancy Tangler. She's CEO and CIO of Laffer-Tangler Investments. She joins us this afternoon from Scottsdale. Nancy, just afternoon on Wall Street time, Mark Gurman reported that the smart ring maker Aura has filed confidentially for an IPO. Comes after SpaceX dropped a big one yesterday.
NVIDIA Pulse, Zero DTE,
This flurry of capital markets activity, what is it telling you about where we are exactly in this cycle?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Tim. I think, well, and don't forget, we're going to hear from Anthropic here pretty soon. So I think that one of the blow-off tops of any bull market is when the IPO activity gets nuts. In this particular case, I think there is still plenty of room for IPO activity, but we are paying attention. The Aura was interesting. I don't know if I count that as super important, but it nonetheless is another IPO. This on the heels of last year when we were kind of stalled out. So I think it's interesting for some of the investment banking names like Goldman, Morgan, and JP Morgan, and Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan, but also we're paying attention because we think that that's something we should monitor as investors. But I will say one more thing very quickly. I think the SpaceX deal does something very important, which is validates the space trade. And we heard from Jeff Bezos this week where he talked about the total addressable market. SpaceX is claiming a $29 trillion TAM. So stay tuned. I think there's still a lot of room to run in many of these things.
The $29 trillion TAM getting a lot of attention today, Nancy. Do you view that as realistic?
Deep puts. Q is
You're
pulse.
laughing.
I don't think most of what Elon says is realistic. You kind of have to look at the trend. You have to discount the timeline and maybe pare back some of the volume. But I do think we launched a thematic portfolio, Tim, about 9 months ago, and space is one of the themes, and we're pretty pleased with that as a contributor to total return, simply because it's not just SpaceX, but this does validate. It's Rocket Labs that came in much better than expected, $200 million in revenues, Planet Labs, and a number of other names that we own in that space. So I'm excited about the space auction and the robotics, but yeah, I think it's grain of salt time.
Okay, I want to go back to space, but first, Nancy, you mentioned how you're kind of just watching very carefully how all of these private companies all seem to be filing and planning IPOs at the same time. Is there any reason to suspect that companies are trying to get ahead of a potential AI bubble bursting and coming to the market right now before it's too late?
Yeah, and or get ahead of a competitor. So I think that clearly OpenAI had this ready to go as soon as the trial was over. I'm more interested in what Anthropic comes forward with because we've heard Sam Altman has some of the same problem that Elon does in terms of projections, and we've already seen them cut their spend materially. And the question for OpenAI is, are they going to be able to continue to raise money in the market? I think the company is fraught for a whole host of reasons. So it could be AI bubble, it could be competitor.
Right. And when you're thinking about space, I mean, you've been a tech investor for a long time. A company like SpaceX, and we can also talk about OpenAI as well, but a company like SpaceX, they're always doing these very volatile projects, rocket launches. How do you see investors in the public market pricing that, like pricing a rocket failure? Is it going to be a very volatile stock?
I think it could be, Emily. I mean, I also think that what you're buying in this particular name, I mean, you've got Starlink, you've got XAI, but what you're really buying is Elon's vision. And so, the company has continued to appreciate in value, depending on whose numbers you're using, in spite of rocket launch failures. And let's not forget, they've been able to launch hundreds of rockets and quite effectively. So, yeah, that'll be an issue. It would just be like a major recall on an auto company. But I don't think it derails the story. And I think what Bezos said was super important simply because, he's a competitor. And what he's saying is, it's better to have two in a very important industry like this. So I think we're going to see great things coming out of both Blue Horizon Origins and SpaceX.
Yeah, I guess the question is about the next. A lot of people would say that SpaceX is much further along with certain parts of their capabilities than Bezos' Blue Origin. I want to go back to what you said about Anthropic, because you keep going back to Anthropic as being sort of the next company that we will hear from that's much anticipated when it comes to an IPO. Is it at a big disadvantage if it files and goes public after OpenAI?
I kind of think so, Tim. I think it's it's a matter of bandwidth for investors, and what will happen with the first mover advantages, they'll set the tone for the market, they'll set the tone for valuation, and then you have to come in. Now, in this case, I think Anthropic has most of the cards, so maybe timing is less important, but I would rather be the first to market than the second in this environment.
Tell us about those cards that Anthropic has before we let you go. What really stands out as a growth driver for them specifically?
Enterprise adoption, Emily. I think they're taking share from OpenAI. I don't hear anyone in my space talk about OpenAI. And unfortunately, Grok is losing share, and it's all going towards Claude and Gemini, but predominantly Claude and Codex. So I think they are the momentum player right now, just as we saw Google with Gemini just a few months back as kind of the momentum player. So it can shift, but they have really captured the attention of serious users of AI.
Just 30 seconds, when these companies do go
Zero
public, how are you going to allocate
DTEG
capital from the portfolios that you manage to them?
We were just talking about that just right before I came on. We'll trim back some of the winners like Planet Labs and Rocket Labs in our portfolio. So yeah, we'll use available holdings, but we aren't going to exit anything.
Okay, Nancy Tangler, always good to check in with you. Appreciate you joining us on this Thursday afternoon.
Thanks.
Nancy is CEO and CIO over at Laffer Tangler Investments. Hey, coming next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, our Bloomberg News team reporting that Iran is in talks with Oman over a permanent toll system in the Strait of Hormuz. Jenny Walsh from our Bloomberg Economics team is going to join us for the latest on the Iran war. This is on a day where you could see a new record for the Dow, up 0.6% right now, over 50,295. The S&P 500 up close to 0.2%. The
Zero
Nasdaq
DTE
up 1%.
size.
Mateo, one thing that really struck with is how focused you are on the customer.
The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. And this helping us analyze the data you can provide in a way. Better of the same. It's not more of the same, it's better of the same.
Okay, IWM back on the way back up. IWM. Okay, can we get to 288? It looks like you're headed for 288 on IWM. Just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Just came in from outside. It's beautiful outside. Need to take a break every once in a while, push away from the screen, clear your head, come back in, take a look at the markets. We've got an hour and 39 minutes to go. All right, so there's still some time to take a little profits off into strength.
Zero DTE call sign.
BlackBerry trying to break out. Okay, S&P headed back up. S&P heading back up. Okay. I'll sell some of these. I'll sell some of these into strength if we get this announcement before the close. Shorts are covering. We got almost a 400. We almost have a plus 400 signal on Grover's weighted, and that tends to be a bit overbought, right, Grover? Plus 400.
Long dated. Deep puts. Micron pulse. AMD. Deep call. 0 DTE. Call size. Size.
Working orders. This is the training we're waiting for. Next generation speed, automation, and integration.
Fine by me.
Is Asia leading the next growth cycle? How are central banks setting the pace for global markets?
What is the Chinese plan for continuing economic growth?
How will demographics redefine the future?
What is the secret to facing off against the Trump administration?
Okay, Amazon at the high of the day. Amazon. Amazon. Okay, that. ARM Holdings. ARM.
Micron pulse.
On Wall Street,
Long dated.
markets all day
Deep
long.
call.
Bloomberg stocks are higher. Oil is falling. All of this on hopes about a U.S.-Iran deal coming up in just a moment. We will have the very latest for you. The S&P right now trading higher by 19 points, 74.51, up by about 0.2%. The Dow at a record 50,354, up 344 points, up 0.7%. The old closing high was 50,188. That was set back in February. Nasdaq is advancing as well, up now by 0.2%. The Bloomberg Max 7 index, of which Nvidia is a part, up now by 0.3%. Nvidia after earnings down 1.6%. The 10-year
Okay.
5.5% with a 2-year 4.05%. The 30-year 5.08% against the background of the base.
Been hearing a lot of Micron calls. Micron. All right. Microsoft starting to bounce. Microsoft starting to bounce. Okay. Nice little bounce on Microsoft. I like that price action there. Microsoft price action. Looks like shorts covering right there.
Debuting the third iteration of the rocket, dubbed version 3 or V3, all part of a high-stakes mission as the Elon Musk-led company gets ready for the largest IPO in history. The launch window is scheduled to open at 6:30 p.m. Wall Street time. Yes, we'll have it for you live when it happens. Recapping S&P 500 index up 16, up by about 0.2%. The Dow trading at a record. And right now, back we go to Bloomberg Business Week Daily and your host, Tim.
S&P.
Well, Iran said the latest proposal from the U.S. partly bridged the gap between the warring sides. The comments from the Islamic Republic's supreme leader about keeping Tehran's uranium stockpile and a dispute over tolls in the Strait of Hormuz clouded the outlook for a breakthrough. On those tolls, both President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio addressing that earlier today.
We want it open. We want it free. We don't want tolls. It's international. It's an international waterway. They're not charging tolls. Right now, they are losing $500 million a day is what it's projected. That sounds like a lot of money, but whether it's 500 or 200,
S&P looking for a nice little pop into the close.
a ship that's been able to get through without our approval.
No one in the world is in favor of the tolling system. It can't happen. It would be unacceptable. It would make a diplomatic deal unfeasible if they were to continue to pursue that. So it's a threat to the world if they were trying to do that. And it's completely illegal, by the way.
Well, there you have it, Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Miami. Before that, President Trump in Washington addressing the idea of the toll Strait of Hormuz. For more, we're joined by Jennifer Welch, Bloomberg Economics Chief Geoeconomics Analyst. She joins us from Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. headquarters.
Okay, a few things bouncing here and there off the best levels of the session. Apple's at the best levels of the session. Let's see, Apple. Okay, Apple got the 305, 310s. I'd love to see this run up to 310 before the close. I don't think it will, but it'd be nice. Looking at the S&P, looking for that to get above 74.60 or so. Looking at Trace. Okay.
So, how are you thinking about, as Tim alluded to, the prospects for a deal? Are we any closer?
Oh boy. So nice outside. I feel like, remember when you went to college? If you went to college, sitting in class during late spring, about time to end the semester, and you'd be looking out the window. Didn't want to be in class. Just wanted this semester to be over with. There goes IWM. Looking good. IWM looks good. The 10-year yield dropping off. Good for the IWM traders. 10-year dropping. Good for IWM.
To what we would consider to be a lasting deal that can, for example, give ships the confidence to return to the street and return to perhaps pre-war levels of traffic there. And that's because if there is this phased approach, I think there's risks of talks falling apart. If, for example, they reach a disagreement or there's more contentious issues, or even if that doesn't happen, 30 days, which is the time frame that's been discussed for that second phase, is quite short considering that it took negotiators years to deal with those very contentious issues in prior rounds of negotiations.
That's where I want to go and sort of go back to the
Okay, IWM looks like it's going to keep going here. Very strong. The 10-year yield, I would imagine, could pull back quite a bit, actually. 10-year TNX. All right, this looks, MACD's turning, stochastic's turning from overbought. Yeah, this could drop a bit more into tomorrow. That'd be nice. Which would be good for IWM, for those IWM traders. I'm just reducing a little exposure. IWM, I got a few of these calls left, looking for a pop a little bit higher. All right. Nice bounce on Microsoft's part. Microsoft. Okay, coming off of that 21 day. We pushed above it yesterday, came down and tested it. Very, I don't want to say odd price action. It's only odd over the last few days. We've been seeing this weird price action on Microsoft compared to the previous couple of weeks.
BOT, REPL, NVTS,
SPX long dated.
Okay, IWM still pushing higher. IWM. ARM Holdings. Pushing a bit higher. ARM Holdings.
LUNR, REPL,
Microsoft.
PLUG,
Holdings. Intel's flat on the day. Intel back to flat. Palantir. Microsoft got a little bit more to go. It's still off 0.5%.
NBTS.
Microsoft. IWM looks good. Oracle having a nice little push on Oracle.
SUGP halted down. GIGGU halted down. ACHR. FCEL.
Microsoft no follow through. IWM. IWM back to the highs of the day. Small caps.
Q's plus, long dated.
Netflix looking for a bounce. Netflix almost following through enough to get above 90 and stay up there. It looks like we might bounce again. Netflix having a good little run today. Netflix. Look forward to get above 91.50 by tomorrow would be nice. RSI rising. MACD stochastics rising. Not a bad setup. Buy the dip. Buy the dip on this one. 1 minute chart this morning. Not now. I'm not saying buy this now, but nice dips on Netflix. Oversold at the open. You definitely don't want to buy it up here. Microsoft trying to push a bit more. Microsoft having a pretty decent day. Okay, let's see if we can't get some more going here. Microsoft starting to pop.
APLX. EOSE.
S&P. It's almost like everyone's waiting for any additional announcements. Okay, looking for Microsoft to do something here. This is the second time this week where we popped above 430 to 433 or so and sold off immediately from the open. That's the only odd thing about this price action. Buyers stepping up. Bitcoin, Oracle.
When we arrived on the scene, there was a very large police presence on Boston.
Watching the S&P.
SUGP may resume in less than a minute.
NVIDIA just sitting here not doing much today. Might take a few days for it to base. We'll see. We tried to break out last week, the week before, with some success on the NVIDIA 11-month base on NVIDIA. Did fade a little bit this week into earnings. Looking for that to follow through in the short term. In the short term, more of a base probably going to form right in this area. So make sure you have options that are further out in time.
Or I should say Walmart, we're a place where things get
SUGP may res in 10 seconds. GIGGU may res in 10 seconds.
We spend a lot of time going out into the field and meeting with our associates and understanding what's happening. But this is the nexus of our business. One of the big benefits has just been from a recruiting perspective. You saw our old home office. It's quite a contrast to the new one, but we love this. And it's not just the buildings themselves; it's the surroundings, and it's a real, I think, bright spot for Northwest Arkansas. And you're seeing this become, believe it or not, even more of a tourist destination. Hey, all those home goods are from Walmart, right? Down aisle 5. That's right. That's right.
Microsoft just sitting here, trying to go green on the day. Netflix, nice day for Netflix. Briefly above 90. We're currently trading right below that level right now. Netflix, NVIDIA still basing. Apple at the highs. Did roll some Apple calls up to 305, 310. We had 300, 302.50s. Took some profits off there and rolled those up out a month into July. IONQ pulling back a bit. IONQ. I did reduce a bit on IONQ. I'm going to swing, see what we can get out of tomorrow and next week. Tuesday, Wednesday, you have Monday off for Memorial Day. Amazon holding on to the highs of the day. Amazon. Q's just below the high. IWM right below the high of the day. IWM had a pretty good reversal past 2 days. On Tuesday, we had a nice little pivot, turned higher yesterday into today as a 10-year yield backed off the highs. Looking for more of that tomorrow. What's Rackspace doing? ARM holding. Rackspace. Okay, that's hovering. 10 cents or more off the high for now. Looking for Rackspace to get back up to the 750 zone. Walmart down quite a lot today. We're looking for Walmart to base. If you're thinking about a trade on Walmart, I'd give it a few days. I don't know what everybody's circumstances are, but I'd like to see a base on Walmart before I do anything. Last thing you'd want is to buy some Walmart here. Buy some Walmart here and have it roll over tomorrow. Give it a few more days. All right. The other thing, speaking of giving it a few more days, I'm looking to get into some Cerebras. CBRS, is it? CBRS? Cerebras basing. All right. I'm thinking we could, maybe this will be a little bit lower. These chips are supposedly 150% faster than the current NVIDIA chips that, you got side-by-side chips. This is one big chip. Cerebras. I don't think they're going to overthrow NVIDIA, but they're looking at this as the next phase. So this will be worth a shot at some point. I'm just going to wait. I like to wait. CBRS. I like to wait for 3 or 4 months, get some pivots, get a pivot high, get a pivot low. This could move a bit lower. I mean, it could also bounce here, but I made the mistake of buying it the day of earnings, I guess. I don't usually do that, and I regretted it. I regretted it. It was down like 20, 30 points the next day. I managed to get out with too much pain, if you will. But that was a mistake. I don't usually trade IPOs, and I'll most likely wait for another few weeks for this to create a pivot high and low. So that's one that I'll be watching for. Okay, in case you're interested. Apple, this broke out to a new high. Looking for that to turn back up. A little channel right here. Little channel down. And Apple. Okay. Looking for this to resolve higher. I am taking a few things off here and there, reducing my exposure. I did roll some ARM. I did some ARM. I take that back. I didn't roll anything. I bought some ARM this morning. That's still up a little bit. Thinking that it might do something like Micron. If it doesn't, that's fine. I'll take it off. All right, let me take a look at semiconductors. SMH, because we got a little shake like we did. Shake, Sonora. Okay, we got a little shake like we did over here a few weeks ago. 510 down to 483. Ran back up again. Seems like the appetite for momentum traders on semis. It dips down to the 21 day. You got to wait to see what happens. Got a nice little reversal intraday on Tuesday. Follow through yesterday into today. But I don't know. The dips, you can see the dip. The dip this time was greater than the dip last time. So we had this little dip here like this. Okay. And this time it was much greater. What's going to happen the next time? Is it going to go even more? I would suspect maybe it will. You know, watching the divergence here, what I'm getting at is I'm watching NVIDIA. Hopefully NVIDIA will base a little bit more. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft turning back up. There goes Microsoft. Okay, watch Microsoft. I did the little scalp on Microsoft. Let's see if we get a little pop, a little higher. I'll take those off, Andrew. Okay, let me see what those look like right now.
This might be one of the best examples of all companies that are publicly traded in terms of AI use.
420, 422.50s. All right, so they're currently flat right now. Look for this to push a little bit higher. 420, 422.50s, what I took about an hour ago, I guess. Microsoft turning back up. Been acting kind of weird, Microsoft. Look at the 60-minute time frame on Microsoft. Okay, you get these dips. It's more obvious on the daily. That big dip we had on Tuesday, a bounce yesterday. This morning we opened up. We're at 433 pre-market. Microsoft was like 433 pre-market, and it's completely sold off. It was just like, all right, repeat of Tuesday. All right, here's what happened this morning. Here's Microsoft way up here at 433, and then a big fall off. Didn't like that. Now it's getting back into this range. I want to get rid of this position that I have right now. I have June options, 420, 430s. I added some this morning, just a little while ago, rather. I'd like to take some profits and then, reassess Microsoft. There's no big hurry on Microsoft, in my opinion. Still consolidating. The Bollinger Band is still tight. It's above the 50-day. It's above the 9 and 21 days. 200 days overhead. So at the most, it's going to run up to 457 or so. Nice little 20-point move. But I'm looking for a bigger move in Microsoft over the next 6 to 8 months, 9 months. Looking forward to get 50% back up into the zone, 480, 490, and maybe back to 550 by the end of the year, if not tomorrow, next year, tomorrow. Maybe first quarter, second quarter next year, be back up here at 550. But the price action has been weird, mainly because I haven't really traded Microsoft a whole lot. So this past 5 weeks, we're just sitting here between 433 and 400, so a 30-point range, basically. What I like to see, once we move back above the 10 EMA, what I like to see is to start trending. Okay, if you look at Amazon, for example, Amazon, see how it just trends. Once it gets above the 10 EMA, it takes off to the upside. I look for that kind of price action to confirm that what I'm thinking about is going to continue. Like Netflix, hesitates, pulled back below the 20 EMA. I didn't like that. Apple, okay, once it gets above the 10 EMA, it takes off, boom, right? So that's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for with Microsoft. This thing needs to get going. Once it gets going, and we have 2 or 3 weeks, we can just keep rolling those calls up. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so Microsoft's not doing it just yet. A lot of theories, a lot of ideas about why we're doing what we're doing. I really don't spend any time thinking about it. I just look for the price action to do what I'm looking for. It's sort of a muscle memory. When you do things enough times, you start to see these things happen. Microsoft, for example, oversold today on the 1-minute chart. Muscle memory here is once it gets oversold, look for the rip higher. Okay, Microsoft's acting a little odd. So even on this 1 o'clock oversold condition, we ran up briefly, dipped again. So momentum traders are definitely in here. Need to get above 420. Netflix, once it gets above the 10 EMA, starts acting better. All right, so the 20 EMA is just starting to turn the corner, Netflix. So once it clears this level right here, 91.50, we should see 100 pretty quick. I would say within the next few weeks. So if you're going to trade options, you want to have at least July, I would think. June, July. Okay, there's Netflix. All right. So you get oversold, even this late in the day. You get oversold 20 minutes ago. You know, you had a nice little trade there, 89.50 or so. There's your stop. Let's see if you can get another buck or so out of this one. Generally, I like to see at least 2 or 3 potential points upside if I'm going to take a trade on a dip. Okay, here's Apple, 301 up to 304. Looking at Apple. You know, once you get that oversold condition, you're looking, where's my next upside potential? 305. Okay, S&P dipping a little bit. S&P is not cooperating. Okay, right now S&P is not following through. Okay, it's 2:50 p.m. on the East Coast, 2:51 p.m. on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday, May the 21st. A lot of people are waiting to see if President Trump's going to talk about the Iran deal that's currently being negotiated. It's going to be another one of those that everybody's going to go, yeah, you see, I told you so. One of those situations. The news sounds good. It pops up. Then the conspiracy guys come out and say, oh, he did that to help his friends or whatever. We could do that all day. Just look at your price action. Is it there? You know, you have a setup, and if it happens to work in your favor, where we have a nice little pop, you sell into strength, wait for the next setup. The bottom line is, what did we start the day with? Can you think about how we started the day? We started the day with this. So we already knew that we're going to have positive gamma, and that's for options for individual stocks, right? Options for individual stocks. And we knew looking at Trace, the background is all purple, so that's positive gamma. Going to non-zero day, you can see that there's a lot of purple on the screen above and below. So we know that's going to be supportive. Any dips like we had this morning probably gets bought. We knew that. So that's the best case scenario, that the dips keep getting bought and sold into strength. Did we get another pop? Maybe. Okay, IWM starting to back off a little bit. Probably up tomorrow. At the 10-year, 10-year is probably down, especially if the news comes out, if he announces anything before the close or right after the close. Probably see the 10-year lower. Any pops before the close? Any pops before the close, I'll reduce a few more positions like AAOI. I have, options, even the June options now. I'm starting to think, okay, need to start looking at July. Consider July. I'm talking to myself. Okay, NVIDIA, no follow through, just sitting here, pulling back a bit. Low tick alert. Low tick alert. All right, I'm gonna take a couple minute break. I'll leave this on the screen.
Extreme low tick alert. Zero DTE. Stop. SPX long date, deep puts, Tesla pulse, spider pulse. SPX long date, deep puts, Tesla pulse, Amazon pulse, deep calls. Amazon pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Cindy, just to make sure I understood what you're talking about in terms of improving the funnel, right? Is effectively what you're talking about there with those DIY customers. Does that mean we'll be reducing those entry level prices for those customers in order to draw them in?
Right now, when you come to TurboTax, the lineup is very much complexity based. You have a W-2, you get one price. You have a W-2, you add a few investments, you get another price. What we're going to be moving to is the value-based pricing. So it could be that some customers will get a lower price. I think these customers who are below 50K, who are largely simple filers, will get a lower price on tax. But I'm also highlighting that there are other areas beyond tax that they see tremendous value on a platform, including fast access to money, Credit Karma. So there are multiple opportunities for us to monetize these customers
much for joining us and walking us through the quarter and the outlook. Appreciate it.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
That's it for Market Catalyst. I'm Julie Hyman. Thanks for watching. Where are Yahoo Finance is coming up.
GIGG halted down.
Running your first 5K? Hard. His first day behind the wheel? Bumpy. Choosing a name for your first. That's easy. Progressive understands. First times can be challenging. It's why we created the upgrade.
All right, so it looks like the news about the Iran thing is starting to already come unraveled. Pakistani army chief will not go to Tehran tonight. The Iran president won't back down in talks. I don't know why we're even negotiating with these people. Freaking terrorists. All right.
And soak up all the perks you deserve.
Sound
Download the app to get started.
long dated, deep calls.
You've been here before, dreaming of a space that finally feels like yours. It's more than just a remodel. It's a transition. From the textures you feel to the peace of mind you deserve. Expertly crafted by our team of highly trained employee installers. Reclaim your mornings and fall in love with your home again. For a limited time, take an extra $300 off your next
NVIDIA
bath
Pulse,
remodeling project
long
by
dated.
visiting
Zero DTE, call
westshorehome.com/save.
side.
West
Size.
Shore Home, remodeling reimagined.
Zero DTE, call side. Zero DTE, call side. Size.
All right, look, a nice little bounce so far. S&P, nice little bounce.
LWLG. JLHL.
They keep buying the dips. They keep buying dips.
We're continuing our conversation about AI and investments in the private sector. We're joined by a partner over at Union Square Ventures. Also, we're talking a little bit about rare earths. That's coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. You're staying on TV. The close starts now.
Dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, Mondays on Bloomberg. The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. This is the close.
That AI sell-off looking a lot more like an AI rotation. We're going to tell you why. Continue to here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
Headline-driven market. We're looking at an S&P that just slipped to the negative territory a few minutes ago, around
Micron pulse, long data.
Just watching stocks bounce. I'm not buying anything at the moment. We only have 58 minutes to go.
Apple pulse, long data. 0 DTE, call sign. Sanders pulse. Zero DTE, call sign.
So yes, there's this convergence of sort of AI and space that was sort of led by SpaceX, but followed by NVIDIA and other companies making hardware for the AI scalers. And so it's a really exciting time for technology when you think about the convergence of space and AI and data and connectivity. And S1 for SpaceX was one of the more interesting documents that I've read for a company in my lifetime. So I think it's a very aspirational company. And on the other side of the coin, you have NVIDIA, which is really just in the sweet spot of just profiting off the massive investment coming from all over into building, AI systems and data centers. So it's a really unique time in technology history. And it almost feels very different than .com in that all these companies are so legitimate, where in .com, a lot of it was just, BS. Yeah. Well, I'm curious. I think on this zero on NVIDIA, because the thing that would have jumped out at me was when they talked about how they're breaking out as a line item both the data center revenue, but also this edge computing revenue, which
Nice little bounce so far. I'm not buying anything at the moment. I'm looking for pops to take some profits off the table, perhaps, like with Microsoft, if that gets a bit higher. Microsoft can pop above 420, maybe 421. S&P, nice little bounce so far. All right, so it looks like intense mediation is underway with Pakistani officials in Iran. Now they're coming out, a senior leader, Iranian official, telling negotiators that they're very close to reaching a deal. I don't see how we're going to reach a deal because they don't want to give up their uranium enrichment. That's a no go for the U.S. from what I understand. Qs with a little bounce. The Qs. I'm not interested in taking on a whole bunch of new risk. We got tomorrow, one more trading day for the week, and Monday off. So I don't want to do a long weekend with anything really new. I did buy some Microsoft. I did buy some ARM holdings. I'm looking to peel off some risk into the long weekend. I want to make sure that my options are okay with respect to price. I don't want to be beyond a 40 delta, for example. I like to be at a 40 or a little bit higher, 40 to 50 delta. If I'm going to hold those June calls, I'd like to have some July or August, which I'm starting to collect now. Tick cumulative looked really good yesterday. It was green. Today it's back to red again. So lower highs, lower lows. We did remark earlier this morning. We did remark earlier this morning that breadth was starting to back off a bit. So here's NIMO, not NIMO. Okay. So this is back up. That's very interesting. Because of the pop that we had, all of these went positive, which is good. If you recall, early this morning, these were all pointing lower and below the zero line. Let's look at the equal weight index. The number of stocks trading above their 20-day were moving higher. So that's a good sign. All right, so this is remarkably higher. This pivot that we talked about yesterday and the day before, there goes ARM holdings, ARM's turning back up. ARM pulse, long dated calls. This looks pretty good. The number of stocks above the 20-day turning up sharply. Number of stocks above the 50-day turning up. We got a nice pivot. And the equal weight index, cup and handle pattern, looking for the breakout. That's about 1,000 point, about 800 points there, about 800 points on the measured move. So we could be up at 9,000 before you know it on this index. Let's look at the New York FANG components. New York FANG components. 10 stocks, New York FANG, 10 stocks. Okay, this looks good. Doji, much better than what we started the week with. Friday into Monday, Tuesday, we're pushing higher. RSI is rising. Okay, RSI is rising. Stochastics, MACD, all of these turning. That looks good. Still, I would like to take some profits off into strength, and we'll reassess new position. There goes Apple. Apple new high of the day. Apple new high of the day. Looks good, Apple.
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size. Size. Long dated. Deep calls. SPX calls. Long dated. NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated. SPX Pulse. Zero DTE. Call sign. Size. Size. Long dated. Deep calls. San Francisco Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans. Size. Long dated. SanDisk Pulse. Shenanigans. Micron Pulse. DXYT.
Okay, Apple back to the highs. I'm going to take a little bit more off of Apple, I think. Let's see. RSI is overbought.
Size. Long dated.
Okay, Apple, I took a little bit more off. I still have 305, 310s for July. Adobe's fine. Amazon, fine. ARM Holdings. Okay, S&P moving back up.
NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated.
Okay, so NVIDIA down here at the low. Really don't want to start any new positions just yet. NVIDIA, it's been hanging out above 217, 218 for the most part. This could be, I guess, considered a base. The 216, 217 breakout zone. RSI is rising. Flattening out now. Okay, Microsoft. ARM Holdings turning back up. ARM Holdings. ARM Holdings, very extended. ARM Holdings looks like it's going to run end of day. ARM. So Tom Selleck is selling gold. All right. Let's see. Morgan Stanley. Here's S&P. S&P is turning back up. S&P. This could run. This could run.
In 6 years, just say you're going to do it in 3, implying it's going to take a while. Are we assuming that these literal moonshots are going to be faster than they
Apple taking off to the upside.
Without a doubt, it's important to listen to what Jeff has to say because really he's the only executive that has deep experience with both a hyperscaler that has done vertical integration in Amazon and in space with his company Blue Origin. So I think his point is, look at the economics he pointed to when the cost exceeds the energy cost exceeds 15%. And I think that's important because without question, the timing is absolutely uncertain. But the important point is the strategic direction in the filing. And so, again, this points to Elon's belief that the terrestrial AI infrastructure
0 DTE call sign.
grid constraints, and so orbital compute is a long-term response to that possibility. But yes, we do not know the specifics of the timeline.
Okay, I want you to listen to what Bezos told Andrew Ross Sorkin about the idea of similarities between now and back in '99 when he had a front row seat as well.
All right, we got 40 minutes to go.
In the market. Listen to what he said. We can talk on the other side. We're in a phase where every experiment is getting funded. So what that means is the good ideas are getting funded and the bad ideas are getting funded. And it's because investors at this moment haven't learned yet how to discriminate between good ideas and bad ideas. And that's okay. Because the good ideas will pay for all of the losers. So from a point of view of civilization, of society,
ARM Holdings.
Cycles, can actually be very hard.
ARM Holdings back up to the highs.
We shouldn't worry about being in a bubble. No, even if it does turn out to be a bubble, you shouldn't worry about it because the bubble is driving investment, and a lot of the investment is going to turn out to be very healthy. Okay, so that was an interesting take. As a venture capitalist, you theoretically are one of the funders of good ideas, you think, and hopefully not bad ideas. But what do you make of what he said?
It's the paradox of when things get to the point where we see massive platform shifts, you have this euphoria. And to Jeff's point, this is so true, and we've seen it happen and play out multiple times. And I think Jeff is right. There is something to be said about the focus on a bubble. Typically are all the negative aspects, especially when the bubble pops. It's rare for people to point out what Jeff did so well, which is that it is important for a large number of other bets to get funded, because there will be some extraordinary winners. But again, it is important to point out that
S&P trying to climb a bit more. S&P. Hedge flow still rising. Hedge flow still rising.
But I would imagine in the current environment, as later we theoretically get in the stage process, you're being more discriminating about what you're actually funding, thinking about exactly what he's talking about, hoping to have more hits than misses.
Absolutely. And then it becomes much more discerning as an investor to be able to filter through the massive number of competitors that get funded that probably should not get funded. And then also having to help your companies go through the process of attracting
ARM Holdings.
and that talent pool gets diluted because so many other companies are chasing
ARM, ARM Holdings. Running back up to the highs.
All right, good stuff as always. Lo, thanks. We'll talk to you soon. Lo, Tony. Let's send it now to Seema Modi for a look at the biggest names moving into the close today. Hi.
Hey, Scott, we've got our eyes on Spotify soaring after it reported strong guidance and announced an AI partnership with Universal Music. As part of the deal, the streamer will allow users to create covers and remixes using the voices of artists and songwriters who opt in. Shares up 12%, almost 13%. Meantime, Deere shares are sliding after reporting sluggish farm machinery sales for the quarter. The company maintaining its profit outlook and recovering over $270 million in tariff refund claims, yet the stock is down about 6%. And Intuit shares plunging despite raising its full-year guidance. The concerns really center around a deceleration in TurboTax sales.
ARM Holdings pushing a bit higher.
Intuit confirming a 17% reduction in workforce. CEO Sasin Gudrazi telling me the 3,000 job cuts are not due to AI, but an opportunity to become leaner. The shares are down about 20%.
Size. Long dated.
Seema, thank you very much. Seema Modi, we're just getting started. Coming up next, a quantum leap. Several stocks are making that today. Tell you why. We're live at the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
All right. We've got 35 minutes to go, a little bit less than 35 minutes to go. Feels like Friday.
Long dated.
Feels like a Friday to me anyway. Okay, watching the S&P. Be nice to see some sort of news in the next couple of minutes. Catch people off guard. Okay, watching for ARM Holdings to pop. ARM's about to pop here. Okay, about to take the high of the day here. It looks like ARM Holdings.
Long dated.
All right. It's been a good day. It's been a good day, good week. Can we hold the highs and finish up an 8th week?
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated. Spider Pulse.
Okay, ARM Holdings pushing a bit higher. ARM Holdings. Come on, give us some news. Tell us that everything is cool. Okay, we'll give you our uranium. Just stop bombing us. You know that's not going to happen, but I'll take the news for 40, Alex. Okay, trying to pop above 292 now. ARM Holdings. S&P is poised. Could go in either direction.
0 DTE call sign. Size.
You hear that? 0 DTE call side. Size. So that's pretty cool. Catching these big trades as they're occurring.
Long dated. Shenanigans.
Metapulse, longer dated calls.
Welcome back to the Bell. Quantum computing stocks are rallied today as the Trump administration makes a big bet on that space. Let's get to Christina Prince-Nevelos, who can give us more details here. Tell us why these stocks are moving to the degree they are.
Yeah, a big bet, and the big bet is the Commerce Department dropping $2 billion across 9 quantum computing needs, and it's also taking equity stakes in all of them. So IBM gets the biggest check at $1 billion, matched with another $1 billion of its own to launch a standalone quantum foundry. Foundry gets roughly $375 million. The rest that you're seeing on your screen, D-Wave, Rigetti, etc., are splitting the remainder, all funded through this CHIPS and Science Act. Every deal, though, pairs funding with an equity stake back to the government. We've seen this playbook before with Intel, Vulcan, Elements, MP Materials, but this is the first time Washington has applied it across an entire emerging sector. And the government isn't necessarily picking winners. The 9 companies use different approaches to building quantum hardware. Though I'd say IBM is definitely getting half the total package. Maybe perhaps that's the preferred one. For an industry long dismissed as maybe a science project so far away into the future, $2 billion of equity attached changes the conversation. Washington is essentially treating quantum the way it treats chips and critical minerals as a national
SPX points.
The deals
Long
aren't
dated.
yet finalized,
Deep
though, but the
puts.
stocks, as you mentioned, Scott, are moving to Washington. At this point, just isn't writing checks anymore. It really wants a return.
Yeah, investors aren't waiting around for more details. Christina, thanks. Christina Prince-Nevelos. Still ahead, Fundstrat's Tom Lee. He joins us. What is the next big move for stocks? He'll tell us next.
Looking for ARM Holdings to pop new high of the day. Looking good.
Apple pulse. Long dated.
Apple still grinding higher. Apple.
GIGGU may resume in less than a minute. SPX.
Okay, S&P looks like it wants to go a bit higher here.
Tesla pulse. Nvidia pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
So this woman had was the head of the fraud mastermind in Minnesota, feeding our future. She got sentenced to 41 and a half years. A woman that masterminded the whole feeding our future. 41 and a half years. Okay, we're watching for ARM Holdings to break out here. Here goes ARM Holdings. Okay, new high of the day, ARM Holdings, new high of the day. ARM Holdings, new high of the day, breakout. All right, there goes ARM Holdings. $5 days, really. NVIDIA, 5 days, including today. ARM Holdings, breaking out to the upside, looking good. ARM Holdings, looks good. Looking real good. Real good. Oh, there goes ARM. ARM Holdings. Very nice. ARM Holdings.
Spider Pulse, long dated.
ARM Holdings looks good.
Sandisk Pulse, long dated. Micron Pulse, long dated. 0 DTE.
Bitcoin turning up. Bitcoin.
NYC may res in 10 seconds. CPRT.
Q's Pulse, long dated.
FCEL. GSGG may resume in less than a minute. DXYZ.
Q's Pulse,
Welcome back.
long dated.
It's 12 hour higher as we head towards the close. Now that it
ARM Holdings still going?
So how do you assess this now? We've cleared the way, right? All the AI stuff's now out of the way.
Long date.
We're looking at yield.
Shenanigans.
SPX.
Apple Plus.
You just heard Chris Harvey at the top of our show saying we're going to have an everything rally that's going to take us past 8,000 by the end of the year.
Yeah, Scott. I think the market is pretty healthy. It showed resilience in the face of higher oil, higher yields. But I also think the U.S. is pretty unique because we do have a structural driver for the economy, which is not only is the U.S. the producer of AI, but we are also relatively energy independent, and that's been exposed by this war. And the consumer's in pretty good shape. So, I mean, I think there is a pretty good runway. So I'd agree with the idea that stocks, compared to the start of this year, have more upside into year end. We've got a few things we have to work through as we get later through the year, but I think for now the fundamentals are healthy. That's supported by earnings.
I don't know what shape the consumer's in, to be honest with you. I mean, I understand the K-shaped economy, obviously. The top of the K is better than the bottom of the K in terms of the durability to keep spending. But you listen to Walmart, which was pretty cautious, and you're like, what is the real state of the consumer? And if oil prices remain elevated for too long, is that the thing that wrecks the story?
Scott, yeah, in a way it is K-shaped, because if I had to say, can you look at things that are sort of balanced and things moving the consumer, of course we know that it's higher gasoline, higher food, and of course there's going to be a shortage of some petroleum products. But on the other end of that spectrum is, the wealth that's going to be created by the IPO of SpaceX, OpenAI, et cetera. I mean, that's several $1 trillion worth. And as we know, there's like a marginal propensity to consume from the wealth effect. So I think the consumer's getting a tailwind later this year.
Zero DTE.
For those who own equity.
Size.
I mean, a tailwind from owning the IPOs?
Well, it's actually the private investors. As we know, SpaceX was probably seated at $50 million. They probably raised tens of billions over the last decade. But now it's going to have a net valuation of around 1.7 trillion. So that's actually now going to be monetized for the LPs of the funds that invested in SpaceX. So they're $7 trillion is quite a lot of stimulus to the economy.
Wow, okay. Hampton's real estate market, watch out. AI trade, how do you feel about it after NVIDIA?
I mean, a company with the size of revenues, NVIDIA, growing at that, I think it shows that there is still, unrelenting demand for the product NVIDIA sells. And then we know that those who are starting to use AI are actually noticing the gain of function and productivity. Ken Griffin really stated it well when he says he can see this replacing a lot of analysts. So to me, I think not only are the users of AI benefiting, but there's still a shortage of those who are supplying the equipment.
Aren't you still calling for a pullback in stocks and something meaningful? Like the one we had already didn't really qualify, if you will, under what you were thinking could happen, right?
That's right, Scott. I think we had, like what Ed Yardeni would call a rolling bear market in things like Mag 7, and of course last year energy, but in software, et cetera. But I think later this year, the market is going to confront a few things. One, of course, is just your typical midterm seasonality, the uncertainty into that. The second is that there is a day of reckoning coming because the inventory of petroleum products is short and not being alleviated anytime soon. And the third is we probably have some concerns later as these IPOs come, SpaceX, OpenAI, et cetera, that there's a lockup expiration later. So I think that's a supply overhang. So I think that dynamic comes to play later this year. But in the meantime, I think investors are focusing on AI fundamentals, and there's a real shortage, and stocks that are working are the ones that are selling something that's scarce.
Tom, I want to make sure I heard you right. Are you calling for a rolling bear market in Mag 7 names? Because is that what you're looking for? You look for these stocks to become weaker at some point, and dramatically so at some point this year? Is that what I heard you say?
No, to clarify, I think we've already had a bear market in Mag 7 in software. I think there's going to be a bear market in other stocks later this year. Yes. But I think it's going to spare the Mag 7 and software. So it's going to be names that either they're got lofty or going to be affected by the fact that there is a lot of supply of new stock later this year.
Look at the volume on ARM.
Hit by the shortage in petroleum products. So I think there's reasons that we could have headwinds later this year.
Are you talking about like semiconductor stocks?
Yeah, the semis may become a bubble. To me, they don't seem like a bubble yet. You know, when Nvidia is trading at 19 times earnings, I think it's still a good risk reward.
RXT looks good. Rackspace looks good.
They become quite expensive.
And you think that those stocks could go down 20%
Later this year? Yes. You know, I mean, it would be healthy anyways. You know, a 10% drawdown happens every year. I think what we found is investors have become so comfortable with stocks going up that even a 5% drawdown turns sentiment negative. So I think there's absolutely a possibility that names that are widely owned sometime later this year are going to have a drawdown that triggers a bit of a margin liquidation, and that's why we might have a bigger correction.
I got to let you go, but remind our viewers what your end of year target is for the S&P.
We expect the S&P to be at least 7,700 by year end. I think that number seems low given the resilience of markets in the face of high oil. So I think 7,700 is the low end.
Okay. All right. We'll talk to you soon, Tom. Thanks.
Nvidia post.
Coming up next, the biggest movers as we head into the close. Steve Mavodi is standing by. With that, tell us, please.
SpaceX's S1 is already moving certain stocks, including one competitor. We'll reveal the name after the
Apple Pulse. Long dated. SanDisk Pulse.
ARM at the high of the day. Not bad for Thursday. Not bad.
Long dated.
Not bad.
Zero DTE. Call sign. Size.
Oh boy. Hope everyone's having a good day. We've got about 15 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com on a Thursday, May the 21st. Not a bad day. Markets went from red to green. If we can hold this level, we can hold this level into the close. That'd be nice for the bulls anyway. Not so much for the bears.
Long dated.
Okay, Amazon looks like it wants to push a bit higher. Amazon.
Size.
Amazon.
SPX Pulse. Long dated.
ARM Holdings. Look at the volume on ARM Holdings. Looks really good. Both on the daily as well as on the intraday frame time frame. Excuse me. Oh boy. Look at this. Look at this ARM Holdings. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. SoFi. Oracle. Google. ARM Holdings. Man, ARM is it just keeps going. Looks good though, right? ARM Holdings.
About 10 for the bell. Well, almost. Let's get back to Seema for the stock he's watching. My counting was a little bad.
Great. 38 right there. Ralph Lauren shares are soaring after reported better than
Tons of volume on ARM Holdings on the daily. Going to surpass yesterday's volume, it looks like.
about 50% in the market. Shares are up about 14%. Best day in more than a year. How about that? Walmart, though, on pace for its worst day since 2023 after posting a worse than expected outlook. The company said higher fuel prices, putting pressure on the lower income consumer, but could also help Walmart gain market share as shoppers seek those lower prices. The stock down about 7%. And here's Rocket Lab. Shares are sliding after SpaceX filed its S1 with the SEC to trade publicly on the NASDAQ. Company is set to be the record for the largest IPO ever. Rocket Lab investors clearly concerned about growing competition in the industry, Scott, with shares down about 7.5%.
Okay, Seema, thank you very much for that. That is Seema Modi. Coming up, why shares of Bloom Energy and Nebius are ripping today. Plus, we're
Zero
results top of the hour. We'll tell you what to watch for in the market zone, which is coming up next.
All right, we've got 11 minutes to go. 11 minutes to go. ARM Holdings. This is crazy strong.
About 3.05 at the time I checked, so more than 3 times the 5-day moving average of options volume here. About 69% or so were calls. In this case here, the most active month in terms of open interest. Actually, kind of unusual. January 15th monthly expiration in 2027. Oftentimes it's the front month, or at least the month following that. But this is a bit stretching further out here. June 18th is our second most popular for open interest, 18.8%. One notable trade I did saw was a 2-leg trade here, but with the same option, same price. Plus 659, May 29th, 50 strike puts at a 490 debit. So a bearish opening trade, only about a week to expiration here. And we can see that it was about a $336,000.
Look at ARM. Holy smokes.
Short-term bearish play.
All right, well, right now we've got a near 21% pop to the upside. We're at 47.75 for Applied Digital on news of that new contract with a hyperscaler customer. Rick, really appreciate you being with us today for Options Corner. Taking a closer look at Applied Digital. Thanks to Rick Duquette. Coming up next, we've got overlooked stocks. George Chillis has his eye on Flywire heading into the close. He'll break down the news and what you need to know next on Market Outlook.
We're going to be at 300 before you know it.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange.
Oh boy, what a day, huh? What a day. Started off negative, ripping higher. Oh my gosh, look at ARM Holdings.
Tracking the trends, sector moves, and fundamentals shaping the markets in real time. This is Schwab Network. Subscribe at schwabnetwork.com. Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
How's it going? First day, so sometimes Next. Try it again. You could have done better. Please. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab. Enter. This place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, TVs, everything in one place.
All right. Oh my gosh, this thing's still going.
Everything investors need. At Schwab, they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between.
Think I'm gonna be sick.
We have to buy that now.
Invest your way with Schwab.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Marley Hayden. It's time now for Overlooked Stocks. Payment company Flywire is on the move higher today. Straight over at JP Morgan. Joining us now, George Tillis, our senior markets correspondent, to take a closer look at this company. Moving to the upside, only about 1% though, and we've got an entirely green board now. Different story than we had this morning. So, George, walk us through JP Morgan and why they're more bullish on this company now.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. I mean, there's so many different kinds of transaction process and payment solutions companies. We think about Venmo and.
All right, we've got 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes to go.
So Flywire is one of these security-enabled global transaction processors. They also provide sort of vertically integrated software for things like invoicing, settlement, checkout, recurring payments. But one of the things about this business that I find rather unique compared to, for instance, let's say,
Oh, Lord, this continues.
Payment processors like PayPal.
The 300 strike call for ARM for January is a 64 Delta. Those are going for $78. Wow. Look at the volume pouring in here.
Multi-currency transactions on a global basis versus higher volume transaction that some of the traditional payment processors supply. Now, I think interesting
low ticker at -800.
Low tick alert.
Neutral because they actually had an underweight before, and the
Mike
price started now at 16 from $14. The reason being is that they actually see some more positive business execution mix going on with the
All right, so a little profit taking. Netflix just dropped off. Microsoft dropped off a bit. All right, a little profit taking in today.
Automating up to about 40% this year of transactions.
4,000 puts. The most popular contract by dollar amount is the $260 strike call expiring late August. Thanks in part to someone who spent just over $1.5 million buying 1,000 of those contracts. To break even on that trade, they need a 10% bounce by August 21st. It's understandable optimism if you compare the government's $1 billion grant to IBM with its investment into Intel, which is up roughly 500% since. If there's two things traders love right now, it's cutting-edge tech and an all-American comeback.
Big move on IBM today. Wow. Just breaking a downtrend on IBM. I wouldn't buy it unless we get a inside day tomorrow, something like that. Some big trades going off on IBM.
Workday's new lineup of agents could challenge the likes of ServiceNow and its ability to partner versus compete with OpenAI and Anthropic. That's been a key topic.
ARM's still going here. ARM's still going.
For any signs of weakness in the enterprise consumer stock.
Seem to thank you. All right, Pippa, Bloom and Nebius. What's going on there today?
Well, Scott, Bloom Energy is jumping some 9% to an all-time high after the company announced a partnership with AI cloud provider Nebius. Bloom will provide its fuel cell technology for Nebius's U.S. data centers, with the company paying the energy provider up to $2.6 billion in service fees for the duration of the agreement. Now, the first project is expected to be operational this year. And this does mark Bloom's latest AI deal following an expanded agreement with Oracle back in April for 2.8 gigawatts of fuel cells. Bloom shares have more than tripled this year as demand for reliable power for AI applications surges.
Look at ARM holdings. This is ridiculous now. Okay, Qs are popping up here. Qs are popping. Here we go, surging into the last 3 minutes.
investors to remember we're going to have short-term sensitivity to interest rates, to Fed considerations of what's happening.
S&P, Qs. All right, turning back up the Qs. S&P.
What's going to drive the market higher here? And we only see two possibilities of the market and this medium and long-term trend getting derailed, and that is one, the possibility sharply higher interest rates.
Wow. ARM Holdings. They're trying to get it to 300 before the close, looks like. 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. Okay, senior Iranian source. No deal has been reached yet, but gaps have narrowed.
The broadening was more under consideration when the consumer looks stronger and we didn't have some of these inflation pressures that are working their way through the system right now. I think the strength that we're seeing is where you want to lean into. There's a lot of cash on the sidelines. There's a lot of cash on balance sheets. There's a lot of cash in private markets. And so much of this is pointing in one direction. So you want to continue to lean into this, but also globally, not just the U.S., but globally in Asia and Europe as well.
Q's turning back up. What have we got? 2 minutes left to go.
That is part of someone's narrative that would theoretically spur money into the broadening trade, wouldn't it? Are you not expecting those things to happen? We're not hanging our hat on rates and oil coming down. If we get some type of partial resolution with Iran, oil and rates could stay around the levels where they are now, or only come down modestly, and that might not give the type of bounce that we would hope for in that broadening trade. So we really want to stick with what we see as more durable. If those things happen, great. I think we would take that as kind of extra icing on the cake here. But right now, we want to stick with what we see as the most durable, most reliable trend. But does that mean you only like tech and comm services, or just anything with the theme around AI? Look, there's a lot that plays into this. As was just mentioned with clean energy, the energy security, energy infrastructure broadly. There are a lot of companies that are benefiting from the cycle, and there will be a broadening cycle as more companies get productivity.
ARM Holdings still going. Nice. All right, folks, I got a hard stop. Have a great evening, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com at the closing bell. It is Thursday, May the 21st. May you have a splendid afternoon. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.